morning. Hello out there. My name is Boris Samsel and I'm your host today for Digital Workspace World 2020, live from Frankfurt, online this time. As you can see, setting and scene is a little different this time. Last time we met, we went into nice premises. We invited you to be our guests in a large conference center and then have a lot of sessions with us. This time, we decided to make this online and bring all of that good content home to you so that you could stay at home and stay safe and have the same exact content. We want to take you through the day and get into this conference with a lot of interesting stuff today, plenty of sessions, more than 40 different types and styles that we'll dig into in a few minutes. And I think it'd be good if we first get this thing roll and open this conference officially. So let it roll. So, now that we're all in, I think we should give you an insight about what you can expect today. We've prepared, as I said, more than 40 different sessions. First up this morning, we'll guide you through a set of keynotes with executives like Oliver Bendig and Dirk Eisenberg, our CTO. Then also, we would like to take the chance to look around on what this platform actually offers so that we have the idea about how to use this all online platform thing all day long. We've invited analysts. We've invited guest speakers from partners, but mostly and most importantly, we've invited not only our tech specialists and evangelists, but also our customers to talk about their experience with Matrix42. And this is going to be the highlight today. This is a users conference from users for you at home so that you can have an idea about what you could achieve with Matrix42 in your own projects. And this is going to be the highlight throughout the day. You'll notice that in this event stream, we'll have different people from various companies like Compute Group Medical, for instance, like Gedora. We'll have other people that will be in this session with me together, customers that will talk about their experience with Matrix42, and this is probably the best value for you. If you want to get in touch with those people, we'll show you in a few minutes on how you can do that and how you can interact with the community throughout the day. We'll have a prize drawing over the day that we'll dig into so that you can win a little something so that it's worth for you to stay over the day. One little note, you'll notice that from the agenda, there's a very few sessions that will be held in different languages. Most of the time, we'll be talking English, but then at a very few occasions, we'll be talking German, and that is part of the agenda. You'll find that this lecture will be in German then. And then for those of you who are not familiar with German, you might just take the time to then look into a parallel session that is going on in a different room, or use the time to then look into our partners and chat areas. I think I've set the stage for today, and before we then let this whole thing roll, I think it's important for you to understand we're here for you, and we produced all of this for you, our customers. We want to make sure that you get not only the best experience with our technology, but also get the information firsthand whenever you need it. Therefore, we've brought all of our Matrix42 employees in product management, in pre-sales, in sales, ready to talk to you today. So use that chance and pick your folks and pull them into chats. You even have the ability to go into video chats with up to 15 people in a crowd and then discuss various topics. That said, I think it's time to have a look at what information we have created for you over the last few months and what the news are. So I'll pass this on to Diana Ilk, who will support me today with the moderation. Diana.
Thanks, Boris. A very welcome from my side to all participants of the Digital Workspace World 2020. My name is Diana, and I'm happy to be here with you on this great event. I have exciting news for you to tell. Let's start with the great participation today. More than 1,000 participants are attending the Digital Workspace World today. That's more than 65% in growth compared to last year. A warm welcome from your Matrix42 team, and thank you for joining. Feel free to visit us at Matrix42 Info or our partners in the exhibition. Use the community chat to have conversations with other people today. Partner wins important tender. Our partner, Bechtle AG, won the tender for a framework agreement from the Procurement Office of the Federal Ministry of Homeland, called BMI, to deliver Matrix42 products and services for 86 German federal authorities. Our long-term partner, Consulting for IT, will support Bechtle with the services to implement and customize our software products. For the next 2 years, all named federal authorities can purchase Matrix42 as a standard solution for remote working in digital workspace without the need to do their own tender. For more information, please get in touch with Bechtle and Consulting for IT in our exhibition area. Matrix42 wins award for Best ITSM Software. Matrix42 achieves the highest recommendation in direct comparison with the 20 vendors in a report from Research in Action. So we are rated as the market leader in managing the digital workspace in Germany's mid-sized companies. Reader's Choice for Matrix42. Matrix42 won the Reader's Choice Award from IP Insider. Thank you for more than 50,000 participants who vote for the categories. We are very proud to be the first time the leading provider of digital workspace. Software solutions for digital teaching. The future of school goes digital. With Matrix42 Digital Schooling, your school coordinators can integrate school laptops as well as private devices, distributive software, and secure the environment at all. Students and teachers access all necessary apps and data securely via a web portal. Great partner participation today. More than 20 Matrix42 partners are today here at the Digital Workspace World. That's more than 50% in growth compared to last year. A warm welcome to our new partners, SVA and Vater ID from Germany, Taurus IT and Ambit from Spain, and Datastore from Switzerland. Please take your time and visit our partners. We want to say thank you as well for participation today. And we have a present for you. Everybody who is joining us today will receive a 20% discount voucher for our academy. We will send you the voucher right after the conference. So now it's time for us to take a closer look at the event platform. Boris will now explain you the most important parts of this great platform in more detail and how to find your way around. Boris, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Diana. Well, in order to make this conference happen, we thought it'd be nice if we not only stream this into the internet as long YouTube video, but give you the experience of a real conference platform where you could interact with each other like you could in real life. And if circumstances would have been different, we would have made an on-premise conference again, but this time, this one is so special because it allowed more than 1,000 people to actually come together and interact, which probably an on-premise event would not even make. Let's have a look at that platform that'll give you the chance to interact throughout the day and see what options you have in there. So perhaps Diana can help me browse through this. So what you could see is this is how it looks like when you enter the lobby of that conferencing system. And you'll find the ability to jump into each area by clicking on the round bubbles on the right and left of these areas. The next one is our info booth, where you can contact Matrix42 with any questions that you may have, as well as find information about today's agenda and then also our pricing, our contest that we're having today, our raffle, where you could win nice prizes. So just click on the icons and get into the chat with the people that you have here so that they can help you browse through the content today. Then we have one very interesting point, which is the Partners Expo area. From here, you have the ability to deep dive into all of our partners' exhibition areas and then get in contact with all those partners, where you could then even get into a chat with the partner directly. By selecting a chat partner, you'll see who's online. You just click on that specific person. A chat window opens up, and then you could just get your chat message out, get in contact with the people, and then, of course, have the ability to exchange information. So thank you that Diana posted something in my name to my colleague Alex. As we could see in a second, he's probably replying as well, wouldn't he? And then there he goes, and he sent us an answer. You have the ability to chat throughout the day. This is not only possible in a one-on-one, but you'll notice that there's a chat area that is even bigger than that, where you could browse across more than that with the tool. We have that chat area built into the platform that you could have a look at. It's called the community chat. And with that community chat, you have the ability, like all the people that you see here, to take your own icon and drag and drop it onto a bubble with other people, and that will bring you into that chat so that you could participate in that. If you feel like you want to have a private conversation with the people that you're in, you could just lock that chat with a little lock symbol on the right-hand corner, and it's as simple as that. And if you want to get out, you just pull yourself out again. As easy as that. This is the core platform piece today where you have the ability to get in touch with other people. In order to make it easier to find people, we've created little segments on that screen so that you could say, I want to talk, let's say, to workspace platform specialists. I would like to talk to endpoint management specialists. I'd like to meet a partner, whatsoever. So, which is why we've created the background so that it's easier for you to find areas on the screen and then find people in there. So feel free to use that and get in contact with people. And then, last but not least, in the platform, you also have the ability to look at the timetable. This is probably that segment where you want to find out what you want to see today. Because we have so many different sessions, as I said, it's 40 different sessions. You could browse through the content by hours and select the stuff that you would want to participate in, and just click on the participate or register button in order to get access to something, and you'll be popping right in there. So for every hour that we have, we've put each content into that specific segment available in here. And that said, I think you're ready to go through the conference all day and have the chance to use this facility as if it was an on-site conference. If at any time you have questions where you feel like you want to ask someone on how something happens and how it behaves, just go into the info booth and click on one of my colleagues, and they'll be right available to help you, or go into the community chat and pull it onto a Matrix42 person, and they'll be able to help you as well. As easy as that. And but when we just browse through that partner area, I think there's something that we should let people know, right, Diana? Isn't there something like a raffle that we have?
Exactly, Boris. We prepared a great raffle for you. It's a kind of searching game. Just click through the Matrix42 partner world and search for letters on the partner booth. On the bottom of each letter, there's a tiny number. So in total, there are 25 letters you need to find on the partner booth, and so there are 25 numbers on the bottom. Put the letters on the right number order together, and you will get a winning sentence. Send your solution to our email. This one is dww@matrix42.com, and win great prizes. Join our raffle. Click your way through each partner and have a look. I will give you a short example how this raffle works. So you see our platform, and then just click on partners. On the left, this is our info booth from Matrix42. And on the left side, you see partners, and just click on partners, and there you can see a document. And on this document, you see the letter with the number. So, exactly. On the Matrix42 info booth, you will find the explanation to the raffle too. At the very end, we will draw the first 3 winners. So join the raffle and get great prizes. I wish every one of you the best luck for it. So, I noticed that Boris has visited our CRO Dinko Arrow in the Matrix42 office. Be excited about the interesting input Dinko has for us. Let's go back to Boris.
Hey guys, I'm in front of the Matrix42 building and I'm going to interview the new kid on the block on the board. We're meeting Dinko Arrow, our new COO, and we're going to ask him about his view on digital workspaces. So let's get inside. Hey Dinko, how are you?
I'm very well, Boris. How are you?
Thank you, very good. Good to see you today. We've got Digital Workspace World going on and we wanted to ask you a few questions. We would be interested in your view on Matrix42 as an industry expert and long-term executive in the IT industry. So, what's your view?
Thank you very much, Boris, for this great question. You know what? I'm very happy in my life. I always work for the great companies and I'm extremely happy now to work for Matrix42. What I found here is, first of all, unbelievable setup on customers and partners globally in Europe. Really, really nice. I am so happy to learn from them. Secondly, I found a very cool team here, people who are agile, hardworking, but also having fun, also in this difficult times. Then I recognize we are enough big to be global company, but enough agile to answer the customer questions very fast, very agile. Third, I learned we have a great and cool products. We are really helping our customers to be leaders in their industries.
Dinko, you've seen so much over the last 25 years in the IT industry. Why do you think Matrix42 is relevant to all organizations?
You know what, I'm now 6 months within Matrix42 and I was thinking how I can explain my kids or my mother what we are doing. And I came to the conclusion, you wake up in the morning, you start to work, you use our software, and what we are really doing is we are connecting a human being with devices, applications, services, processes and platforms. As an outcome of that, there are few add values for you. First of all, we increase your user experience. It's very cool, it's very easygoing. Secondly, we increase your productivity so you can finish your work earlier and have a better work-life balance. Thirdly, we really reduce the cost for your company through our software. But even more important for me, we are giving something to the society. We are increasing the help for the schools, for the health institutions, for our software. That's always important in these times, even more important. At the end of the day, you have to less travel through our software. You can do the work flexible and remotely, secure and digital, so we help a lot environment around.
Matrix42 had several changes over the last several months. Why and which are those?
Thank you, Boris. We are just in the middle of the explosion of a different and positive changes within Matrix42. First of all, we are putting customer really in the center of everything what we are internally and externally doing. Secondly, we are simplifying and innovating our products. That will be very, very cool. Third, we are going international and global, so we can serve our customers around the globe. Fourth, we are going cloud. And all of that we want to do with our partners. Internally, to make all that happen, we are changing to the more agile, more cool, easygoing organization.
What would be that one thing that you'd want to tell our audience today?
Boris, may I say a few of them? Very simple, very nice things. First of all, dear participants, take a coffee. Secondly, if possible, close your email box. And thirdly, discover more with Matrix42.
Thank you very much, Dinko. With that, back to the studio, back to Diana.
Thank you, Dinko, for the interesting input and the great interview. I also have other exciting news that I would like to show you now. Most innovative UEM vendors. Cupping & Cole named Matrix42 as overall leader in the market for unified endpoint management. Matrix42 has been recognized as a product, innovation, and technology leader. Martin Köppinger says that Matrix42 is among the most innovative vendor in the UEM market. You can listen to Martin in his keynote today at 11 a.m. Asset discovery like never before with Firescope version 4.3. Firescope offers a real-time pictures of your applications, assets, and their dependencies. The new version delivers fantastic features like 17 times faster maps and multiple visual improvements. Please visit our Firescope booth and book a live demo. Special promotion. Are you interested in the Firescope solution? We offer our customers a special price of €1 until the end of the year. Therefore, we tailor different Firescope suites to your needs. Please contact your partner or Matrix42 to discover more. Gartner included Matrix42 in its 2020 Magic Quadrant. According to Gartner, the Matrix42 SAM suite has their strength in the unified user experience and the integration of third-party tools. That allows our users to share data and reduces the need to operate different systems. Matrix42 is ISO 27001 certified. Matrix42 took the path to get the ISO standard number 27001 certification. ISO 27001 is an international standard on how to manage information security. We are very proud that we achieved the ISO 27001 certification last month. So, you are certainly wondering where we are and how such an event is produced. Boris will show you our great TV studio and takes you backstage.
So, thank you, Diana. Well, as she said, this is a TV studio, and while you used to be at conferences where we have large premises like conferencing centers or large hotels that we prepared for you so that you could walk around and have a look at everything, it, for you as a guest, probably felt like, oh, I just have to get into that room and then something happens. But usually making a conference is always a big thing for those who produce it, because you want to make sure that timetables work out. You want to make sure that speakers are looking good that day, you know, and you want to make sure that everything goes right and the content is right, and you go back home, while on your way back home you say, well, it was worth the travel. When doing a conference in a studio, it's a totally different thing. It's in a studio, everything needs to be made by the second. And in the studio, it doesn't just take the speaker who's standing in front and then a few people in the back, but it takes like a whole studio and setting and a lot of people working in the background and behind the scenes so that this can be a live stream to your home. So I want to take you around and have a little look at such a studio so that you get an idea about what it feels like. The studio consists of plenty of cameras and people with little earplugs and a lot of technology like cameras that drive around that you could wave up and down by your hand, which is a cool thing. I like that. That's a fun part of the role that I have today. But then I want to take you to the back scene so that you know what we're doing here. This studio scene consists of several kilometers of cable, although it's just a small room. You have to imagine that there's an extra power for this building just to make sure that all the lights and all the internet connections and all the different cameras could actually work. So it's a very special scening. And as you can see, there's plenty of people working back in the director's area, making sure that you always see the right thing and do not get confused by where Boris is at, where Diana is at, or something else. So it takes quite a lot to make this a nice conference scene for you. And while I said that, well, you might have noticed it's not even that big, but it has like 20 people working in the background making sure this one is a good conference for you. Such a conference thing is so difficult because, as I said, we need to keep it by the second when we're online. For instance, we're calling up people to talk to them. We want to make sure that we do not have latency on the internet connection. We're relying on streaming services. We need to have right encoders, etc. So there's a lot of things that must not go wrong, which is why we're so thankful having a cool studio team that makes this one happen for us, but then most ultimately for you. while I have the chance to walk around this studio, and I'm the only lucky guy today, probably not having to wear the mask because I want to talk to you all day long, then all the others, of course, have to keep a little distance, which makes it even more complicated to generate such content for you. And while I have the ability to walk around this studio, you might be sitting in front of your desk all day long trying to follow me, following the team that we have, but then you might need a little workout as well. We want to make sure that you get out of the chair today as well and do not stick on it all day long, but have the chance to get up and move a little more. And to have that, we've generated a health track on the agenda. You'll find that that's the second line on the agenda. And then what you'll find is a workout session where we've hired a workout trainer who did something for you, who created a little video for you that you could use to have a look on how workouts could work from the Matrix42 office. And I'd say in order to get you a little movement and get you as warm as I am, you better have a look at that video and do your workout now. See you in a second.
Hi guys, how you doing? Manasa here from Manasa Fitness, and welcome to our digital workspace world here at Matrix42. Today it's all about your work-life balance. That's why I've got some exercises waiting for you. You can actually do at home or in your office. Are you ready? Then let's go upstairs to our home office gym. Let's go. So you can imagine after sitting at home, like being on this position all the time for about 6-8 hours. You've had this experience before. After a while, your neck is hurting, your lower back is hurting. That's why you need to actually, get up and do some exercises just to make sure your mobility, that stiffness is out, and just to make sure like you reduce your pain all the time. I see all this every day with my clients. That's why today, for our exercises, we're just gonna be working on our mobility just to make sure that you move right and you get rid of the pain. Okay, you ready? Let's go. So to be more comfortable here, you don't need so much. All you need is just probably like a mat and probably a towel, and then you're good to go. Okay, ready? Let's go. Okay, so like I said, today we're just gonna start off with some mobility work. So the first exercise for today, we're just gonna be stretching our hamstrings, our calves, and then our lower backs, okay? So we're gonna do this 10 times, okay? And the exercise, it goes like this. So you're gonna bend forward, keeping your knees straight, your hands on the mat like this, and then you keep on going forward all the way to here. And then when you're here, you're gonna start moving all the way to the back, and then you come up. That's one. So we're gonna do this 10 times, okay? Let's go. All the way to the front, to here, keeping your knees straight, and you come up. That's one. And you come up, okay? That's two. You can do this on your time. You don't need to be quick on this. Take your time, and you come up. That's three. All the way to here and back. That's four. Okay, so 5 more times. Go all the way to the front here.
What you could do today. It's really interesting to follow the guy. They asked me to do the gig, but I said, I can't, I have a little itching in my shoulder, so we let him do that stuff. And so, well, I thought it'd be nice if we had someone who could say a little more about how we as a company behave and how we act, just because this is not my show, but this is the Matrix42 show. And there's one guy who could probably tell most about Matrix42 of them all, and that guy I'd like to welcome is our CEO, Oliver Bendig. So, welcome, Oliver. How are you today?
Hey, Boris, I'm very well. Man, more than 1,000 registrations.
That's the largest one that we've ever had. This is
Wow,
a cool
I can
one.
remember customer days and digital workspace worlds where we just were a few dozen people, more than 1,000 registrations. That's amazing.
Right. The first thing that you and I built up together in 2009 was a little conference that we had in Bad Soden, and it was barely 100 people, and now we have over 1,000, which is a cool thing that I think that we have achieved.
Yeah.
And so thank you to our customers for being with us for so long and being with our conferences. Oliver, I wanted to take the chance to ask you about, like every year, about the review on what we've seen over the year, because another year has passed. It was a very interesting year for the whole world, I'd say, not only for Matrix42, but then what happened over the last year with Matrix42? What's the story that you could tell?
Well, it's a different world by now, right? I mean, 12 months ago, since we met the last time, a lot of things changed. I mean, outside and inside at Matrix42. But I mean, if I look at the digital workspace as a whole, I mean, this whole COVID thing and pandemic is a tectonic shift in the way how people work and manage the digital workspace. And I want to touch actually on 4 main things. Number 1 is customers, right? Number 2 is innovation. Number 3 is people, and number 4 is finance. And if I look at the customer side, I mean, in the first 3 quarters of this year, we have won 210 new clients, which is an amazing result. And also, if I look at existing customers, I mean, as you know, we are a very customer-focused, customer-centric organization. We have now more than 5,000 customers that we have the honor to serve them and guide them also through this very difficult time. And we're a very data-driven company, as you know, and we measure things like Net Promoter Score and renewal rates. And if I just look at our contract renewal rate, it's at amazing 99%, which gives us actually good feedback that customers, that you like what we do and we appreciate the partnership. But also in terms of Net Promoter Score, it's a very important KPI for us. We are around 42% of Net Promoter Score, which leads us to the top third of all software vendors in the world. So that's pretty exciting. I mean, we have won amazing new projects. We've literally seen customers that have purchased thousands of laptops and devices overnight and deployed it with our solutions and secured it. So that makes us proud, and we hope we can help a little bit to guide these customers and our customers through this pandemic. If I look at the second topic, innovation, I mean, the whole day will be about what we have worked on and cooked the last several months. I mean, last year at this conference, we promised several new updates that we have delivered, things to better manage the cloud, from a management perspective, but also security-wise and cost-wise. We have launched cloud expense management, service desk analytics, new AI and machine learning capabilities with our chatbot. So Dirk Eisenberg, our CTO, he will talk more about it, but a lot of innovation that we have built into the platform. Also our Matrix42 DevOps approach, I'm very excited about this, that people can build their own apps on our platform. It's amazing stuff what people can do with it. So please have a look at this today. In terms of the third topic I wanted to talk about in terms of updates, is about organization, right? And people. And what we have done the last several months is we have changed also a lot internally at Matrix42 to better serve our customers. So actually we've built a matrix organization within the matrix, right? With core processes and more focused on customers and customer-centric operations. And we added new people to the team, changed responsibilities. I'm super happy and proud that Dinko, whom we've just heard, joined as COO and helps us to move the company forward, but also Roberto Cassetta as Chief Revenue Officer, Dirk as CTO, and you and the rest of the senior leadership team. I mean, we're more than 450 people by now, right? And we're preparing, and we have prepared the last several months, our company for further growth. And then also, I think what's interesting for customers is the fourth topic is finance, because especially during this difficult time, we understand that customers want a reliable and need a reliable partner when it comes to strategic projects. And I'm actually happy and proud, and we are grateful that we are coming personally as Matrix42 through this pandemic quite good. We have double-digit growth in our P&L. We have more than 80% growth in our cloud and subscription business worldwide. We are internationalizing. In fact, we have scaled up our international business in the last 2 years, more than doubled this. So we've opened offices in France, in Italy, in Spain, in Eastern Europe, and just recently in the US. And I think one of the most exciting things also in terms of updates is our acquisition of US-based software vendor Firescope. Yeah, it provides us more functionality into the platform. It's a logical fit because Firescope provides dependency mapping, asset intelligence, and performance. So we help customers to move with Firescope to the cloud, but also we use this as a vehicle for the US go-to-market.
We have sessions for Firescope throughout the day, so we want to make sure that people have the chance to look into those as well. So you could learn about Firescope throughout the day, and then also we've mentioned that promotion. But then that was the back look, Oliver. That was the past. Looking forward, could you give us a word about the strategy that we're following? Where do we go next?
Yeah, look, I do a keynote in a couple of minutes, so hopefully people will join and listen to that and share more about the future outlook. But look, our mission remains the same, right? We are simplifying and securing digital work, right? And by intention, it says digital work and not just digital workspace, because we see that the workspace spreads across the edge, the workspace, and the cloud, and we want to manage and secure all of it, right? That's the mandate that we have from our customers. And if you look at strategy and where we want to be, I mean, some analysts call us the market leader for digital workspace in Europe, but we want to be the market leader in the world, and that's actually our goal.
Thank you very much, Oliver, for that insight. And while you say that the route that we're taking and how we achieve things, I think every year at this conference type of thing, we're giving away what we call the Innovation Award, because we want to honor great projects from great people. And I thought it'd be nice if we take the chance to, while you're on stage right now, do this thing together and have a look at what we had today.
Sure. Innovation Award is most exciting for me every year. Good.
So let's get this rolling. I think we should have the chance to then perhaps have a look at whom we can have this year as a winner, because we have several applicants. Like every year, we've asked all of our customers, do you have anything that you think is worth it, being an innovation, as we call it, and have your project highlighted on this stage. And out of the various applicants that we have, we've chosen two, like every year, who'd be receiving this award. And
we're super proud to announce it today.
We're super proud to announce it today. And so for everyone out there, the first winner for the Innovation Awards 2020 is
Gedore.
And so
welcome, guys.
Welcome. It's quite nice to have you here today. Hope you can hear us well.
We can hear you. Yes.
So
Perfect.
first of all, congratulations for the award.
Yeah, I think this is great achievement, and congratulations from my side as well. So we have several people in the call. We have Frank Heisig, we have David Wagner, and we have Mr. Pardon, I forgot your name. Apologies. So
Mr. Kind.
Mr. Kind, sorry, apologies for that. So yeah, and Mr. Kind, and so the project at Gedore, actually you did a weird thing. You did not say we have that one thing that we did very well, but you gave us 3 different projects that you applied with in order to get a chance to win this award, and they're all 3 cool things. Could you give us a short summary about what they are?
Oh, we couldn't decide which one was the coolest, so. We did implement a small tool that actually allows us to audit administrative accounts. So you could just order an administrative account in the service store. It will then expire within 1 year, and you have to extend the account every single year, and your manager has to approve it. So what we achieved with that one is that we have the chance to audit all the accounts without the need to really look into it every single year, because we are a pretty small organization. We just don't have the resources to audit it every single year. So we just implemented that to get them expiring and get them in the process.
That's pretty cool. I mean, it's all about automation. I mean, when I read your description of the project, I think that's a very good example what you can use and how you can use the platform to automate. So once again, thank you very much for this great project and also for your partnership. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
So Thank you very much. Perhaps one thing, because I'm interested, I see that fancy car in the background, so just to let the world know, Ghidorah is doing what exactly? So.
We are not about cars. We are a tool manufacturer.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, it's hand tools, so it's not power tools.
Mm-hmm.
And we're one of the industry leaders of quality tools. So you may not recognize us in the private sector. It's just more in the business sector.
And if I may ask one more question, because I also see our partner consulting for IT in the virtual chat here, David. So what's the role of the partner in this project? Can you describe quickly? So we can't hear you.
We can't hear
You're
you.
on mute.
Okay, sorry. Yes,
There you go.
we help our partners to realize their ideas. They are really innovative with their ideas, and they are just doing the sparring with us, and we are helping to build that solutions which a customer has in his mind.
Pretty cool. So once again, congratulations to the Innovation Award. A great project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and well-deserved, guys, well-deserved. Thank you. So, but then as we have, as I mentioned before, we do not only have a single one, but every year we have 2 innovation awards that we hand out to our customers, just because there's so many that we would want to hand out, and so we decided to have that second one. And you already know it, and our second winner is
Stadtwerke Erfurt.
And we have to do that. And we have to be fair. Hi, guys. It wouldn't be nice asking the Stadtwerke on what they actually do. So for the English audience out there, it's utilities, municipal utilities. But then it wouldn't be fair to say you're the Stadtwerke, because actually you're the Stadtwerke Erfurt Digital, right?
Yes.
So I want to welcome Jan Rotzek and then also Jan Scheffel from the consulting partner FutureDat. Nice to have you here, guys, and congratulations for the prize. What's the project that you could describe that we've awarded for you for?
Yes, we are a company with 16, we are a headquarter and from a concern with 16 companies, and we automate our service platform with Matrix and automate the service for SAP. Our FutureDat partner can say a lot of more, I would say.
So then, Jan, how do you describe that then?
Yes, well, the biggest effort of the project is that we build up a connection to the SAP system so that we can bring transparency to the IT costs and verrechnen wie
cross-charging, yeah.
Yeah, we're cross-charging all the IT costs right from the Matrix42 service management through the SAP, so that the 16 companies can get their invoice in fast time and in the correct way.
This is a fairly cool thing, then doing that connection right into the ERP so that the actual charging happens, and that's definitely worth an award.
And quite a good example of the power of the platform. I mean, also, we hear this quite often, this dilemma at the moment, to innovate and at the same time to save costs and to have better cross-charging is a good thing. So also, exciting project. When I read the summary about the innovation project, pretty cool stuff. Thank you.
And then perhaps the one thing that made it for me become that one innovation thing is that when I read the description originally, and it said that there were more than several 10,000 registrations for service bookings in the backlog that had to be put forward and then automatically be caught up with into the SAP system, so that the whole service term has been calculated correctly in SAP. That was quite impressive, and that's really something, great job, great project. Thank you very much for that effort, and thanks for sharing it with us, and well-deserved congratulations once more.
Absolutely, and thanks again for your partnership, looking forward to catch up.
So
Good.
Talk to you soon. Well, thank you very much and goodbye. And then
Goodbye.
Oliver, Thank you very much for taking the time. I guess we're hearing you and your keynote in a minute, and I'd like to say thank you, and I hope to see you later on in the chat area, because that's what people expect, you not to only hold the keynote, but then also be around to answer questions all day long, right?
I will be virtually around all day long, and I'll see you in the chat. I want to see you there. Yeah, take care. Bye-bye.
So, thank you, Oliver. And then, we've been talking about that framework agreement that we have had in the public sector, and as I said before, we might want to give a little more insight into that with a little interview that we've prepared. And so we've got a connection set up, hopefully, to someone else, and is there, yeah, next up is a little interview that I would like to hold. It's all about the federal agreement. It's with Dirk Schlösser from Bechtle and Sven-Gerrit Schmidt. How are you, Dirk? I can't hear you. Dirk?
Good morning. I feel good, and I'm happy to be here.
What's your exact role with Bechtle?
I'm a sales leader for public sector in the German federal government.
Sven, good morning to you as well. How's life?
Thank you, Boris. Hello, Dirk.
Good morning.
Greetings from Berlin. It's a great day, and I'm happy to be here in this conference talking about federal government.
And what's your role in detail?
Yeah, I'm strategic account manager in public sector since 1.5 years, working in public sector since 20 years now.
And Dirk, how long has Bechtle been dealing in the public sector, and what's the focus?
Bechtle has been active in the public sector for more than 20 years and has an annual turnover of more than 2 billion euros per year. We support our customers in the area of consulting, managed service and delivery of infrastructures. We are the largest infrastructure provider for the federal government.
Sven, we've just closed that federal agreement, and can you tell us what it's for? What do we want to achieve?
Yes, our goal with that contract is to make the purchase and service around Matrix42 products as easy and fast as possible for most of the federal government agencies in Germany. And we think with Bechtle we found the best partner for serving the needs of our customer in federal with the best available prices without the need for them to do any further public tenders. And I'm happy to greet Dirk this morning. So therefore we can streamline the procurement and decision processes at our federal customers a lot.
What solutions are part of the agreement?
Federal agencies can purchase all products from Matrix42, including secure unified endpoint management, enterprise service management, and our digital workspace platform, plus all services, including support, consulting, training, and assorted third-party products from our marketplace inside the Kaufhaus des Bundes.
Dirk, when someone is from a public authority is interested in Matrix42, how could you help them then, potentially, like from Bechtle?
Bechtle has the highest partner status at Matrix42. At Bechtle Bonn, employees will be able to support you in projects with Matrix42.
Sven, what are the main challenges for the public sector in terms of digitalization of the workspace then?
Yeah, we think the German public sector is struggling with the pace of digitization and the urgent need for modernization. So if we look at examples like Onlinezugangsgesetz, where all services towards the citizens shall be digitized by 2023, these are huge tasks which can only work out by solving the dilemma of federalism and the disparate silo development in each government branch and state. So there's an urgent need for automation of processes with Matrix42, which can release a lot of IT staff and users from time-consuming routine tasks and free resources for the important future endeavors. We think that in the end, only standardization, IT automation, and streamlined IT tenders and procurement help to secure the people and resources needed. And there's a special need for usability and also security in times of COVID because of the growing force of home office users out there also in public sector. So we're ready to work hand in hand with our customers and also Bechtle to solve the needs with our software made in Germany and therefore also solving the need for digital sovereignty in the state of Germany.
Thank you guys very much for the insights of the short interview. One last thing that you'd like to say to our public and federal customers, Sven?
You can readily get into contact. This contract is ready for purchase right now, and I hope you get a lot of input and a lot of content, and hope you liked our short interview.
And then Dirk, last word from you to the audience, perhaps?
I wish you a good day at this online conference. Thank you, Boris and Sven.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys, and goodbye. So there's that federal framework agreement that I hope as many of our participants as possible would have a chance to use, and I can only encourage you to get in contact with specifically Bechtle, or contact us, or like we heard before, it's not only with Bechtle, but then also by the support of other partners. But then make sure that you get in contact with us in order to use it. You see me, I'm walking around in this scene, and I think there's a little more that you could discover today. We have not only that physical workout that we provide to you, but we also have a speaker who is doing something that's more for your soul rather than your body. And it's interesting because if you like follow her show on the agenda that it says gratitude makes you happy, and it's featured at 11 o'clock. And what you learn is that this little smartphone thing here could change your life forever. And what she does with the little smartphone is she doesn't use it. But she tells you on how to wait until you actually use it. And do we have the chance to have a little look into how she does that? Do we have a little scene that we could look into that, perhaps? Is that possible from... need to check with my directors. Yeah. So we're preparing that for you, and it's definitely worth having a look. And of course, all the content is pre-recorded, is recorded today throughout the day, so that you have the chance to then also get an interview or an insight into it later on. But can we have a short scene on the video? All right. So let it roll.
Hallo, mein Name ist Nicole Müller und ich lade euch ein, wenn ihr möchtet, mit mir ein Experiment zu machen. Ich zähle jetzt von 5 rückwärts und bei 0 hast du gleich dein Handy in der Hand. Fertig? Los geht's. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Hast du dein Handy? Sehr gut. Und jetzt suche mal einen ganz lieben Menschen raus. Einem, dem du Danke sagen möchtest. Für irgendwas, was dieser Mensch in letzter Zeit Gutes für dich getan hat, oder auch für ein schönes gemeinsames Erlebnis. Schreibe ihm eine Dankesbotschaft und schicke diese Nachricht bitte noch nicht ab. Ja, ich glaube, ihr macht gerade alle ganz angestrengte Gesichter und einige von euch denken noch nach. Und das ist richtig so. Jetzt legen wir mal das Handy zur Seite. Dazu kommen wir später nochmal. Ihr denkt also nach und nehmt euch Zeit. Und genauso ist es mit der Dankbarkeit. Sie braucht Zeit. Zeit, die guten Dinge zu sehen, die uns gegeben werden, um sie dann zum Ausdruck zu bringen. Die Digitalisierung vermittelt uns, dass alles in Sekunden geschieht. Aber nur weil ich eine Nachricht in Sekunden versenden kann, heißt das nicht, dass sie auch in Sekunden entstanden ist. Und weil die Welt immer schneller wird, ist es, wie ich finde, unsere Aufgabe, menschliche Werte zu erhalten und zu leben. Das schafft Verbundenheit und Nähe zu anderen und stärkt unser eigenes Wohlbefinden. Und um Glück, Lebensfreude und Zufriedenheit geht es auch in der positiven Psychologie. Und als Happiness-Trainerin fasziniert mich alles rund um das Thema Dankbarkeit. Und sie hat meinen Blick auf das Leben grundsätzlich verändert. Denn sie hilft uns, das Gute zu finden. Und ich bin davon überzeugt, du kannst das auch. Denn das Schöne daran ist, dass sie für jeden zugänglich ist. Egal, ob arm oder reich, jung oder alt. Sie dient uns als Sprungbrett zu mehr Güte und Zufriedenheit. Dankbarkeit macht mich zufriedener. Und wenn ich zufriedener bin, bin ich glücklicher. Und wenn ich glücklicher bin, bin ich gesünder. Und wenn ich gesünder bin, erhöhe ich meine Lebenserwartung. Ist Dankbarkeit also eine gute Medizin? Die Antwort lautet ja. Denn sie fördert nachweislich das emotionale und körperliche Wohlbefinden. Und genau das hat Professor Emmons in den USA mit seinen langjährigen weltweiten Studien herausgefunden. Und jetzt wird's spannend. Wusstet ihr, dass 1/3 der Deutschen sich dauerhaft gestresst fühlt? Und Emmons erstaunliches Ergebnis dazu ist, mit nur kleinen Dankbarkeitsübungen reduziert sich das Stresshormon Cortisol im Blut. Dankbarkeit ist also ein echter Stresskiller. Laut der Weltgesundheitsorganisation WHO leiden ungefähr 5% der Deutschen an Depressionen. Und jetzt haltet euch fest, die Studie konnte nachweisen, dass das Führen eines Dankbarkeitstagebuchs die Wahrscheinlichkeit, an einer Depression zu erkranken, um 41% reduziert. Sind das nicht erstaunliche Ergebnisse? Und dazu fällt mir eine Geschichte ein, die mir vor einigen Monaten genauso passiert ist. Es war spät, ich war auf dem Weg nach Hause von der Arbeit und kurz vor meiner Abfahrt war Stau, ein Unfall. Und es ging wirklich nichts mehr. Und anfangs war ich wahrscheinlich genauso genervt wie alle Autofahrer um mich herum auch. Und dann bildeten wir eine ganz ordentliche Rettungsgasse und warteten. Und dann kamen sie. Rettungswagen Nummer 1, dann kam Rettungswagen Nummer 2, die Polizei. Und als Rettungswagen Nummer 3 vorbeifährt, fange ich an, dankbar zu sein. Dankbar dafür, nur hier im Stau zu stehen und nicht 500 Meter weiter vorne, mitten im Unfall. Und es folgten sogar noch Rettungswagen 4, 5 und 6. Aber was soll ich sagen? Ab Rettungswagen Nummer 3 war mein Stresslevel auf 0. Denn Dankbarkeit stoppt negative Emotionen. Es ist unmöglich, sich gleichzeitig zu ärgern und echte Dankbarkeit zu empfinden. Probiert's ruhig mal aus. Tja, und wo verbringen wir denn die meiste Zeit? Richtig, am Arbeitsplatz. Und damit doch der perfekte Ort zum Üben. Es wäre also von Vorteil, wenn ein moderner Arbeitgeber eine Unternehmenskultur unterstützt, die von Wertschätzung und Dankbarkeit geprägt ist. Aber wie erzeuge ich jetzt diese Offenheit im Geist? Ist der Arbeitsplatz tatsächlich der richtige Ort für Dankbarkeit? Fakt ist, dass Danken und wirtschaftlicher Erfolg ebenfalls eng miteinander zusammenhängen. Übrigens sollte es dafür nicht genug Bewusstsein in deinem Unternehmen geben, komme ich gerne mit meiner Keynote auch mal bei euch vorbei. Ist also eine Beförderung oder eine Gehaltserhöhung wirklich der einzige Weg zu danken oder geht es auch anders? Und hier kommt ein tolles Beispiel. Es war einer der heißesten Sommer mit absoluten Rekordtemperaturen. Und meine Kollegen in der Lufthansa Technik sollten einen Rückstau abarbeiten. Und sie kamen freiwillig an ihren Wochenenden und sogar an ihren schichtfreien Tagen. Und jetzt kommt's. Als alle gerade so vor sich hinschwitzten, bimmelt es draußen. Und ein Eiswagen fährt vor. Den hatte der Leiter als Dankeschön organisiert. Mann, was haben die sich gefreut. Solche Aktionen schaffen wichtige zwischenmenschliche Verbindungen und Nähe auch im Arbeitsumfeld. Und übrigens, Mitarbeiter und Kollegen, die diese Nähe spüren, sind deutlich zufriedener, produktiver und wechseln weniger. Aber wie danke ich jetzt meinem Kollegen so mitten im stressigen Arbeitsalltag? Ganz einfach. Komm raus aus deiner Komfortzone. Danke deinem Vorgesetzten, deinen Kollegen, deinen Auftraggebern für die schnelle Hilfe, für die Rückmeldungen oder auch für die Aufträge. Ganz egal, siehe die guten Dinge in deinem Umfeld und bringe diesen Dank dann zum Ausdruck. Aber ganz wichtig, bleib dabei ehrlich und authentisch, denn das ist wirklich entscheidend, ob beim Gegenüber wirklich was ankommt. Einmal eingepflanzt, trägt so eine Dankbarkeitskultur Früchte. Die Neurowissenschaft sagt, das Hirn nimmt die Form an, die der Geist ihm vorgibt.
So, you think that was just an impression of what you could hear? Like we have a 20-minute session with Nicole Müller. Thank you very much for that little insight already. But I wanted to take the chance to, while we just had the Innovation Awards, to already let you know we're collecting already, right? You could already apply for the Innovation Award for next year. If you think you have a project that's worth it, then let your account manager at Matrix42 or your partner know on what you achieved, and we'll put in that into the bucket already. We'll call you then next year by the time that we're ready, because we already know next year will be Digital Workspace World as well, of course. And not only that we're doing the Innovation Award, but we want to make sure that you get most out of your solutions, which is why it's so important for us to have all of our partners with us today as well, because they are our ecosystem that helps us drive innovation to you, because they're close to you, they understand what your challenges are and help you get most out of Matrix42 software with their with their talent to actually identify how to use the software best in your environment. And that said, please take the chance today to browse into the partner network that we have in this conference and pass by all those partners, not only to collect like the little letters for the raffle, but also to have a little chat here and there, because what you might notice is that our ecosystem would not only help you install software, but they also have little add-ons for the software that are not only available through our marketplace, but that they provide themselves. And feel free to look at what they actually do as little add-ons to make Matrix42 software even better than it is today. So that's definitely worth a look. And also, of course, if you've not done so, pass by our marketplace team and look at what highlights they have for you. So another highlight that I would want to point out is, like you've heard Oliver Bendig talk with me about the last 12 months, and then I asked him to look into the future a little. I'm interested in more of that perspective, and I would want to ask him to jump on now and give us his keynote and his view about digital workspaces and the future and how our customers get most out of it. So that said, let it roll, Oliver.
Welcome to the Digital Workspace World 2020, the first time that we do this conference fully virtual. Unfortunately, we can't meet each other in person this time because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And speaking about this pandemic, it is clear that this is a tectonic shift in the way how we work and also live. And we as Matrix42, we want to show today and share with you how we can help customers to guide through this pandemic. Because if I look at COVID-19, it's not just a technology and work challenge, it is a society or challenge for the society as a whole. And we as Matrix42, we want to contribute and we want to help you to guide through this pandemic. Because how I see this is that at the moment, many of you have found their way to guide through this stormy weather. You found your safe passage somehow to send your people to home office and to work remotely. But now, from now normal to next normal is also a big journey. And we want to help you to go safely and ride safely through this journey. So if I look at the COVID-19 pandemic and the last several months, what kind of projects we have seen and what kind of customer engagements we had, there are a few examples that impressed me a lot. And we want to share this today, hopefully that you can also learn and understand and maybe use that for your own purposes. When this pandemic started, the health system was, and it still is, under big pressure. And a very exciting example is actually the health system and the hospitals in Italy, especially starting with the hospital in Milan and Bergamo. They approached us when this pandemic started with the challenge that they need to provide tablets and mobile devices to patients in the emergency rooms before they actually get connected to a breathing machine. And the reason why this is such an emotional project for us is, of course, these people, they did not know if they wake up later on after they got connected to the breathing machine. So with our solutions, we helped this customer and also the patients to work on tablets and to do calls with their loved ones and with their families. And this is just one example how Matrix42 and how the digital workspace can help to improve work and life and also ideally health. A second very impressive example how Matrix42 solutions can help during this pandemic is our customer County of Karlsruhe. They have done amazing things with our platform because during this pandemic, the County of Karlsruhe had the challenge that they need to provide real-time infection rates from their subsidiaries to a central location. So they have built an application on top of our platform that can provide this data in real time through an app. Amazing result and an amazing use case. And one very good example how Matrix42 can help to use the digital workspace for good. There are so many examples from the last several months since this pandemic started, how Matrix42 and the digital workspace helped for good. And we would like to encourage you to share your story. We have created this initiative, Digital Workspace for Good. So please share your story also with the hashtag DW for Good, and we would like to hear from you. As mentioned, many of you have found their safe passage through this pandemic. It's a little bit like driving with a car through the rain. So we all expect to see light and sun on the horizon, but at the moment it is very stormy weather. And the analogy that I use to explain that this COVID-19 pandemic is not just risk, it is also about opportunity, is actually a quote from famous Formula One driver Ayrton Senna. He once said, "It's impossible to overtake 15 cars during sunny weather, but it is possible if it is rainy." So please also see this pandemic as something that accelerates change. It is the acceleration of acceleration for digital work. So yes, there's a risk because so many things are changing, but there's also big opportunity for all of us to change the way how we consume, the way how we manage, and the way how we secure IT and the workspace for the future. What I mean with that is that you can structure this COVID-19 pandemic and the impact on IT in 3 big phases: respond, recover, and renew. And if we look at respond, it was all about sending people very fast to home office that they can stay productive. But it was very much an ad hoc approach. We have seen customers that have purchased thousands of laptops ad hoc and remotely managed it with Matrix42 to make sure that everybody can work from home office. The second phase, recover, was all about optimization. Optimization in terms of security, optimization in terms of processes, optimization in the way how people communicate and interact then with corporate IT. Right? But you can still call this the now normal, because the next normal, we believe, is something that is happening right now. It is at the renew phase. And the good thing that we see in this COVID-19 pandemic, the one good thing is that this can be used to change the way how you manage, secure, and work with IT on the long run. So in renew phase, it is all about a strategic approach to change the way how the digital workspace gets provided to your users. So it's a lot about cost optimization. It's about self-service. It's about machine learning and artificial intelligence. It's about a platform that gives you answers before you even ask the question. We have seen complete organizations transforming their business just within a few days. And one very good example is actually a customer of ours is GameNet. And what GameNet had as a challenge is, during the COVID pandemic and this response phase, there was a lockdown. So the way how people changed their social behavior is that they were also using the GameNet service, which is a gaming platform, right? Quite intense. So what GameNet had to do is they needed to upgrade and transform their organization and also send their people to remote office and used Matrix42 technology to easily and fast deploy applications and services to their users. The second phase, recover. During the recovery phase in this COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen optimizations, and we have actually consulted you, our customers, in exactly that way. Because after the first ad hoc phase was covered, during recovery, it was about security, optimizing, and making sure that people are prepared that this is not over within just a few weeks. This is actually a marathon. This goes on for a very long time. But this is what we call also the now normal. It's the reality right now. And a good example of that is actually our customer Capita. They are in consulting services and they consult a lot of customers. And their big challenge was how they can make sure that their users can work remotely quite fast with apps, with services, with self-service. And they used our solutions to provide that within just a few days and weeks. And the third phase is the renew phase. And the renew phase means our next normal. And frankly, we don't know yet how the next normal looks like, but we need to prepare for the unpredicted future. A very good example for the renew phase is our customer Hartrott. They're a leader in logistics. They are active in more than 80 countries with more than 160 subsidiaries. And the reason why it is a good example is because they had to renew their IT infrastructure and the way how they provide services to their end users quite fast. So it is a lot about automation, workflows, and self-service, so that Hartrott is able to provide applications, services through a service catalog, fully automated, and then also cross-charged to the right department. And this helps obviously also in this pandemic, because most of you approached us that they have one big challenge. This is, on the one side, I need to innovate, I need to transform my IT more to the cloud and create more innovation, but at the same time, you have cost pressure and you have the need to optimize your business and prepare for the unpredictable impact, economic impact on COVID-19 on your business. And this is a dilemma. And where we can help as Matrix42 is optimize your processes, help you to save costs that you can use to invest into innovation. I hope these examples explain why we are so passionate about the digital workspace and to help you, to guide you through this time of uncertainty. Because our vision is to simplify and secure digital work. So with you, we want to discover more. And this is why this conference is called Discover More. And let me share you a few updates about our going forward plan and what else we are doing to improve the digital workspace on the long run. If you look at the digital workspace today, it is already spread across many devices. And we as Matrix42, we believe the digital workspace will even further spread across the cloud and even to the edge. So one very good example is this notion of containerization and Kubernetes. Because we are masters in managing and securing the workspace, apps, data, and devices and processes. And if you look at the digital workspace, how it is transforming, more and more of these services are provided out of the cloud. So it's a logical step for us to provide better security, orchestration, and management for cloud services. And looking at Kubernetes, that means for us, our own solutions need to be available as containerized applications and to be better provided out of our cloud. But the second thing is we need to work and need to improve and need to provide the way how we manage and secure modern applications. So what you can expect from us is more focus on also containerized apps so that we can manage and secure those. But on the other side of that stack, we have the edge. And the edge is mainly driven through this IT and OT merge. Information technology and operation technology continue to merge together. And what I mean with that is that the edge is about sensors, actors, IoT-based devices, also mainly driven with the 5G network that we are seeing now spreading across the globe. So we have more devices out there on the edge, we have more applications on the cloud, but it all is floated through the workspace. So our vision is to manage and secure the edge to the workspace to the cloud. In the last several months, we have done many changes and additions to our product portfolio. And the best way to describe it, to describe the Matrix42 Digital Workspace product portfolio is a diamond. Why? Because a diamond has two very key characteristics. Number one, it's a very robust element. Number two, it has a high value, and that's how we look at our product portfolio. It should provide high value to you. But let me explain you how the product portfolio is structured today and going forward, because we address the old normal, we address the now normal, and we will address the next normal with that portfolio. So on the one side, we look at it from a security perspective. It is about devices and managing devices and securing devices, applications, and data. We call this secure unified endpoint management because we bring together what belongs together. A managed device is a secure device. A secure device must be a managed device. And the second part of that product portfolio graphic is related to productivity. It's about processes and costs, helping to optimize your IT infrastructure that you can provide a better service to your users. We call this enterprise service management because we've seen many projects from you where we do not just implement optimization for IT processes, but also for business processes, in facility management, in HR, and others. So it's a lot about self-service and it's a lot about cost optimization. And that is all sitting on a very powerful and unified digital workspace platform. And the beauty about this platform is that it can be optimized to your needs by you, by yourself. Underneath of that is workflows, a low-code, no-code platform that can help you to guide you through this journey to the next normal. And a good example is what we provide you with the Matrix42 DevOps approach. We enable you to build own applications, own configurations, modifications on our platform, and use it and extend it and even share it across multiple systems, from test to development or development to test to production. Also, a great addition to our product portfolio. In this platform, we have connectors, we have service desk analytics, we have cloud expense management that helps you to guide you through the cloud and optimize costs in the cloud. A very, very powerful feature set and functionality in that platform. So with that portfolio, we want to help you to simplify and secure your digital work. So why have we structured that product portfolio to that diamond? We at Matrix42, we follow three main principles when it comes to our products. Number one is intuitive versus complex. Number two is unified versus silo. And number three is security must be built in and not just bolted on. Let me share a few examples what we mean with that. If we look at intuitive versus complex, a very good example is the integration between security and unified endpoint management as part of our unified user experience. It should be easy, it should be lightweight to manage iOS, Android, Windows, Linux, and even IoT-based devices. That's what we have provided in the unified user experience. The second thing is unified versus silo. And a good example in unified versus siloed is the acquisition of Firescope, because we bring together what belongs together. Firescope is an essential part with their infrastructure map and their performance analytics and their value boards and value points, how healthy your infrastructure is, as an integration to enterprise service management and also unified endpoint management. So we bring together what belongs together. And the third thing, we are very passionate about this, and we have started that journey many years ago, that security is built in and not just bolted on. So a very good example is actually what we do to help you, to guide you through this pandemic. With services, how to improve better security, how you access applications, with our component My Workspace, with data security, with the acquisition of Ego Secure that we have integrated into the platform, with better patch management, with malware protection. I always explain security built in with an analogy to a car. Because if you look at the car, what it provides you security systems like a brake. Yes, that is a security component. But in a car, you have also security components that help you to drive better. ABS, EPS, things that help you to guide you through maybe difficult roads. And this is how we see security in the workspace. The way how you consume apps, the way how you log into applications, the way how you get connected to networking. This all needs to be automated and intuitive. So security should not be in the way. It should help you actually to provide a better employee experience. So in summary, Matrix42, we are committed and focused to help you in your journey and with your journey from the old normal over the now normal to the next normal. So to come back to the analogy about driving through rain and through stormy weather, again, please see this not just as a risk, see this also as an opportunity. And I think I want to end with one very impressive quote. Don't wait the storm to pass, learn to dance in the rain. I wish you a great Digital Workspace World 2020. See you.
Thank you very much, Oliver. And welcome back once more here on stage. Thank you for the keynote. Nice speech. I'd say have a seat. And I want to have a quick question about, you were talking about how work might change. So what's your personal view actually though on how work evolves specifically through these times? How do you think the next new normal for work could look like?
Yeah, I touched on this a little bit, but I mean, when we look at the next normal, we talk a lot about technology, but frankly, this is also much more than a technology problem. It's a society challenge. And also in the work model. I mean, what helps now is when we have started our strategy in modernizing digital workspace project, we always said work is not a place anymore, it's a thing you do. And if you look at the standard model, even at Matrix42, we have like for knowledge workers that tend to be in the office, like a 4-to-1 model, 4 days in the office and 1 day working remotely or from home office. So even after COVID, right, and when we come back somehow a little bit to normal, when we really are in this next normal, I personally believe we will see much more a 1-to-4 model, right? 1 day in the office for sync ups and probably 4 days remotely. At the moment, I mean, we hear from customers, and also we, as Matrix42, see the benefits of this flexible working style. And that's the reason why I believe the next normal will be much more flexible work styles, right? So again, it's not just a technology problem, and it is a society problem, but we can help with our solutions to actually move from now normal to next normal.
But like when looking at companies like Matrix42 and ourselves, for us it always was natural to sort of work from anywhere anyways, because we're the IT vendor that does make that happen. But then there's other companies like to think about the ones that are in manufacturing, etc. How can we help them to have half of their workforce working remotely and then the other half working on premises in production? You can't take your production home, right? And then how can we help them to go forward?
Look, I mentioned this a little bit. I mean, the beauty about the digital workspaces, I mean, and at the end of the day also COVID showed this, it's a very, very critical service. And of course, it's mainly for knowledge workers, right? They expect to work from any device, anytime, anywhere, and securely, right? But that's the reason why I also touched on the edge. I mean, we see the workspace as a much broader thing than just your smartphone, your tablet, or your PC, your laptop. Think about smart office scenarios. Think about even production sites, right? We have customers that do kind of IoT management with us. And the first thing on IoT management is you want to understand what you have out there in terms of sensors, actors, predictive maintenance. And we are in a perfect position to provide here value. I mean, again, we touched on this now this morning several times. Firescope is such an essential part of that. And we help then customers to move from their on-premise infrastructure to the cloud. And the first thing that you need to do is identify what you have in terms of services. But also with our edge collectors, we have the capability to also help industrial companies, and it's a big thing, obviously, in manufacturing, to also get more visibility about what's out there. It's also part of the workspace. So our view is the workspace becomes much broader in the future. And COVID-19, frankly, I always call this, it's the acceleration of acceleration for digital work, right? So what do customers need? They need flexibility. Yeah, they need a flexible solution for the unpredictable future.
But when talking about discovering the edge, well, the edge is not like where customers have their IT, right? It's in the edge. It's out there. It's in the cloud. It's from where you're at. It's always the edge is the cloud, right? Because it's far gone. It's far away. And with us trying to push more of our customers and values that we provide towards the cloud, how do you think for our customers benefits would increase by modernizing their platforms towards cloud as well?
I mean, look, how we see the world, and I know there's different views in the market about this, but I always call this the mixed workspace, right? I mean, look at Office 365. It's a good example. It's things that you consume on your device, but it's also available in the browser. And this mixed workspace experience becomes more and more important and relevant for all applications. So what do you need? You need management on each device. You need identity and access to manage access to applications. You probably need provisioning of cloud services through self-service. You need cost control for cloud applications and also for the hyperscalers of the world. And you need security. And the one analogy that I always use, I mean, we touched on this in this keynote about driving through a rain, but security is a little bit like driving with a car. Because a car has many security systems, right? A brake is a security system. But when we talk about security built-in, we think about the ABS, the radar in your car, the stuff, the systems that improve your driving experience. That's what we mean with built-in security. And you need this, again, for the workspace, for the edge, and for the cloud.
Very good analogy, because like the assistants that we use all day that help us drive a car or help us navigate through IT and our IT environment for end users is pretty much the same as you describe it. It's similarities in the assistance systems as compared to the security that get out of an airbag. You don't want to see that, and the same for IT. You don't want to reach that point that you get to see the airbag.
Look, right? A few examples. I mean, if I share data with you, of course my expectation is that this is secure, internally and externally. If I access an application, yes, I want two-factor authentication. I want biometric authentication. If I work remotely, I want to make sure that in the background my system is secured. I don't want to think about security. It's like driving in a car, and I don't want to think about that the car stays in the lane. Obviously, I steer this, but I have also secure systems that help me with lane assist. So this is how we also see the workspace. So that's the reason why our acquisition of Ego Secure 2 years ago was so strategic for us. And important to build it now into the platform, because now you can do clever stuff like a security challenge is happening on devices, that creates a security incident, and automatically it can reconfigure systems. And then, by the way, it also says to IT, hey, you have a problem here, but I've solved it for you. I mean, the good thing about this is, working now with more than 5,000 customers, is this notion of machine learning. Because the more information we get in our platform, especially when we onboard cloud customers, the more clever and the more smarter the platform gets and can react to automated attacks, right? So that's the reason why our approach is very important, and fortunately many customers implement this, from provisioning to securing to cross-charging applications, data, and even devices.
And specifically in times like these, where most of the endpoint and then the security are edge devices, right? I mean, that means the parameter moves out to the edge, to the consumer's and end user's device, where security probably gets more important than ever, because you could build another Fort Knox. If your users are not in there, you probably can't protect them. And that's pretty much of what we felt like when we created that package of SUEM, of the Secure Unified Endpoint Management, with the story that you just mentioned. But then from a service management perspective, how do you think that this people working on the edge will have an impact on how they consume service in a service desk or something? Because what does that mean to pop by services at desk and stuff like that?
Yeah, look, I mean, again, if you want to optimize and automate processes, the first thing that you somehow need to do is standardization. And again, we see this on office services, but we also have things like field service management. We've launched this recently, right? It's a great addition to our platform for customers that like it, that you get better information about resources that need to provide services into the field, if they need to do remote maintenance, for instance, on machines, etc. We see this more and more. And obviously, this is an service management exercise, right? And that's the reason why we say, well, this belongs together. And most customers are seeking and searching for a solution that can provide both. And then last but not least, I mean, I'm super excited. I want to make some advertisement on Dirk Eisenberg's keynote, because he will touch on also that stuff in terms of the extension gallery to provide more capabilities to the platform on our own. If you do like build your own apps and stuff like that. I mean, years ago, Boris, I mean, we've started as a vendor who was mainly focusing on deploying apps to devices. And fast forward to today, we're a true platform vendor that connects people with devices, with apps, with data, and with processes. And it's an exciting time.
Thank you very much for that insight, Oliver. Well, once more, I'm looking forward to seeing you in the chat with all the other attendees, and we'll talk later.
I will be there. Thank you.
Well, next up is the thing that I mentioned this morning that we want to take care of most today, and that is talking with customers about their projects. We want to make sure that we have stories from customers that they tell. And in order to do that, I would like to welcome our next speaker, and that is Jasmin Haas from Compute Group Medical. Jasmin, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
I can hold on a second. No, perhaps.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah,
hi.
there you go. Hi, how are you? How are you this morning?
I'm doing well. Thank you. How about yourself?
Thank you. I'm doing good. I mean, I got a cool show to do today, and I got all of you in the audience that I could interact with. So that's quite cool. Jasmin, you're project manager in the CTO area of Compute Group Medical, and we invited you to talk about a project today. What's it about?
It's actually about the implementation of Matrix42, of like all the applications that we've implemented, but we're focusing on the self-service portal because this is basically one of our major achievements. We are not using Matrix42, or we haven't been using it for the longest time. So the self-service portal is actually something that we really like to show off, or we're actually really proud of. So.
And I think that's quite interesting that you start off with that specific piece, because that probably means that this was the thing with the highest pressure in Compute Group Medical. And I'm curious about what you got to tell, and I'd say I'll leave the stage up to you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Yeah, I can. Yeah, my name is. There we go. Hi, everyone. My name is Jasmin Haas. As mentioned before, I work as a project manager for the CTO area, basically for the Chief Technology Officer, and I am more or less responsible for the introduction of the self-service portal for the non-IT processes, more or less. To provide you with some background of what we do, I would like to give you an overview of some key facts and figures, what the Compute Group is all about, to give you like a better understanding of why the self-service portal is so necessary. The Compute Group Medical consists of more than 50 business units, so a self-operating company with special focuses such as hospital software, physician information systems, dental software, and so on in over 18 countries. I mean, we have not only 18 countries like our company is in, but we also have 56 companies we provide products for. And this is for more than 1.5 million users in the healthcare sector. As you can see, we do a lot for our customers in the healthcare sector. We always pursue to provide the most excellent products, the best services, the leanest processes. And to make this possible, we have more than 6,300 employees working for us, working for the same goal. Within the business units, but also like in the central services, such as human resources, group IT, finance, and you name it. But internally for our colleagues, we wanted to actually do the same. We wanted to improve our internal processes, making them more lean and more effective. yeah, therefore, in the beginning of last year of 2019, we did an actual state analysis, figuring out how to improve our internal processes better by shaping also the one group idea, which is really important when you have more than 50 companies, self-operating businesses working together. Exactly on this slide, you can see that we raised the status quo, let's say, by intensive internal research. We actually spoke to a lot of colleagues throughout the entire company. Of course, Group IT did a lot of research, and some things didn't even need research because they were obvious. One of our weakest spots that kind of prevented us internally from operating effectively and as lean as possible was actually the fact that most of our internal services were more or less paper-based, like the service requests for human resources, group IT, and so on. All of the workflows were paper-based. So if you needed, or actually email-based, if you needed an approval, you needed to write an email to your supervisor, take that email, forward it to the respective department to actually get what you were asking for. As a result, the employee satisfaction motivation kind of deteriorated because everything was kind of like bulky and not smooth, going smoothly. A lot of the people that actually took care of the requests, they were really not satisfied because they were kind of playing the information back and forth because a lot of stuff was missing and so on. Of course, I mean, the status quo was not as bad as it may sound, but we did have tools in place, but they didn't actually meet our standard. So the maturity level didn't match the quality of what we actually wanted. Next slide, please. Until that point, we already had a ticket system implemented for our service requests, support requests, but as well as incident reporting. The users back then, the users were able to raise like their tickets via email or via actually opening up a ticket in the system. However, there was no structure given. So meaning the system did not provide any templates or approval workflows. All requests we collected were collected in a queue of the service desk and had to dispatch to the different departments. That took a lot of time. In addition, approval mails had to be attached to the ticket. And as we call it, most of the time we spent ticket ping pong. Yeah, really frustrating, not efficient, a lot of time waste, a lot of time that we actually need, or valuable time that we need to put forward to our customers. So the goal was, of course, on the next slide, implementing an enterprise service management. So basically combining all the missing features that we needed so desperately to have like a smooth processing of all requests. Our main focus here was the implementation of a service desk and a self-service portal. For the aspect of the service desk, as I mentioned before, we already had a ticket system, so we had a lot of lessons learned. We already had a clear understanding of what we wanted and what we didn't want. But for the self-service portal, this was something really, really new to us. So we had to find an approach on how to deal with it and how to implement it while actually getting every employee being like hyped for it as well, you know, because otherwise it would have been only just another tool, introducing another tool and another tool. And we really wanted to avoid that. So we tried to focus really on what does an employee need within a company. Next slide, please. Our approach that we kind of more or less implemented was the employee life cycle. So basically all service requests or changes or anything that an employee may have while being employed at CompuGroup Medical, starting with like onboarding all the way up to offboarding. So we distinguish between onboarding, change, and offboarding. Standard processes such as I would like to request a company credit card. I need to rent a company pool card because I'm going on a business trip, or typical human resources. I would like to request the payment of my variable salary and so on. So basically what we did, we got together in a workshop modus with all of the respective departments such as finance, human resources, group IT. We identified some key users out of them, sat together and identified all of these self-services. After that, we put them in like a standardized sheet, gave them to our development, wrote user stories, and got all of these digitalized. On this slide, you see probably one of the most one of the most pain points in all of the businesses, and I'm sure I'm speaking for all of you when I say onboarding is a pain. The onboarding process was actually one of the trickiest and one of the most needed self-services that we need for the departments. It was so tricky, or it is so tricky, because a lot of departments need to be involved, should be starting with human resources, group IT for permission rights, let's say facility management for office planning, fleet management if there was a company car, and so on and so on. I mean, we are 6,300 people working worldwide. We have a lot of locations all over many countries. So this needed to be really, really organized. So back in the day, it was basically you hired somebody and you were in charge of making sure that this person can work starting from the first day. So back in the day, it was a lot of Excel files, a lot of Word files, a lot of emails that need to be written. We had a lot of checklists for the people, but we didn't have like one thing in place. You had to look, you had to find the information maybe on Confluence, on the internet, on maybe just talk to other people working longer in the company. Hey, what should I do? I have this new colleague coming. I need to onboard him or her. And even if you thought about everything in the onboarding process, it wasn't guaranteed that everything was provided on time so that the new employee was able to work on the very, very first day. So we needed to actually get this process into Matrix42 in our self-service portal. Next slide, please. And that's what we did. Starting in February 2020, so actually not very long ago, we created an onboarding process within our application, in the Matrix42 application of the self-service portal. Now we're able to synchronize and combine all of the internal processes. Starting with a self-service request of employment contract. This is a self-service that is visible to some of the upper management, basically requesting just a new employment contract for a new employee. But with this service, we basically trigger the entire onboarding process, involving all departments that need to be involved and providing or giving like the information that are needed in the onboarding process. For example, if you have the employment contract, which includes a lot of information such as salary, is there a company car allowance, vacation time, and so on, we were able to basically split up this information and send it to the different departments. So for example, fleet management, who needs to know or who does have to know the car allowance, shouldn't be interested in salary, of course. But with Matrix42, we were able to like split it up. And nowadays, in our case, the onboarding starts as soon as the new colleague signs the contract. It's like within seconds, a lot of emails are sent, tickets are being created, information are sent out, even to the person that actually requested the contract in the first place. He or she receives an email with like a checklist of what else needs to be done. And we also have like automatic permission rights that are being delivered to the next person. We have emails that are sent out, a welcoming email, the initial working plan, and so on, you name it. And only with like pressing basically just one button on board. Within the first month, we actually received so much positive feedback from all the departments, which was also due to like the great support of the Matrix42 premium support, I have to say, because they really helped us identifying major bugs and also improving the process. We were actually pre-designing it and found some like issues while testing, and the premium support was actually there to help us. So thank you for that. Yeah. Next slide, please. What is the current status of us as of right now? I mean, I just provided you with like a short overview of our project, which is probably a little bit larger than you could imagine after this presentation. However, we did it in like a speed of time. We actually went live last year in December, and we started with Matrix42 beginning of 2019. We have implemented and rolled it out for over 6,300 people worldwide. Today, we have 800 users and tickets on a daily basis, which is really good because we want the people to use the self-services. We want the people to create tickets and you have like this one spot where they can turn to if they have a question. We have more than 70 self-services implemented, including on and offboarding. So we reverse the onboarding process as well. We have a fully stacked IT catalog where you can order hardware and software with all the approvals that are needed. And we currently use the service desk, the self-service portal, the license, and a fully stacked contract management. So what's next, basically? As I mentioned before, we did the on and offboarding, which are currently for Germany, apply for Germany. We are planning on rolling them out in other countries. We created a standard for this. It's kind of tricky because we do have country-specific regulations in other countries, like the employment contracts look different, some information are not allowed to get passed and so on. But this is what we're planning on implementing in the next year to have this one group idea again. We also plan on implementing a fully asset management or like an improved asset management, let's say. And something that we're actually currently working on, and it's we're this close for go live, is the interface to Office Depot, so that you can actually use Matrix42, order office supplies via the catalog directly from Office Depot, which cuts out a lot of a lot of steps on our side. Also, like shaping the idea again of getting more efficient, having lean processes, and so on. So yeah, this is just like an abbreviated overview of what we do at CompuGroup Medical SE with Matrix42. We've been live for almost a year, and I'm pretty sure that what we have accomplished so far is really, really good. But we have so many things that we want to implement, and I mean, this is for us. But when we implement something, new ideas are being created, and we discover the tool more and more, and there's so many opportunities that we want to take. So that's pretty much it from my side.
Thank you very much, Yasmin. Thank you.
You're welcome.
For that insight. Well, of course, I'm having a few questions because what you've been talking about is something that a lot of other customers also have seen and are experiencing. And the interest for us is what are in the world of CompuGroup have been the main challenges when introducing Matrix42? What was the thing that held you up most?
Well, it's kind of sad to say, but it's the people, like how getting people motivated for a new tool. I mean, we're a company, as I said many times before, operating in so different countries, and our headquarters is based in Koblenz, Germany. So like for the rest of the world, it always feels like, oh, Koblenz is thinking about something new and the rest has to apply it. So it was really tough to get everyone along, but we did a lot of trainings. We did marketing videos for our platform. We're still providing a lot of trainings. Yeah, that was probably the toughest thing, but we got it under control, I say. Now it's like really accepted in the company.
But like probably it's a lot of effort finding all the people that would then actually train and roll out. But when you try to take that hurdle to then have that training to people internally on how they could consume your services, if you ever thought about going outside of the company and using Service Desk for external as well, and the challenge that you will face then by having people trained to use the interfaces and stuff, have you considered that?
We thought about it, actually. We do have a lot of support tools from like different companies. And I mean, this is also, again, the one group idea. We'll see. So there's definitely a lesson learned from internally, but there's no decision yet to put it out there for other customers. I could think of it, but it's not up to me.
So, but there's other people then obviously that also help making the decisions. How large is that team? That project team that does all the Matrix42 stuff?
Well, it's actually pretty small. So that's why we're really proud of it, because we are actually, as of right now, a handful of people working on it with like development and requirements management, project management, and so on. Of course, we get a lot of support, like also from Matrix42, but still, yeah, 5 people within 1 year.
And with a team of that size, how long did it take to get from POC to live stage?
POC was in April and we went live in December, so 8 months. But I have to say, there were a couple, of course, it was not only 5 of us. There were some people from other departments, some other colleagues that provided great help, but overall the core team was just like 5 people.
And then the rollout itself, was that like a full-blown where you just said, here we are and this is the new tool, or did you like roll it out in phases, and who decided on how large that would be?
Yeah, we actually wanted to do like a full blowout, but of course we did not do it. Our development skills weren't mature enough at that time. And so what we actually did, I mean, we have 50 companies. We choose one company and made them our pilot and say, okay, here we go. And then we collected feedback from them. We're doing workshops where the colleagues were able to like show me how to create a ticket. And so they went on the interface and tried to create a ticket, and we were watching it and decided, okay, this is not the right stage yet. We have to do some more implementations and adjustments and so on. So yeah, we started with some pilots first, and then we did a full-blown rollout beginning of December last year.
And then when that happened, my assumption is that there was a lot of confusion, like with people that gets trained and gets to use to a new tool. I mean, nobody really favors change. All of them are sort of pushing back and don't want it. And then what did you do in order to raise the awareness in the company and then the acceptance as well?
Yeah, well, we did a lot of cheerleading, I'd say. You know, we were like running around, not running around. But actually, yeah, as I mentioned before, we did a lot of trainings, a lot of videos. We had upper management behind us, backing us up. We had the group central services that actually helped us in enforcing using the new tools. So no service request was being processed when it didn't come from the portal. So it helped a lot.
And on that way, on that journey from I think it's going to be Matrix42, and I think this is what we're doing first, until you then put the "We Go Live" button. Most customers give their projects names and name their little babies that they're launching next with something special. And did CompuGroup have a name for this project?
Yeah, this is actually a pretty funny story because normally tools within the CGM, of course, have like the corporate names such as CGM Matrix42, let's say, or CGM self-service portal, right? But you couldn't say CGM Matrix42 or CGM self-service portal. So when we were working on the self-service portal, we had an intern actually saying, oh, I feel this should be Alice, like kind of the reference to Alice in Wonderland, lost in the rabbit hole. So if you're an employee and you're lost in the rabbit hole because you don't know where to look for, you better turn to Alice. And now it's CGM Alice.
That's quite a nice one. And,
yeah, it's cool.
We appreciate that. We got a good one.
Yeah. So for me, it's actually really tricky saying Matrix42. For me, it's Alice.
That's good to know. So if we meet people from CGM somewhere talking about Alice, we know that this is our community.
Exactly.
Yasmin, thank you very much for taking the time and making it up to the stage today and talking about your project today. We really appreciate that. And we look forward to have you and your colleagues on stage next time when you present us something new that you rolled out in the company. And we look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Bye. Well, then, when talking about customers and customers talking about how they work with Matrix42, of course, it's not only the word that you have on a conference like this, but you could have peer groups even without us. Did you know there's something that is called Gartner Peer Insights, and it's a review thing that you could do as a company to review technology that you use. And you could also go in and then promote Matrix42 if you liked it and even if you didn't, and give us a review, because then all of you have the time to review and read about those stories over and over again and find out how well you like what you get from Matrix42. other way of participating on talking about what you have achieved with Matrix42 is talking to us, talking to your partners, and finding out how we could create reference cases. The Matrix42 world is full of reference cases and stories that customers could tell about what they have achieved with our technology and solutions, and we try to put them on paper and in PDFs and upload them to the website. So if you're interested in who in your industry or neighborhood has used Matrix42 and what they actually did with that, feel free to contact us or your partners in order to find out, because there's more than 3,000 different stories that we have to tell. Well, actually, it's rather 5,000 in total, but there's several thousand stories that we could tell about what people did with Matrix42 in order to achieve their targets and how it made their life, their digital workspace, a little better and easier. In order to find such contact, you also have the ability to not only during this conference, but even beyond, be proactive speaker and contact us in order to find out about speaking opportunities. And we're always looking for that. So we'd like to have you on stage as well. Or you could have us if you invite us to your user groups that you have together with a partner or on your own, with peers that you might have found through conferences like these. And we've seen that in various areas where customers made up themselves to meet with each other and use their facilities or do online meetings these days in order to exchange information about how rollout processes. And we highly appreciate that, because that means like we get the full power of feedback from those customers. Whenever we want to know more about how you work with our technology and what benefits they bring, we also want to introduce our product management, our product marketing, our sales teams, but then also our support and consulting forces or the partners that we work with, because it's not only the few people that you see and that you know by name that work in order to make this happen for you, but it's a company that is called Matrix42, and like we heard, with more than 450 people in size in the meanwhile. So that means there's more than one person responsible for helping you getting your experience sorted. When talking about that experience and what I just mentioned with regards to the Gartner peer reviews, there's other analyst stories that we potentially could tell from, of course, Forrester, from Research in Action, but then we're also, in a few minutes, have one from Kuppinger Cole, where we had a review that you want to have a closer look at together with Martin Kuppinger. But essentially, we're interested in feedback, because that's how we made the evolution from like 10 years ago to where we're at today, because you provided that feedback to us. And one source of fine feedback to us also is that you give us a review on the projects that you have, both with your partners or directly with Matrix42 Consulting. And whenever you have finished an engagement, that you also let us know by rating us about the Net Promoter Score and the customer satisfaction surveys that we place with you. And we've said that this morning. We're highly satisfied with the fact that you rate us very high in Net Promoter Score and customer satisfaction, and we want to say thank you for that. Like we said this morning, I want to highlight that we want to give back something, and we want to make sure that when you are satisfied with what you do, you get more access to it. Therefore, we decided to give all of the attendees of the conference a 20% off of all Academy trainings from Matrix42, and you get a voucher that we send to you right after the conference. Another promotion that I would want to highlight that we have is the Firescope launch. As we recently acquired Firescope, and therefore offer a new revolutionary approach to IT asset management, discovery, and dependency mapping, we would like to give you the chance to get an easy access to it. We'd highly recommend that you not only visit today's sessions that we have around the Firescope technology, but then also try to look into the software yourself. And we would highly appreciate if you take a chance to talk with us or your channel partner about inserting that technology in your environment. And in order to give you a little kick into that, we want to give you a promotion until the end of the year, and that's like €1 per user for a license of Firescope until the end of the year. And that's a fairly aggressive pricing for technology of that segment, and we highly encourage you to take that into consideration when looking for further projects that you may want to accomplish this year. The highlights of that technology are that from you're not only able to discover your assets, but you have the ability with edge devices and edge scanners to actually reach out and draw a map across your whole IT infrastructure that makes it pretty much the map of your IT infrastructure. It's pretty much the Google of your IT then, because everything you want to know about where it happens and when it happens will be in that map, including all the interactions that software and hardware generate. Well, that's it. Let's see if Martin is already out there. Martin Kuppinger, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
That's very good. I can also hear you loud and clear, which is a cool thing. Martin Kuppinger, you're a founder and principal analyst with Kuppinger Co., and you want to talk about how future-proof UAM integrates security. And I'm interested in why you believe that future-proof UAM requires that security piece. Can you give us a sneak peek about what we're expecting in your speech now?
Yeah, so what I will talk about is really what is the relationship of sort of security-related technologies and unified endpoint management. And when we go back to the history of unified endpoint management and back into the days where it was called client management or client lifecycle management or other things, there always was a certain aspect of security management. And if you configure a system right, if you deploy the right software, or if you manage patches, etc., that all is about security. And I think we need to well understand which role it plays, up to which role does these technology play in, for instance, zero trust, but also in the ability to get more resilient against attacks. One of the cool things that type of solutions can provide is a fast setup of systems. And the fast setup also means a fast recovery, because at the end, the easiest way to deal with, for instance, ransomware attacks is reset your system as long as your data is safe and not held on that system, and ignore the attack. So there's an interplay, and I'll talk about that.
Okay, cool. So I'd say I'll leave the stage to you for the next few minutes, and we'll have a look at afterwards on what you've been talking about.
So thank you, and let's get started. As the title says, and as already announced, I'll talk about future-proof unified endpoint management and how this integrates security and how it also relates to security. And I'd like to start on my first slide then with a little bit of a definition for unified endpoint management. So we are analysts, and analysts tend to think in boxes. I have to be honest on that. So we put everything into boxes, and there's this box of unified endpoint management. And we, for instance, a while ago did a market comparison leadership compass on the market of unified endpoint management, which also includes a definition. And I made a little bit of an extract of that definition. But basically, it is about unified endpoint management is about solutions that cover endpoint management and unify endpoint management in two manners. The one is the unification across the types of endpoints. So I've been following this market of software distribution and other things for 25 years, probably at least. And in a former life, I've written a lot of articles in magazines and other stuff around that. And what really changed is this perspective of it's a Windows thing to it's something which works for as many operating systems that are used at endpoints and probably more the client side of endpoints. And it specifically integrates all this mobile management. And also as an analyst, when we started looking, for instance, at the mobile device management, I think probably 7 or 8 or 10 years ago, I wrote a blog post saying we should integrate all this mobile device management and unify it. And factually, it happened, and that is part of UAM. The other element of UAM is really this unification of capabilities. So when I go back to my early days talking about these technologies and looking at these technologies, Then you could procure a software deployment and an OS distribution tool and a patch management tool and all the other things. Right now, it's really a unification into the endpoint lifecycle, the application management, aspects of endpoint security, and that's something I'll elaborate more on, and endpoint content management. So it's far more than the traditional solutions in that space did. And so from this definition, I'd like to look also a little bit at this history of how this evolved in my next slide. And that history really started when we go back to the very early days at a decentralized administration. So you had to manage all the systems decentrally. And my career in computers started a little ahead of the first PC. And I had an IBM PC very early then. And in these days, it was that you configured each and every system manually. And then quite quickly, we saw an emerging number of point solutions, such as OS deployment, for instance, or software distribution and others, which then integrated over the years, and that's quite a while ago, into these client lifecycle management solutions. And when you look at the history of Matrix42, you will observe that a lot of this history also goes along these lines I have in my slide here. So we have had done these integrated solutions that were very much focused on Windows, sometimes a little more, and then the mobile devices in the sense of smartphones and other things, tablets, etc., with their specific operating systems occurred. And we had this touched already, the separate discipline of mobile device management, which then became named enterprise mobility management. And this is really converging into what we, from our analyst perspective, understand as unified endpoint management. And I think that makes a lot of sense, because I use my Outlook on my iPhone, and I use my Outlook on a ton of whatever tablets and computers and other things. And it should be unified. The management should be unified, and that's a logic. And so we need to understand that certain capabilities should be part of this, what we then right now call unified endpoint management, with this, as I said in my initial slide, unification across the devices and across the capabilities. So let's have a look at these capabilities now. In our research, we then focused on 5 key capability areas of unified endpoint management and what we expect to see. And by the way, to note, Matrix42 scored very well in our market comparison, so they are really one of the top-notch players in this market, and it's definitely worth to have a look at that. So what are the key capabilities? So we see this life cycle part. This is very much the traditional part of it. Endpoint onboarding and provisioning, decommissioning, remote access wiping, and all those things. I don't read through every single term here. That might be a little boring, but it's really what you know traditionally also from these technologies. And this is partially always has been here, partially it got a higher prominence like wiping, but also certain aspects of wiping I know for really a long time already. But it's really ensuring that the systems that their life cycle is really well managed, from setting it up to retiring it. All these things are part of that. And then we have the application-centric capabilities, also clearly something which is out there for very long, which is having the app stores where people can request their applications they'd like to have, managing the enrollment, the entire software delivery and packaging aspects which we have in these technologies. And then that's where security already starts. And latest there, maybe even as a life cycle, when you look at patch management, there's application policies, there's application controls, there's blacklisting, whitelisting of applications, and that is nothing else than an element of security. So even when we go really back and in the history, certain aspects of security always have been there. And they are in the life cycle, they're in the applications, but there are also increasingly more endpoint security capabilities. So my impression is a little that the integration of mobile device management or enterprise mobility management has been driving a lot of these capabilities into unified endpoint management. So certain authentication capabilities, access controls, context-based access even, but also managing the certificates, signing applications, analytics about the usage are in, and that degree might vary. And I'll talk about this relationship or interplay between what should be really in unified endpoint management at least, and what might be in a separate endpoint security or EPDR solution, endpoint protection, detection, and response. So this is, so to speak, the next stage of endpoint security. So what should be in where? But clearly there are elements of security which make, specifically in the context of mobile devices, a lot of sense to be part of an endpoint management solution. There's a range between what is maybe the minimum and what is perfect and what is over the top, but there are also sort of traditional security elements we see increasingly, and we also expect to see increasingly in unified endpoint management. And that also holds true for content. So these capabilities on endpoints, including and specifically maybe mobile endpoints, segregating business data from personal data, they have a security and a compliance background, and security and compliance are in some way a little bit twins in many respects. Data leakage prevention, understanding which data might leave can be part of that. Policies and controls for documents and other contexts, audit trails around sensitive data, all that can be part of a unified endpoint management. And all that is also an element of your overall security, because security is more than firewalls and authentication and technical access controls. It is really, at the end, securing all your corporate assets, and part of that is data as content. And that starts at the system level, that includes the application level, and that goes down to the content level. The fifth area then of capabilities we see is that we also expect to see more than traditional inventory. And so the management of assets, maybe even licenses and contracts, and again, this is a blurring line that might be in or not, but these are clearly capabilities which add value to that. And understanding your assets, for instance, is again an element of security. So how do you want to react on a widespread attack on your systems without knowing about your assets? If you first need to go out and think, look at, where are these systems? Where do we have which operating systems running? Which systems might be affected? Which status do they have? Then you're too late. You need that asset management. You need to understand where is what, in which state, to react immediately, to work well in security. So security increasingly relies on a good asset management. And then there are other aspects around, when we look at the capability areas, we also would expect to see like the help desk features and others of that. So there are these capabilities areas, and from what you also heard in my talk, so while we put these things into boxes and say these are capabilities we'd like to see, some of them are, so to speak, key capabilities where we say, if this isn't in, we wouldn't consider it as a unified endpoint management. And when we, for instance, do such a leadership compass, that's the name for our market comparison. If we do such a leadership compass or a market compass, which is the sort of the younger sibling of the leadership compass, there's always an inclusion-exclusion list aside of the market definition. And there are some criteria where we say these are mandatory, or if you have that, then you're in. And there are exclusion criteria where we say, if you don't have that, you're not in. And for instance, if a tool only does OS distribution, it would be not a unified endpoint management tool. And the more it is in, the better it is. But there are also always areas where we say this could be delivered by another technology, this could be partially in. And that's what I'd like to talk about in my next slide then. So to speak, you're not alone. So UMM and other technologies, how do they relate to each other? And when we go counterclockwise from the upper left edge, then we have endpoint security. Endpoint security is all these solutions centered around anti-malware. And so while we expect certain things like, for instance, application blacklisting, whitelistings, also in UEM, full anti-malware not necessarily should be in the UEM technology. So there's an overlap, and there are capabilities where I also believe are better managed in an UEM solution, because they are logically there. So if you distribute software, if you understand what is on the system in your asset, in your inventory, then it makes a lot of sense to also get a grip on that and also ensure that, for instance, blacklisted software is removed as part of that. Then we have the EDPR, which is, as I've said, the next evolution of endpoint security. Not only protect, but also detect and respond on attacks. So there's more analytics, and there's integration with threat intelligence and things like process termination and rollbacks, which also lead to at least a touch point between this technology and what we do in UEM, because rollback has also a lot to do with configuration, application, and other types of rollbacks or setting systems back. So there's at least a touch point and integration required. Then we have IT service management, and we know that a couple of the tools in the market came with their own help desk capabilities. On the other hand, we see a strong increase in some of the IT service management platforms delivered from the cloud. Here's, I think, very important to understand how to best integrate, where's the overlap, or if you don't have an IT service management, having some good baseline help desk definitely also makes a lot of sense. Lower right edge enterprise mobility management should be integrated more or less, because that's a key element of what makes up a unified endpoint management. Then we have this asset license contract management, where I would say vendors vary in the extent of what is in, what not. And there's a blurring line clearly between an inventory and a full asset management, while contract management clearly is a very specific, very separate discipline. So I would say a strong asset management is a good thing to have in UEM, but also don't go over the top regarding that. And then we have this workplace delivery thing, which is more about virtual workplaces versus UEM. Fact is that in many scenarios we have these locally managed devices where VDI doesn't cover all the requirements, and that is what you also need to understand. How does this overlap? And again, vendors vary quite a bit in the space, but these are related technologies, and you need to understand for your overall strategy also what you need from that, what your UEM does, and what you sort of add to that. But in the narrow sense, the UEM, so to speak, is at the core. It is the central element for many things, and you need to then to understand more how does it relate to others you anyway have or will have, or where can you really get rid of other technologies so that you don't have too many of these. As I've already said, and that's what I'd like to look at next is what is the role of security in UEM, and I touched it in a couple of occasions already. And for me, when I started thinking about that and had some discussions about it also, and being a little bit of veteran in the client lifecycle management, as I've said, having been talking and working with many companies which just don't exist anymore, or even that, so I've really been long in that market. And when you think about that, then you end up saying, hey, a lot of these things which have already been in there and always been in there are part of what you do for your security posture. So it's managing the security settings. So group policy objects, local configuration settings, whatever, that always has been focused. And if you manage your configurations, that very frequently has a relationship to security. Then we had this addition of patch management over the years. And while you might argue that a lot of patch management is done automatically today, I think there's a value of patch management because not all patches are deployed automatically. You might not want to do it all automatically, or you might not get it from your vendor. So patch management clearly is one of these areas which is very much security. And putting this into an asset and understanding where you stand even more, because that is what we really need in a lot of places. Integrating some parts of endpoint management like blacklisting, whitelisting, stuff like that, or even more, is also not entirely new. And the other thing is what this all enables, and I touched this in the intro talk we had just before I started my keynote. It is also about a recovery aspect, because when you look at many of the attacks, they might require you to set back your system, and being able to quickly deploy a system equals I can quickly reset the system's rollback to a clean state. It's not really different. So UEM, from my perspective, is an essential element in the resilience by allowing you to get back faster back to a clean state. Clearly, that includes other aspects, thinking about where does the data reside? If you, so to speak, override a system, that should be separate, and ensuring also that your data is not affected by certain types of attacks, but it's more at system level. So it's not just UEM, it requires a lot of planning, but it's part of the story. And aside of this, what always has been there, there's also a list of other security capabilities, which I have on my next slide then. So key security capabilities or major security capabilities we see, and I think I touched probably all of them already, is they are configuration management, they are patch management, device management, data management, content management, and application management. So these are the key areas we'd like to see. If there's more, it might make sense, but also be a little careful not going over the top. And all of this also relates in some way to this buzzword of the past couple of years, I would already say, which is zero trust. And that is where I'd like to have a sort of a little look at in my upcoming slide. So when we look at zero trust, and next slide, please. Zero trust is a concept which is quite established, quite popular these days. It means that we don't trust on a single technology. So we have an open way of working. So specifically in the age of work from home, we work from maybe even bring your own devices, worst case, but from our device in our home office over unsecure networks. And at the end, we access SaaS services. So the traditional perimeter approach of we have our internal IT and you're sitting on a desktop and accessing your internal data center, it's not true anymore. And that means we need technologies that help enabling us securing that. And unified endpoint management is an essential place or an essential element, because at the end, what do? We have a user that accesses the device. The device works over a network, goes to an application and to certain data. We have some grip on the applications and the data. We have a grip on the identity, so the user authenticates, and on the device, but we don't have on the network, because this is really the thing which always differs. So we need to protect, to manage our devices well. And this is where unified endpoint comes in, and is an essential element of every approach on zero trust, as well as endpoint security beyond what you get in your UEM is. We have the identity and access management, and these things together, so the access to applications, the access to data, these things together really help you in implementing a zero trust approach that then verifies the devices, the identities, and for instance, builds on the information in the asset about the patch management state, etc. So with all these backgrounds and explanations, let's have a look at a strategy for unified endpoint management in that next slide. So 5 recommendations from my perspective for your strategy. Look at all devices. So don't keep mobile device management segregated. Go for comprehensive capabilities, not a zoo of individual tools. So go for a broad set of capabilities. Define what of security should be in. and a lot of things are in, and it's also define how this interoperates with all the rest you have in security. There's a very, very tight link, and you get some out of UEM, and you need to play well with the rest of security you have. And that is specifically relevant in the context of zero trust. Zero trust requires UEM. Otherwise, you will struggle with implementing every type of UEM strategy. And think about the value UEM delivers to recovery on attacks. Being close to the end, I'd like to summarize this up in my final slide. So what I'd like to give you as takeaways is UEM is more than just client lifecycle management. So the traditional approaches are not sufficient anymore. You need to unify beyond the old traditional capabilities. UEM is about security, and it helps, and it is essential to understand it, but don't go over the top by trying to do everything in one tool. You will not get it in the market, but you will get tools like Matrix42, which come with a lot of built-in capabilities to support you in your technology. So understand how this all works together. Then you can move to zero trust, and you will need UEM there, and it's essential there. And last but not least, UEM must prepare for rapid recovery. So not only look at setting up new clients, but look also at how can you support in recovering from your worst case scenario. That's it from my end, and with that, I give back.
Martin Kuppinger, thank you very much for the insight. Quite a lot of interesting detail towards the decision-making process, but then perhaps, may I ask a question? Like, if I already have a endpoint security solution in place, why would I still have the security capabilities in my UEM? How does that fit? Because I feel like purchasing double.
No, it doesn't. You know, when we go back to the capabilities, what does endpoint security commonly mean? It's a better, let's phrase it, it's a better anti-malware in some way. But if you want to understand and manage, for instance, the patch management, if you want to understand where the asset, which state your assets are in, if you want to go to, so application blacklisting, whitelisting might be a little overlapping, but there are a couple of areas where you really go into these more specific capabilities and details, which you only get when you manage your endpoint. And the one thing is only about sort of the traditional security anti-malware setting. The other is about setting all the security and configuration settings, many configuration settings indirectly relate to security. So that is really what we need to understand. This is not either or, it's always and. So it's UEM and at least endpoint security, or UEM and better full EDPR.
But then what you're saying is, I still have a demand for patch management capabilities across all those vendors for automatic patching, right?
I think that's something we could spend probably the rest of the day discussing about how to do patch management right easily, because there are so many aspects to consider, and I believe that at the end it is so some vendors do patch management extremely well these days. A lot of others don't do it that well, so you will always remain with the need for deploying certain patches. For the ones who provide it automated, I think at the end it's a risk rating you need to do for yourself, which means which risk is higher, the risk of being unpatched for whatever 5 or 10 or 30 days until I have to test the patch, or the risk of a system failing due to a patch. And the result of that answer, I believe, has changed for certain types of patches, where it's better to patch fast than to the lower risk, so to speak, than what happens when a patch goes wrong. But you need to make that equation. But even then, when you say I do whatever Microsoft patches quite automated, there are so many other patches remaining where you don't have the capabilities a company such as Microsoft delivers.
Then why? And I get that, but then why would I consider UEM if thinking about a zero trust model? Why is that an essential part? Because if I take care of like rolling out patches bulkily anyways, why would I consider the rest of the UEM stack then?
But zero trust is slightly bigger than and UM is bigger than patch management, and zero trust is bigger than just UM or patch management. At the end, zero trust is built on a lot of elements. So there's no single zero trust vendor or product out there. It's a lot of technologies, and the essential thing from my perspective is to understand how do I get the maximum grip on the endpoint as long as I can. So with bring your own device, it's a little more tricky. But this is not limited to having the current patches on. You need also to understand which patches are on the system. So did the patch management work? And that's where, for instance, inventory asset comes into play. It is about all the other settings you need to do. And that is not done by automated patch management. It's really more. And device management is an essential piece, as identity management is, and as data security and data governance is. These are the things which really will make zero trust work. But without UEM, you will inevitably fail in every zero trust strategy.
Thank you very much, Martin Kuppinger. I really enjoyed that insight, and would like to thank you for taking the time to be on air with me this morning and talking out to our audience out there. So thank you very much. If you want more information about what Martin's been talking about, feel free to contact us or feel free to contact him and discuss with him about his reports that he creates that you could read all the results out from as well as in consultancy services, though that you may want to contact him directly. Thank you very much, Martin, and wish you a good day. And for us down here in Frankfurt, we're considering going next with our next keynote that we've prepared. And next up would be a person that's been with Matrix42 for quite a while. It's our CTO, Dirk Eisenbach. And Dirk Eisenbach will take us through his keynote into the world of the next generation things that we, Matrix42, believe are quite helpful for you to get your endpoint management, your workspaces configured correctly, and then get the service right for your end customers, for your users, making sure that you maximize the digital workspace environment and the employee experience for your end users. And what it takes in order to get that is what he prepared in his keynote. So let's have a look at that and look at Dirk's keynote.
Welcome to the Matrix42 Digital Workspace World 2020. I'm happy to invite you to join our virtual conference about digital workspace management. Watch our customer sessions to see what valuable results have generated with our products. Also, join more than 40 different sessions with our product managers and experts. Please take the chance to meet the Matrix42 team. And don't forget, I live in our community chat. Let me invite you to discover more, especially today. You're working hard every day to get IT balanced, and there is a large amount of value when I look at over 10 million end users using Matrix42 software day by day. I say thank you. Without you and your feedback, our success wouldn't be possible. In this decade, the workspace spreads from the cloud into the edge. We as Matrix42 are committed to be part of it. Today, you are transferring more and more workloads in the cloud or software-defined data centers. Therefore, it makes sense to focus on scalable application platforms and containers to leverage economics of scale and keep costs under control. So we are highly committed to delivering you all the needed capabilities for data center hyper-automation with strong focus on containerization. We started last year with cloud expense management and encryption support for collaboration platforms like Microsoft Teams or Slack. And you can expect much more cloud-focused functionality in the next couple of months from us. Today, I'm very proud to announce that we will support the deployment, orchestration, and operation of your Matrix42 systems running in a containerized infrastructure during 2021. With our latest acquisition of Firescope, we are delivering the GPS for your IT landscape. We will bring this technology into all hyperscaler clouds independently, if it's Microsoft Azure, Amazon Web Services, or Google Cloud. So it will become the centralized tool to manage containerized infrastructures, no matter running in the cloud as a managed service or in your personal data center. The workspace spreads from the cloud into the edge, and you get the best platform from us to manage and secure the new normal. The current situation makes the trend into the edge more visible than ever. From now on, you need to manage the unknown, a new class of devices used by your employees every day. Your workspace solution must handle headsets, cameras, smart TVs, or even smartwatches, for example, as part of your authentication chain. Forget BYOD, welcome to BYOO. Bring your own office. We have an asset intelligence platform that guarantees transparency and compliance even when running multiple 100 or 1,000 edge locations like home offices. Our AI-based support agent Marvin and the new upcoming self-healing capabilities of secure unified endpoint management will support you. You are well prepared with BYOO with our digital workspace platform. Getting IT balanced during the last 25 years was perceived as a contracting cycle of managing workspaces. During these years, the focus from centralized IT to distributed IT is going back and forward all the time. Due to the architectural cycle stays shorter and technology used in different scenarios, it becomes harder to identify what is running where. But in the end, you have to manage and secure a centralized or distributed landscape, or something in between. Therefore, we extend our workspace management platform with AI technologies to support self-service and self-healing procedures in every organization. I invite you to have a look at our Firescope technology. You will see how easy it is to execute an asset risk analysis across all workspaces, including the edge and the cloud. COVID-19 is the acceleration of the acceleration for remote work. Now many of your multiple-year digital transformation projects are folded into 3 up to 6 months. The reason is that you have to support workspaces from cloud into the edge to engage your employees with remote work. In the next couple of minutes, I will take you on a journey through our digital workspace platform. You will see how we support our digital transformation with this platform for all kinds of data-driven applications. Apps and data are the new oil that changes the expectations end users have on the services you provide. The next normal expects more than ever that IT becomes an intelligent, composable business that enables better, easy and fast access to information. The whole solution must be modular and can change and respond more quickly as we make decisions. With our digital workspace platform, we started with the new platform extensions delivered through the Solution Builder configuration packages. That is a perfect fit to implement the whole application lifecycle for data-driven apps. You are using the Microsoft Office 365 platform and Azure Graph API as a foundation that drives many of your workspaces. We have a strong partnership with Microsoft to integrate Azure AD as a first-class identity and access management citizen. We shortly delivered that in our digital workspace platform for paving you the road for your cloud transformation projects. But we don't stop at this. You will see broader support for the orchestration of important cloud and SaaS ecosystems like Microsoft Teams, Power BI, or others. Today you have a slew of tools in place to manage your endpoint. For sure, not only I, also a couple of analysts who believe that we have an innovative UAM solution. But anyway, if you took the blue pill, we stay with you. we delivered some weeks ago, as part of our digital workspace platform, brand new connectors for third-party management systems like Microsoft Intune. If you are looking to automate processes and orchestrate your cloud transformation, you should have a look at our powerful Workflow Studio. That is an essential part of our digital workspace platform. Extensibility and simplicity are fundamental to our research and development teams. I'm excited to announce that we will deliver in early 2021 new extensibility functions for the Workflow Studio. It will become more comfortable than ever to implement workflow activities in your chosen programming language, starting from PowerShell, C#, Python to JavaScript or TypeScript. Making your platform more powerful will be simpler than ever. All these features come backed by the shortly released Solution Builder configuration packages. We see you growing, and so your Matrix42 system as well. Scalability and reliability are relevant more than ever when building data-driven apps. Earlier this year, we delivered our new Workflow Worker platform that allows you to scale vertically and horizontally with our platform. I'm happy to let you know that Matrix42 is providing the Workflow Workers as Docker containers during 2021. That enables you to run the business process automation fully scalable in the cloud of your choice. Besides hyperscaler clouds like Azure with Azure Kubernetes Services or Amazon Web Service with Elastic Kubernetes Services, the new VMware ESX7 Tanzu platform becomes a first-class citizen for the Matrix42 products. All these features are or will become available in our cloud and for every on-premise customer as well. Digital Workspace for Good is an initiative we started supporting organizations with our platform in these difficult times. Check out the hashtag DW4Good and watch out for all the solutions our customers build with our software. We are proud and happy that our solution becomes a small part of the fight against this pandemic. Let me recap shortly an impressive example for Oliver's keynote of the County of Karlsruhe. Our powerful data-driven schema model allows descriptive defining the structure of a brand new application to collect infection data. The integrated workflows include email capabilities for establishing an end-to-end encrypted communication with the citizen. The new Solution Builder configuration packages makes it possible to deliver this app to other counties in Germany within minutes, helping to manage the pandemic data pool for more efficiency. For you, it is much more important to stay ahead by implementing and automating your service processes. It doesn't matter if you support workspaces, manage or protect the cloud, or helping users stay productive. Enterprise service management is a success factor for your organization regarding productivity. It becomes a significant enabler for the digital business. Stay ahead means also be compliant independently of how complex your IT landscape become. A couple of months ago, we delivered another cornerstone to give you an asset intelligence platform in your hands. We support IBM as another big vendor in our software asset management solution. That allows you to expand your existing workspace-related processes to the software-defined data center and the cloud at ease. Working together with tons of customers resulted in a solution that helps you efficiently avoiding ILMT traps. I'm happy to announce today we invested tremendously in the license management of Oracle. As soon the Oracle verification process is passed, our solution will become available for you during the next several months. We are following our vision to give you a 360-degree view of your IT landscape from all different dimensions. As mentioned, the workspace expands to the cloud and into the edge, so the complexity of your IT landscape is increasing. Keeping the more complex zoo of locations, devices and network components under control makes an automated CMDB very helpful. Our acquisition of Firescope targets these needs and becomes the GPS for your IT landscape. The new upcoming module, CI Configuration Compliance, will bring an automated CMDB, including capabilities to implement proactive baseline management directly in your enterprise service management solution until early 2021. CI Configuration Compliance, the expansion of Firescope for all hyperscalers, combined with the existing cloud expense management solution, makes our enterprise service management solution a valuable cost optimization and self-healing platform. Management and protection are prerequisites for every workspace, for every cloud resource, and for every edge device. The Matrix42 Secure Unified Endpoint Management solution brings together what belongs together, based on a powerful automation platform. To provide you with zero-day platform support, we delivered multiple bigger and smaller features in our secure Unified Endpoint Management solution to renew our commitment again to support you in adopting new devices and new platforms at ease. Part of the Unified User Experience integrated solution is an intelligent platform to aggregate the security state of your organization out of many different modules, like patch management, encryption, antivirus, anti-malware, and software management. This seamless integration gives you new options to manage and orchestrate change processes in your IT landscape more effectively and integrated as ever before. May I invite you to go directly in our marketplace and install our brand new secure unified endpoint management solution right after this virtual conference. Wouldn't it be cool when a smartphone and intelligent system decides what is the right package to become installed on the target device? Downloading the app from the public app store, using the web version of the application, or just installing the Fat Client application directly on the device, dependent on the context you are. Wouldn't it be cool when an intelligent and smart system even knows about all your devices to bring the right service through the right artifact to the device? That would make device migrations easier as of today. I'm happy to highlight the new upcoming universal packages in the secure unified endpoint management solution, which allows us to distribute changes in the whole IT landscape. And the system decides smart intelligence what needs to be applied. That makes multi-platform rollouts expanded to your mobile device fleet possible and very efficient out of a single pane of glass. We were working with you last year to transform your data centers into the Matrix42 cloud or a managed private hyperscaler cloud. We understand that generating packages was and is a challenge for you. Today I'm happy to let you know that we will unveil a next generation packaging platform, part of our unified user experience, fully web-based. The new system will support all public app stores and the Matrix42 Package Cloud to bring the overall packaging process to the next level. Let's have a look at how packaging and lifecycle management can be more intuitive in the future. Technology never becomes a burden for project teams and organizations. Removing silos and bringing agile teams together to become an end-to-end responsible group requires a new way of organizing development and IT organizations. In 2015, the term DevOps was born. DevOps supports agile teams and organizations building flexible IT landscapes. The largest vendors in the market adopted this approach in the same way as startups are doing this to keep an environment for creativity and efficiency. We believe in DevOps and presume that everybody of you should have access to a platform that supports you in delivering new apps and processes continuously, seamlessly integrated in the Matrix42 Digital Workspace platform. The new Matrix42 DevOps platform becomes available today as a preview for everybody: customers, partners, developers, our employees, and our dev teams in the same way. The Matrix42 DevOps platform is a solution to manage the whole application lifecycle process for every change you are doing in the digital workspace platform. During the next months, we at Matrix42 will move all our components, extensions, and apps to this platform to give you a smart way to consume new functionality without needing to update your base system. Most importantly, the platform allows every customer in the Matrix42 cloud to consume and apply homegrown extensions or community projects developed by our growing ecosystem directly. Visit extensions.matrix42.com and try the new way of consuming and delivering changes to your organization. Thanks a lot for being part of the session, but now it's time to join our speaking customers to see the amazing solutions built with our products. The product managers are waiting in more than 18 technical sessions to give you all the needed insights and answering every question. Get IT balanced with the Matrix42 Digital Workspace platform and discover more today.
Thank you very much, Dirk Eisenberg, for that insight into the life of the CTO and what you're developing next for our customers at Matrix42. As we experience a slight issue with the platform for this conference, I would encourage you to double check your emails that you received as part of the conference registration. The registration emails contain a link towards the video stream and the session so that you could jump into the session in case you have an issue with the platform. But we're working on it, the whole team's on it, and we'll be right online again with the platform. We'll be right there. In the meanwhile, before we continue over to our next customer guest, I thought it'd be good to also not only have an internal flashback, but then also have someone externally reviewing with us from an analyst perspective on how things changed over time. And we have a speaker that we love to have in our conferences over and over again, and that's Markus Bause from Serviu. Markus, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, I hear you.
That's very good. Welcome on board. Welcome to Digital Workspace World 2020. We've had you on stage last year, the year before. I think it'd be good to have your ideas around the current situation as well, which is why I thought it'd be nice to bring you also in and have a little chat with you. Markus, you as being being a leader of Serviu, and being a manager at Serviu, you as a training company, you've had probably a hard time over the last several months because you were used to bring people into your premises and hold trainings with them and make sure that they get that content that you as an academy provider send out live. How does that impact your business right now?
Yeah, it was very turbulent times, I would say. But first, I have to say thank you that I can be here, and it's something to be on your events is always a little bit like coming home. So it's always a pleasure to be part of it. Yes, for your question, it is very turbulent times. In the past, especially in these areas where we are providing our business and our trainings and consulting business, there was common that 95% of the business is in classrooms or face-to-face. And this switched in March in the first lockdown from one day to another. Perhaps you remember in Hamburg, it was the first city who stopped all contacts. This switched from one day to another to 95% on virtual channels, virtual platforms. And we was very lucky that we was very good prepared, because 1 or 2 years ago in a strategic meeting we decided that we have to build up virtual channels for our business, and the reason was more risk management. We said there are no really demand for it, but if something is happening which has such a destructive or disruptive situation like we have right now, if something is happening, then it will switch from one day to another, and then we cannot follow it. And that was the reason why we was very good prepared. So our trainings stopped at Monday morning, and 2 hours later it goes on on a virtual platform. But for the customers also, it was a very hard time. There was not so proven to use virtual platforms, and we see that there was a learning process. So right now we have nearly 100% of our business on virtual ways, and the customers use it right now like it's normal. So that's changed, yeah.
That's why we call it a new normal, probably, right? And because it seems like everybody gets used to it and working with it. But one thing, like, interesting fact is because we do technology that is proven to be compliant with the ITIL framework, and Serviu is one of those companies that help us identify on how we could make our software process ITIL in a correct fashion. And with the rollout of ITIL 4 that we've been discussing on stage last year, I guess that was a little more difficult because project teams didn't come together like this. And how was acceptance of ITIL 4 in that time? Because did it go on or did it stop?
Oh no, it's go on. The demand is much higher than ever before because everything is happening now. Why the refresh of ITIL have to be done? In the past, we see, and the most of the companies, I would say, more than 80% of the IT organizations are in an old-fashioned way of working. Traditional operational concepts, more like silos in technical silos, process silos, and so on. And there must be much more flexible ways of working, and that's exactly what ITIL 4 has bring in with the new version, and it's more relevant than ever before. And so we see there are much raising demand for okay, how do I have to change? How do I have to implement change enablement instead of change management and something like that? So yeah, it's really relevant right now, and the companies have a high demand of doing the change now.
That's what you told us last year when we were on stage. The thing that I learned was we were talking a lot more about becoming agile in the things that we do rather than following that strict process, and that there's a conflict even inside that ITIL of how flexible do I want to be. And I think that the times like these specifically might request more of the concept of working together in an agile mode rather than following strictly the process, because as people do not sit in that same room any longer, but all have that I'd say responsibility to still do their job and make decisions and drive projects forward. I guess it's more important than ever that they learn how to work agile, and I guess ITIL 4 helps in that, does it?
Absolutely. I think we have the development like we have in the software development years before. Software developers also following processes and have to deliver at special times, special features, and so on. Agile does not mean absolutely chaos and everybody can do what they want to do. But we have to learn how we reduce silos. We have to learn how to reduce bureaucracy. We have to make it easier. We have to make it more flexible. We have to more prioritize. We have to see how can we do the correct things fast. And that's all what we can learn from agile ways of working. So in ITIL 4, you see that there's an integration of not really new ideas from Scrum, from Kanban, from Lean, and so on. But ITIL 4 brings it now very good together. But we have to especially change the mindset, how to deliver our services. And that's a very difficult thing because in the past, the IT organization was very successful with the traditional ways of working. And now these traditional ways of working is not working anymore. So they have to change the technologies, they have to change the architectures, they have to change the way of collaborate, of communicate, and they have to change the way of how they manage. So that's lots to do.
But that's what Dirk also mentioned in his keynote. He said that 2015, DevOps came up and everybody was talking about DevOps here, DevOps there. But then how much penetration would you see across the customers that come to consult your academy and ask you about the knowledge? Because obviously people want training about it, but does it really arrive at companies?
Yeah. It seems a little bit that DevOps came in too early, I think. It's exactly what you mentioned. Everybody was talking about it. It was one of the top topics in webinars, and so everybody talks about DevOps, but not really a lot of companies use it. When you see, okay, big software-driven companies like Google or something like that, they are working with these concepts. But in the, let me say, normal IT, there we have the classical silos, dev and ops, and a little bit of security and so on. And now the demand is getting much higher to find concepts. How can we implement the flows of activities from the demand to the operational through all the DevOps, security testing, and so on, getting more and more automated. And so it's a very hot topic. DevOps in combination with dev activities and HR service management activities based on ITIL 4. But we are out of the stage of talking. Now we are coming in the stage of doing.
Okay. Thank you very much, Markus. It was a pleasure having you here, as always. Thank you for taking the time and giving us insights into the market. And if anyone needs some understanding about ITIL 4, we could only recommend Markus and his Servio team. Thank you for taking the time, and talk to you soon. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Have a great event.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
So, while this goes on, I already mentioned we have a few issues on the platform right now. So in the meanwhile, if you received a registration email or registration confirmation, feel free to look into that. And there's a video stream link as well that you can use in order to access the content if you have experience difficulties on the platform. For this next session, our agenda says it's going to be in German. And so for the international guests that we have online right now, I would recommend to try switching over to the channel where we have the gym. Or if you want to, you may want to pop by the materials that we put into our marketplace, and we'd be back on this channel later on with English sessions. We'll keep you posted, and I would then switch over to German right now. So talk to you later. So, my next guest is Christian Pfister from Hamburg Energy. And Christian, can you hear me online?
Ja, ich kann es dir hören.
Ah, wunderbar. Entschuldigung, habe ich vergessen, auf Deutsch zu schalten. Da war ja was. Willkommen an Bord. Schön, dass Sie da sind, dass Sie sich die Zeit nehmen, Herr Pfister. Sie sind Teamleader Plant Operations Management bei Hamburg Energie, und Sie haben uns eine Keynote mitgebracht heute. Worum geht es da genau? Was können unsere Kunden erwarten?
Ja, vielen Dank für die Einleitung, Herr Samsel. Auch von mir ein herzliches Moin aus Hamburg. Und auch nochmal vielen Dank an die Matrix für die Einladung. Und auch ein herzliches Dankeschön an Consulting4IT, die mir heute die Möglichkeit geben, hier zu sprechen. In den nächsten 25 Minuten möchte ich Ihnen erzählen, wie es dazu gekommen ist, dass Hamburg Energie ein IT-Service-Management-Tool einsetzt für die Verwaltung von Energieerzeugungsanlagen.
Klingt spannend.
Genau.
Ich überlasse die Bühne gerne Ihnen, und wir schauen mal, was es da alles zu berichten gibt.
Ja, vielen Dank. Dann fangen wir gleich mal an. Sehen Sie den Vortrag schon, oder? Ah ja, perfekt. Gut, ich habe meinen Vortrag wie folgt gegliedert. Zuerst möchte ich Ihnen kurz was zu meiner Person und zum Unternehmen Hamburg Energie erzählen. Danach ausführlich auf das Projekt Matrix42 bei Hamburg Energie eingehen. Dann, was wir aus dem Projekt gelernt haben, und schließen möchte ich den Vortrag dann mit einem Ausblick. So, starten wir zu meiner Person. Ich bin von der Ausbildung her Wirtschaftsingenieur, Fachrichtung Umwelttechnik. Das habe ich in Berlin studiert in den 2000er Jahren. Seit 2010 arbeite ich bei Hamburg Energie. Dort habe ich angefangen mit der Projektkoordination von einem größeren Photovoltaik-Portfolio. Danach durfte ich das Projekt Solare Hülle des Energiebunkers leiten. Es war ein Teil der internationalen Baustellung in 2013 in Hamburg. Und seit 2014 baue ich die Anlagenbetriebsführung bei Hamburg Energie auf. Wir sind mittlerweile 6 Mitarbeiter, die sich um die Organisation des technischen und kaufmännischen Betriebs von dezentralen erneuerbaren Energien und Kraft-Wärme-Kopplungsanlagen kümmern. So, auf der nächsten Folie sehen Sie jetzt was zu Hamburg Energie. Hamburg Energie wurde in 2009 gegründet als eines der größten Rekommunalisierungsprojekte Deutschlands. Wir verfolgen das Ziel, unsere Kunden frei von Kohle und Atomstrom zu versorgen. Und wir gehören auch zu 100% der Freien und Hansestadt Hamburg und direkt den Hamburger Wasserwerken als direkte Tochter an. Im letzten Jahr haben wir nach Steuern 2 Millionen Jahresergebnis gemacht bei einem Umsatz von 242 Millionen. Was uns so besonders macht und was uns auch unterscheidet von anderen Ökostromversorgern, zumindest von den allermeisten, ist, dass wir auch ein eigenes Erzeugungsportfolio haben. So haben wir in den letzten 10 Jahren über 100 Millionen Euro in erneuerbare Energienanlagen und KWK-Anlagen investiert und können damit ungefähr 2/3 des Stroms, den wir an unsere Privatkunden liefern, selbst erzeugen. Aktuell haben wir ungefähr 150.000 Privatkunden im Strom- und Gasbereich. Auf der rechten Seite sehen Sie jetzt unser Erzeugungsportfolio. Das sind knapp 90 Anlagen, Photovoltaik, Dachanlagen im Stadtgebiet, Windkraftanlagen, vornehmlich im Hafen, aber auch im Umland oder in der Metropolregion von Hamburg. Und dann betreiben wir noch sogenannte Quartierstromprojekte, wo wir Wohngebiete mit ökologischer Wärme und regionalen Strom versorgen. Bevor ich jetzt ausführlich auf das Projekt eingehe, habe ich Ihnen noch ein Plakat aus unserer letzten Werbekampagne mitgebracht, das die Einstellung oder unsere Einstellung zur Energiewende noch einmal bildlich hervorhebt. Auf der nächsten Seite. So, jetzt kommen wir zum eigentlichen Vortragsinhalt, dem Projekt Matrix42 bei Hamburg Energie. Auf der nächsten Folie möchte ich Ihnen den Ablauf von der Projektidee bis zum Going Live des Systems einmal näher vorstellen. Angefangen hat das eigentlich alles so 2017. Da standen wir vor großen Herausforderungen in der Betriebsführung. Die Anlagenzahl hatte sich in den Jahren zuvor stark erhöht, um über 66%. Und wir hatten auch noch viel in der Projektpipeline. Also die Tendenz neuer Anlagen war weiter steigend und das führte uns zu folgenden Herausforderungen. Zum ersten hatten wir eine sehr angespannte Personalkapazität im Team. Und zum Zweiten verfügten wir eigentlich über keine richtige Standardisierung. Das heißt, die Ablage von Stammdaten war meistens Excel-basiert und unterschiedlich gehandhabt von den verschiedenen Mitarbeitern. Die Bearbeitung von Geschäftsvorfällen, also Störungen, Mängeln, Versicherungsfällen, Anfragen etc. pp. War auch nicht standardisiert. Und auch die Verfolgung von Terminen und Fristen, dafür gab es auch keine einheitliche Vorgehensweise. Drittens verfügten wir über kaum automatisierte IT-Prozesse oder Systeme. Unsere Arbeit basierte vornehmlich auf der Nutzung von Word, Excel und einem E-Mail-Programm. Dadurch war es generell schwer, bei steigender Anlagenanzahl den Überblick zu behalten. Und insbesondere, wenn Mitarbeiter natürlich mal in Urlaub wollten oder auch ungeplant ausgefallen sind durch Krankheit, war es schwierig, die Aufgaben einfach zu übernehmen. Da war es gut, dass sich Hamburg Energie zu der Zeit auch auf Konsolidierungskurs befand, wollten aus der Start-up-Phase herauskommen und hatten umfangreiche Prozessanalysen auch vor, die wir dann auf der nächsten Folie auch durchgeführt haben. Ich habe dann die Chance genutzt, auch einen neuen Prozessmanager bei uns quasi mir zu schnappen im zweiten Halbjahr und dann haben wir mal alle Kernprozesse in der Betriebsführung analysiert und die Schwachstellen und die Optimierungspotenziale herausgearbeitet. Die Ergebnisse dieser Analyse wurden dann der Geschäftsführung Anfang 2018 vorgestellt und ein Teil dieser Ergebnisse habe ich Ihnen auch auf der nächsten Folie einmal zusammengestellt. Also eigentlich die Haupterkenntnisse, die bei uns zur Einführung eines IT-Systems führten. Und da werden Sie sicher denken jetzt, ja, das ist doch klar, das ist doch eindeutig, das weiß doch jeder. Aber manchmal muss man eben diese Klarheit auch in einer Form erarbeiten und auch darstellen durch diese Prozesse, um dann im Unternehmen von der Geschäftsleitung auch die notwendige Unterstützung für eine Umsetzung zu bekommen. Also unsere Haupterkenntnisse waren erstens, dass ein IT-System Transparenz schaffen würde. Zum Beispiel bei der Ablage von Stammdaten an einer Stelle im Asset-Management-System. Dann, dass wir durch prozessgesteuerte Störungs- und Vorgangsbearbeitung ebenfalls weitere Transparenz bekommen. Zweitens schafft es auch Prozesssicherheit. Also wir können auch das Risiko minimieren, die Wissensstände von Mitarbeitern bündeln und dadurch einfach auch Vertretbarkeit gewährleisten. Und es ermöglicht uns drittens, einfach effizienter zu arbeiten und vor allen Dingen auch unsere Arbeit zu skalieren, also eine Skalierbarkeit herzustellen bei immer steigender Anlagenanzahl, die wir in der Betriebsführung verwalten. Insgesamt kamen über 10 Maßnahmen raus aus der Prozessanalyse und die wurden anhand einer Aufwand-Nutzen-Analyse quasi bewertet. Und dabei stellte sich heraus, dass einige dieser Maßnahmen quasi auf die Einführung eines ITSM-Systems einzahlten. Wir hatten uns dadurch sehr hohen Optimierungseffekt erhofft, wenn wir so ein solches Tool bei uns einsetzen würden. Und welchen Ansatz wir quasi dabei verfolgt haben bei der Auswahl des Tools, das sehen Sie jetzt auf der nächsten Folie. Da fragen Sie sich jetzt sicher, warum setzt ein Energieversorger für seine Anlagen ein ITSM-Tool eigentlich für IT-Abteilung ein? Also warum Matrix42? Gibt es da nicht eigentlich ein branchenspezifisches Tool, was genau das kann? Und da war unsere Antwort, nee, gibt es eigentlich nicht, jein. Also wir haben Recherchen im Internet betrieben. Ich war auch auf verschiedenen Messen unterwegs, habe da mit Branchenpartnern gesprochen und da kam eigentlich bei raus, dass jeder oder viele so ein solches Tool suchen, aber das irgendwie nicht haben. Sie haben zwar IT-Systeme, die können aber nicht alles. Und die hatten Ideen, die zu erweitern oder was Neues einzuführen. Also es war nicht so ganz klar. Und warum wir jetzt Matrix eingesetzt haben, das war eigentlich der Vorschlag oder die Idee unseres IT-Koordinators. Und der hat nämlich gesagt, zum einen, es gibt viele Prozessanalogien zwischen IT-Service-Prozessen und den Prozessen bei uns in der Betriebsführung. Zum Beispiel kann man dann sagen, dass Incident, Problem, Change Management vergleichbar sind mit Vorgehen der Störungsbeseitigung, der Instandsetzung oder anderen Änderungsanforderungen. Release Management, Maintenance ist auch vergleichbar mit der Durchführung von Wartungen an den Anlagen oder wiederkehrenden Prüfungen. Und auch eine CMDB in der IT ist quasi auch vergleichbar mit den Stammdaten, die wir auch für unsere Energieanlagen vorhalten wollen. Zudem hatte unsere Mutter Hamburg Wasser, die auch die IT-Abteilung stellte, dieses Tool bereits im Einsatz. Und dadurch erhofften wir uns auch mehr Akzeptanz oder überhaupt große Akzeptanz bei der IT-Abteilung bei der Einführung dieses Tools, was uns dann später auch Geschwindigkeit gebracht hat, überhaupt bei der Freigabe durch die IT für ein solches Tool. Drittens kam es für uns wirtschaftlich attraktiv vor, auf Matrix42 zu setzen, weil im Unternehmen umfangreiche Lizenzen vorhanden waren. Sie ermöglichten auch die Installation einer eigenen Instanz für uns. Außerdem wäre es einfach möglich gewesen, dass die Hamburg Wasser IT auch unser System administriert, und auch weitere Synergien waren denkbar bei der Kombination. Zudem hatten wir auch schon damals die Hoffnung, dass auch andere Teams, Bereiche bei Hamburg Energie vielleicht dieses Tool als Asset-Tool nutzen können. Ob das jetzt alles so funktionieren sollte, wie wir uns das vorgestellt haben, das wollten wir über ein Proof of Concept überprüfen, Mitte 2018. Und das haben wir mit Consulting for IT durchgeführt. Die wurden uns zum einen von der Matrix auch benannt und zum anderen waren sie auch im Hamburg Wasserkonzern bereits tätig, da in der Beratung. Es bestanden Rahmenverträge. Es hat leider ein bisschen gedauert, bis wir dann den Workshop durchführen konnten, da auch die Berater da relativ ausgebucht waren. Aber Mitte 2018 haben wir dann einen Zweitages-Remote-Workshop durchgeführt, wo wir die vorab festgelegten Anforderungen an ein solches System quasi überprüft haben. Und Consulting for IT hat das auch relativ gut hinbekommen. Also die haben verstanden, was wir damit vorhaben und haben uns dann Lösungen aufgezeigt, wie man das im Matrix-System umsetzen könnte. Insofern hatten wir dann das Proof of Concept für uns positiv bewertet. Also es ist möglich. Und relativ kurz danach gab es auch eine Freigabe durch die Geschäftsleitung bei uns, quasi da zu investieren in dieses Projekt und das dann auch umzusetzen. Insofern startete dann mein Team und ich und zusammen mit dem IT-Koordinator im zweiten Halbjahr 2018 mit der Erarbeitung des Datenmodells oder der Datenmodelle, die wir dann in dem System umsetzen wollten. Wir haben ungefähr so 5 Halbtages-Workshops intern gemacht und haben uns die verschiedensten Parameter, Ausprägungen der CIs überlegt. Zudem haben wir uns ein Angebot von Consulting for IT für ungefähr 25 Beratertage geben lassen und versucht, schnellstmöglich Termine mit den Beratern zu vereinbaren und parallel auch mit der Hamburg Wasser IT quasi die Bereitstellung der Server abgestimmt. Los ging es dann mit der Installation unserer eigenen Instanz und der Server Anfang Oktober, auch durch Consulting for IT. Und mit der eigentlichen Umsetzung konnten wir dann auch wieder aus Gründen der Kapazität erst Anfang Dezember 2018 starten. Das haben wir dann über das nächste halbe Jahr ungefähr so gestaltet, dass immer alle 14 Tage so 2 Beratertage bei uns kamen. Die Erfahrung hat dann im Nachhinein gezeigt, dass man ungefähr pro Beratertag 3 interne Vorbereitungstage benötigt oder 3 Tage für die Vorbereitung, für den Tag selbst und auch für die Nachbereitung. Und zudem wollten wir auch relativ viel selbst machen an dem System. Das heißt, ich hatte insbesondere einen Mitarbeiter, der dem Berater eigentlich immer über die Schulter geguckt hat, sich auch einiges erklären lassen hat und zudem wurden dann auch für so Basisthemen einfach Klickanleitungen erstellt, sodass wir auch zwischen den Beratertagen da auch weiterarbeiten konnten an dem System. In Summe haben wir ungefähr 50 eigene Configuration Items erstellt und dafür auch alle notwendigen Ansichten und Dialoge zusammen mit Consulting for IT im System umgesetzt. Wir haben zudem externe Anwendungen, wie zum Beispiel unser technisches Dokumentenmanagementsystem oder auch Google Maps über externe Links eingebunden, weil das einfachste und schnellste Variante war. Und wie das jetzt alles nachhinein aussah, das kann ich Ihnen gleich zeigen. Erstmal Mitte 2019 sind wir dann quasi auch online gegangen, going live mit dem System. Was dann natürlich noch fehlte, waren die Stammdaten. Die Stammdaten mussten natürlich noch ins System eingepflegt werden, was ein sehr langwieriger Prozess war und immer noch ist zum Teil und der halt parallel auch stattfindet. In der Folge erfolgten auch noch weitere kleinere Erweiterungen und Anpassungen am System. Aber man kann so sagen, ja, eigentlich seit Ende 2019 arbeiten wir vollumfänglich mit dem System und die Kollegen aus dem Betrieb sind überglücklich, dass sie jetzt ein solches System auch nutzen können. In Summe kann man feststellen, dass wir circa 2,5 Jahre gebraucht haben, von der Feststellung dieser Herausforderung bis hin zu einem fertigen und ja auch maßgeschneiderten System. Genau, was meine persönliche Meinung auch ein großer Erfolg war und ist. Auf den nächsten Folien habe ich Ihnen ein paar Screenshots mitgebracht. So sieht das System jetzt aus. Hier haben wir mal eine Asset-Ansicht. Auf der linken Seite sehen Sie die Projekte, die dort als komplexe Systeme ausgebildet sind, unterteilt in Photovoltaikanlagen, Windanlagen und Wärmeanlagen. In diesen komplexen Systemen kann man verschiedene Anlagen wiederum miteinander verbinden und den Anlagen kann man dann auch Komponenten zuordnen. Früher hatten wir dafür mindestens 2, wenn nicht mehr Excel-Tabellen, wo unterschiedliche Informationen drin standen, zum Teil auch nur auf Projektebene, sodass man für jedes Projekt eine andere Excel-Tabelle suchen musste. Heute können wir alle relevanten, notwendigen Stammdaten zu unseren Anlagen hier im System nachschauen. Und ich kann sogar auch bei Kontakten, also wenn ich jetzt einen Dienstleister suche von einer Anlage, kann ich mich da über den Geschäftspartner, Geschäftskontakt durchklicken bis zu seiner Telefonnummer und die dann auch automatisch auf mein Telefon geben. Auf 2 weitere Punkte möchte ich noch hinweisen. Zum einen, die sind hier umkreist, einmal Projekt berechnen. Dort haben wir über einen Workflow geschafft, dass quasi Stammdaten, Informationen, zum Beispiel über eine Anlagenleistung, eine elektrische Leistung, quasi berechnet werden anhand der in den verlinkten Anlagen oder Komponenten befindlichen, sag ich mal, Modulen oder Wechselrichter, sodass, wenn sich im unteren Bereich einer Anlage was ändert, dann kann man auf der obersten Ebene immer die Summenzahl genau erkennen. Zum anderen haben wir rechts den Link in unser technisches Dokumentenmanagementsystem. Wenn man darauf klickt, dann wird das Anlagenkennzeichen des Projektes oder der Anlage oder der Komponente, wo man sich auch immer befindet, quasi an das TDMS weitergegeben. Dort wird eine Suche gestartet und dann hat man sofort alle technischen Dokumente zu der Anlage parat. Auf der nächsten Seite ist jetzt nochmal eine Detailansicht von einer Anlage. Hier möchte ich insbesondere darauf hinweisen, dass wir auf der linken Seite die Möglichkeit haben, weitere Verbindungen herzustellen, zum Beispiel zum Vertragsmanagement. Also hier tauchen jetzt alle Verträge auf, die bei für diese Anlage relevant sind, auch mögliche Komponenten oder auch wiederkehrende Aufgaben, die an dieser Anlage hängen. Windkraftanlagen brauchen je nach Alter und Zulassung alle 2 Jahre, jedes Jahr, alle 5 Jahre eine wiederkehrende Prüfung, Aufzugsprüfung etc. pp. Das können wir jetzt hier alles hinterlegen im System und der Asset Manager wird dann immer darüber informiert, dass sowas wieder ansteht. Also man hat alle relevanten Informationen quasi im Zugriff und dadurch enorme Zeitersparnis. Dritte Beispiel ist jetzt mal eine Übersicht einer Komponente eines BHKWs. Hier sehen Sie, dass wir mit sogenannten Bestandsartikeln arbeiten, wodurch wir noch weitere Vorteile generieren. Das sieht man dann auf der Folie drauf. Da geht es jetzt zum Beispiel um einen Wechselrichter der Firma SMA. Hier kann ich jetzt erkennen, dass ich den unzählige Male im System habe. Ich muss muss ich mal bei mir ein bisschen größer stellen, dann erkenne ich das auch. Also 232 Mal habe ich diesen Typ quasi bei mir in meinen Anlagen verbaut. Früher hätte ich dafür unzählige Projektlisten durchgucken müssen. Jetzt weiß ich, okay, der Typ ist 232 Mal dabei. Ich kann auch sehen, in welcher Anlage er ist. Ich kann hier auch ein Datenblatt hinterlegen. Und wenn ich jetzt eine Auswertung mache für einen Versicherer oder für den Hersteller, dann habe ich alle Informationen sehr schnell parat und zur Hand. Auf der nächsten Folie, das ist ein Screenshot aus dem Self-Service-Portal. Das nutzen wir für unsere 24/7-Leitwarte, die über unsere Mutter Hamburg Wasser gestellt wird. Das heißt, wenn nachts dort jemand anruft oder bei uns jemand anruft, dann wird er weitergeleitet und die Mitarbeiter dort haben die Möglichkeit, über das Self-Service-Portal eine Störung oder einen Vorgang anzulegen und können auch schauen, ob die Anlagen wirklich uns gehören, indem sie die Assets durchsuchen, finden da alle relevanten Informationen zu Dienstleistern und können uns dann auch nachts über Havarien oder dergleichen informieren. Das war's zum System selbst. Was haben wir quasi aus dem Projekt gelernt? Das möchte ich Ihnen auf der nächsten Folie zeigen. Also was für mich ganz wichtig und interessant war, dass dieser interdisziplinäre Ansatz auch durch den IT-Koordinator total hilfreich war, weil der hat quasi die beiden Welten, die IT-Welt und unsere Welt, Anlagen, Betriebsführung in der Energiewirtschaft, quasi miteinander verbunden und hat uns eigentlich überhaupt den Weg erst aufgezeigt, wie wir unsere Herausforderung auch anders lösen können. Dann, was für mich auch wirklich wichtig war, ist, dass der Zeitbedarf, vor allem der interne Zeitbedarf bei den Mitarbeitern nicht zu unterschätzen ist. Also es war relativ herausfordernd, zeitaufwendig, das Projekt neben dem Tagesgeschäft so umzusetzen. Aber wenn man das entsprechend plant, dann bekommt man das auch gut hin. Und zu guter Letzt, also Vertrauen und Mut zur Umsetzung habe ich es genannt. Also auch wenn man auf dem Weg dieses Projekts gerade am Anfang da manchmal vielleicht Zweifel hat oder nicht genau weiß, dass es hundertprozentig was wird, ist es trotzdem hilfreich, dran zu bleiben und dran zu glauben und auch diesen Blick über den Tellerrand zu wagen. So, mit dem Ausblick möchte ich meinen Vortrag jetzt gleich schließen. Was kommt in Zukunft? Also wir sind gerade dabei, verschiedene Maßnahmen zusammenzustellen, um Erweiterungen im System vorzunehmen. Das Vertragsmanagement wollen wir uns auf jeden Fall noch anschauen, weil wir da gerade im Standard noch unterwegs sind. Da sehen wir einige Optimierungspotenziale. Auch wollen wir prüfen, ob es für uns sinnvoll ist, weitere Prozesse zu automatisieren oder auch weitere Workflows zu nutzen. Das sogenannte Dependency Mapping, also die Abhängigkeit zwischen Komponenten oder Anlagen, was die Matrix bietet, wollen wir auch mal untersuchen, ob das für uns auch einen Mehrwert bringt bei der Bearbeitung. Worauf ich sehr viel setze, ist quasi ein Reporting, was jetzt erstmalig durch so ein System auch möglich ist, zu sehen, wie viele Störungen auf welchen Assets erfolgen, gibt es herstellerspezifische Unterschiede etc. pp. Also da wollen wir uns auch jetzt vermehrt darauf fokussieren. Und natürlich gibt es immer so Kleinigkeiten am System, Darstellungen, die vielleicht noch nicht hundertprozentig passen, die wollen wir demnächst auch angehen. Und dann bin ich mit meinem Vortrag auch schon am Ende. Ich hoffe, es hat Ihnen gefallen und bedanke mich recht herzlich für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Vielen Dank, Herr Pfister. Tatsächlich ein interessanter Einblick, weil gerade eben Non-IT-Asset Management und dann auch noch in einem so interessanten Sektor ist sicherlich ein interessanter Case auch für unsere Kunden, die natürlich mit der IT dann in diese Bereiche reinwachsen. Jetzt ist aber aus meiner Sicht natürlich, weil ich ja jetzt in diesem Thema Client und Workspace, Digitalisierung quasi in das Thema reingewachsen bin, natürlich ein recht unkonventioneller Ansatz. Wo haben Sie denn, als Sie sich mit dem Projekt beschäftigt haben, an welcher Stelle das erste Mal tatsächlich gemerkt, das wirkt, das hat einen Nutzen, weil Sie hatten ja davor auch schon die Tabellen und so weiter, das ist natürlich nicht so charmant, aber wo haben Sie gemerkt, jetzt fängt es an Spaß zu machen und wertvoll zu werden?
Ja, also natürlich hatten wir gleich nach der Einführung einen Nutzen dabei, aber der Nutzen hat sich jetzt wirklich gezeigt mit der Corona-Pandemie und dem Shutdown, den wir hatten. Unsere Büros sind am Standort von Hamburg Wasser, von einem zentralen Hauptpumpwerk, und unser Gesellschafter, dem war es sehr wichtig, dass wir diesen Standort stark schützen, und deswegen sind wir, glaube ich, Mitte März komplett ins Homeoffice gegangen, ohne Ausnahme, bis in den Juni rein. Und da mussten wir quasi weiter so arbeiten. Vorher saßen wir alle in einem Büro, konnten immer miteinander kommunizieren. Und jetzt hatten wir die Möglichkeit, dass dieses System halt viele Informationen einfach automatisch teilt, sodass wir trotzdem eigentlich ohne Reibungsverlust dezentral unsere Arbeit weiter verfolgen konnten. Und das war ein super Mehrwert, und ich glaube, ohne dieses System hätten wir arge Probleme gehabt, da unser Geschäft so einfach aufrechtzuerhalten.
Sie sagten, automatisiert die Information verteilen. Hat das System auf Basis von Automation und automatisierten Prozessen Ihnen diese Information zur Verfügung gestellt, oder haben Sie die dann selbst abgeholt? Oder haben Sie das so aufgebaut, dass Ihnen die Workflows tatsächlich Daten zuliefern?
Nee, da geht es eher darum, dass man quasi zentral Informationen zu Vorgängen einfach hat jeder im Zugriff, indem er sich Tickets angucken kann, den Verlauf, oder wir nutzen zum Beispiel im Self-Service-Portal diese Funktion der Ankündigung, auch für andere Bereiche, dass wir da Informationen über Wartungen, geplante Ausfälle von Wärmeversorgung einfach transparent darstellen. Früher hatten wir das immer am Whiteboard im Büro quasi, damit jeder weiß, wenn eine Anlage ausfällt, warum steht die? Ah ja, okay, ist ja eine Wartung. Jetzt haben wir es im System. Das meine ich damit.
Ja, okay. Letzte abschließende Frage. Sie haben auch erwähnt, dass Sie es mit einem Partner gemeinsam, mit Consulting for IT gemeinsam realisiert haben. Welchen Schwerpunkt haben die dabei für Sie übernommen? Wo konnten die Ihnen am meisten helfen?
Ja, das fing schon beim Proof of Concept an. Also da haben wir gesehen, dass sie unser Geschäft auch schon verstehen. Also die hatten da extra darauf Wert gelegt, quasi einen Berater zu nehmen, der auch so Branchen außerhalb der des IT-Bereichs quasi kennt. Und da hatten wir schon ein gutes Gefühl. Und natürlich haben sie dann die ganzen Umsetzungen im System, haben sie für uns vorgenommen, ne? Beziehungsweise haben wir es dann nachher kleine Themen aufgrund ihrer Anleitung umgesetzt. Also die haben uns da schon in dem gesamten Prozess unterstützt und genau.
Vielen Dank, Herr Pfister, dass Sie sich die Zeit genommen haben. Es war schön, Sie heute hier als Sprecher begrüßen zu dürfen. Danke für den interessanten Einblick, und wir wünschen Ihnen viel Erfolg bei der weiteren Umsetzung mit Matrix42. Einen schönen Tag noch.
Ja, vielen Dank. Das wünsche ich Ihnen auch, und noch einen erfolgreichen Kongress.
Dankeschön. So, und wir machen weiter. Wir legen das Programm weiter, jetzt auch einmal auf Deutsch. Noch eine weitere Session, die wir auf Deutsch abhalten wollen. Und dazu haben wir als nächstes DKV Mobility Services, die wir gerne mit auf die Bühne bitten möchten. Kann mich denn da schon jemand hören? Ich erwarte da den Herr Elvis Celebik und den Herr Achim Zappay. Können Sie mich hören?
Ja, wir können Sie hören.
Wunderbar, so soll das sein. Sie sind von DKV Mobility Services und Sie sprechen heute über Change Management. Worum genau geht es in Ihrem Vortrag heute?
Ja, wir werden zwei Entwicklungen im Grunde genommen eine Entwicklung aus dem Change Management Umfeld mitbringen, wo wir im Grunde genommen die Bewertung von Changes anhand eines Fragenkatalogs vorstellen möchten, und auf der anderen Seite eine Status-Page, die wir im Self-Service abgebildet haben. Die würden wir heute in der Präsentation gerne vorstellen wollen.
Okay. Von der Rollenverteilung her, Sie sind zu zweit heute im Call. Sie, Herr Celebic, Sie sind der Teammanager und ich nehme an, der Herr Zappay ist dann wahrscheinlich in Ihrem Team tätig, richtig?
Genau.
Okay. Dann würde ich sagen, ich überlasse Ihnen die Bühne und Sie dürfen sich das immer aufteilen.
Perfekt, besten Dank.
Dankeschön.
Dann starten wir noch am besten mit der Präsentation.
Ja. Ja, so, jetzt sehe ich es. Ja, besten Dank und nochmal vor allen Dingen vielen Dank an Matrix42 für die heutige Einladung, dass wir die Gelegenheit haben, seitens des DKV unsere Entwicklung aus dem letzten Jahr hier vorstellen zu können. Mein Name ist Elvis Celebic, ich bin der Teammanager für den Bereich Support and Delivery Services und gemeinsam mit meinem Team sind wir zuständig für den klassischen Anwendersupport. Das heißt, angefangen vorne vom Service Desk mit der Erfassung eines Tickets bis hin bieten zu einer Erstlösung und dann weiter über den Field Support, der sich um die Bereitstellung von Hard- und Software kümmert. Um all diese Themen kümmert sich im Grunde genommen das Team. Neben diesen Support-Tätigkeiten liegt auch der Verantwortungsbereich für das Matrix42 bei uns. Dort kümmern wir uns um den Betrieb und die Weiterentwicklung und aus diesem Grund ist auch der Achim Zappay heute als Systemverantwortlicher da, der das jetzt in den vergangenen Jahren gemacht hat.
Ja, genau. Genau, ganz kurz zu mir. Mein Name ist Achim Zappay, bin beim DKV systemverantwortlich für Matrix42 und habe 2015 meine Ausbildung beim DKV gestartet als Fachinformatiker Systemintegration. Mittlerweile natürlich fertig und wie gesagt, betreue jetzt Matrix42 administrativ quasi für den DKV. Alles klar. Kommen wir einmal zur nächsten Folie.
Genau. Dort sehen wir den DKV selbst. Wer ist der DKV? Was macht der DKV? Viele von Ihnen werden sicherlich das Logo kennen, können es aber nicht ganz assoziieren. Woher kenne ich es? Ja, vielleicht kennen Sie es wahrscheinlich von einem der 160.000 Akzeptanzstellen. Das sind weitestgehend Tankstellen, Rastplätze und ähnliches. Der DKV bietet, wie links im Bild zu sehen, verschiedene Tankkarten an. Wir befinden uns da meist in der Logistikbranche oder im Flottenbereich. Und zu unseren Kernkompetenzen zählt neben dem Tanken und dem Laden, sage ich mal, mit dieser Tankkarte auch die Unterwegs-Pannenhilfe. Unser eins ruft den ADAC an. Ich sage mal, der Lkw-Fahrer greift dann zum Hörer und ruft beim DKV an, um dort Unterstützung vor Ort zu bekommen. Und die Mehrwertsteuerrückerstattung ist unter anderem auch ein sehr großes Thema von uns, wo wir für Speditionen im Grunde genommen die Mehrwertsteuer für die Maut oder ähnliches zurückholen. Die Akzeptanz unserer Karte befindet sich in 45 Ländern, so mal ein paar Keynotes zu nennen dazu. Wir haben 230.000 Vertragspartner und 4,2 Onboard-Units im Einsatz. Onboard-Units für die Personen, denen das nichts sagt, das sind die kleinen Kästen, die Sie in den Windschutzscheiben der LKWs finden, die für die Mautabrechnung dort sind und die stellen wir seitens des DKV zur Verfügung.
Genau. Ja, perfekt. Genau. Vielleicht nochmal ganz grob zur Einordnung vom DKV. Wer sind wir, was machen wir, wie groß sind wir? Der DKV hat europaweit 1200 Mitarbeiter, davon ungefähr 200 IT-Mitarbeiter und IT-Mitarbeiterinnen, primär in Deutschland. Wir verwalten um die 6.300 IT-Assets und haben ein ungefähres Volumen von 32.000 Tickets pro Jahr. Also bei den Tickets, die wir natürlich auch über Matrix42 erfassen, reden wir jetzt quasi von allen möglichen Vorgängen, sei es Incident, sei es Change, sei es Bestellungen über unseren Warenkorb. Wir setzen Matrix42, ich sag mal, relativ umfänglich ein. Das heißt, wir verwalten darüber unser Incident- und Change Management. Wir haben unser Asset Management da drin gepflegt und wir bereiten quasi die Service Delivery dann entsprechend über den Servicekatalog halt an. Genau.
Genau. Und an diesem Punkt sind wir auch schon bereits bei der ersten Entwicklung, die wir heute vorstellen wollen. Wie eingangs gesagt, geht es da um einen Change Management Assistenten, den wir für uns gebaut haben. Mit diesen Change Management Assistenten wollen wir die Bewertung, die Klassifizierung von Changes anhand eines Fragenkatalogs ermitteln. Das heißt, wir stellen gewisse Fragen dem Anwender, um so den Change-Typ zu ermitteln. Handelt es sich um Minor Change, handelt es sich um Major Change oder um einen Significant Change? Dies hat für uns folgenden Vorteil. in der Vergangenheit ist es schon dazu gekommen, dass sich dann gewisse Bereiche beschwert haben oder Gremien beschwert haben, warum etwas über ihren Kopf hinweg vielleicht passiert ist. Hiermit gewährleisten wir natürlich schon, dass wir Instanzen, vielleicht kommen wir zur nächsten Folie nochmal direkt, hiermit gewährleisten wir schon, dass gewisse Gremien auch mit involviert werden, wie zum Beispiel ein Security Management oder ein Enterprise Architecture, aufgrund der Bewertung der Fragen der einzelnen aufgrund der Fragen, die im Vorgang zu dem Change halt beantwortet worden sind. Und als Prämisse gilt sowieso bei allen Entwicklungen, die wir im Matrix-Umfeld tätigen, dass wir da versuchen wollen, sehr nah am Matrix-Standard zu bleiben und somit auch die Update-Fähigkeit zu gewährleisten. Und wenn, dass wir nur noch Erweiterungen quasi implementieren. Wir halten uns da auch sehr stark an dem ITIL-Framework, um dann auch weiterhin sauber und vernünftig bauen zu können.
Genau. Schauen wir uns doch einmal im Detail an, wie unser Change Management Assistant arbeitet. Das ist jetzt so ein bisschen der technische Teil von der Präsentation. Das heißt, wie haben wir das Ganze umgesetzt technisch? Und zwar, wie der Celebic eingangs erwähnt hat, wir möchten natürlich die, ich sag mal, Matrix-Bordmittel verwenden, also möglichst standardnah bleiben, updatesicher sein. Was haben wir getan? Das heißt, im Standard von Matrix ist es ja so, wenn wir einen Change, ich sag mal, initiieren wollen, wir müssen eine Änderungsvorlage definieren oder auswählen. Das hat natürlich, ich sag mal, einen gewissen Spielraum. Das heißt, der, ich sag mal, Bearbeiter A könnte die Standard-Change-Vorlage wählen und der Bearbeiter B könnte vielleicht für denselben Change-Typ eine andere Vorlage auswählen. Das wollten wir vermeiden und deswegen haben wir einen Fragenkatalog entwickelt, mit deren Hilfe quasi wir diese Klassifizierung des Change-Types ermöglichen. Bedeutet, wir bekommen Fragen gestellt, oder der IPD-Bearbeiter bekommt Fragen gestellt, die er mit Ja und Nein beantworten kann. Und darauf basierend auf seinen Antworten werden halt entsprechend die Change-Typen ermittelt. Wenn die Fragen beantwortet wurden, können wir eine automatische Zuordnung zu dem korrekten, ich sag mal, IT-Team vornehmen und entsprechend auch den Change Owner festlegen. Also die Person, die die Fragen beantwortet, wird quasi Besitzer des Changes. Sobald die Fragen beantwortet wurden, starten wir direkt unseren Change Management Workflow. Das ist halt entsprechend dann Workflow-basiert in Matrix42. Da haben wir einen relativ komplexen, umfangreichen Workflow programmiert. Das heißt, sobald dieser Workflow losläuft, sind verschiedene Abhängigkeiten definiert. Das heißt, je nachdem, welcher Change-Typ jetzt ermittelt wurde, sind verschiedene Vorgänge notwendig. Das heißt, wir erstellen automatisierte Aufgaben für alle am Change beteiligten Teams. Wir holen uns entsprechende Freigaben ein. Das heißt, wenn wir bestimmte Aufwände oder Kosten überschreiten, sind bestimmte Freigaben notwendig von Gremien, wie zum Beispiel dem Change Advisory Board oder dem Architektur Board. Das heißt, diese Daten werden quasi konsolidiert zusammengetragen, dann zur Freigabe an die entsprechenden Gremien übermittelt und dann am Ende erfolgt die strukturierte Abarbeitung in den jeweiligen IT-Teams. Schauen wir uns das Ganze nochmal im Detail an, wie das im Tool aussieht, auf der nächsten Folie, danke. Und zwar sehen wir hier auf der linken Seite quasi den Eingangsfragendialog quasi. Das heißt, wir starten eine Aktion und die startet jeweils einen Assistenten, der diese Fragen halt anzeigt. Wichtig dabei, man sieht natürlich, hier sind jetzt schon einige Fragen zu erkennen. Je nachdem, welche Antworten ich treffe, sind natürlich nicht alle Fragen notwendig. Das heißt, wenn ich jetzt feststelle, okay, es handelt sich hier um einen Standard-Change oder vielleicht um einen Change vom Typ Emergency, dann ist nur eine Frage notwendig und damit ist quasi der ganze Assistent schon beendet und die Vorlage kann sofort ausgewählt werden. Das heißt, ich muss nicht immer für jeden Change am Ende, ich sag mal, 15 Fragen beantworten. Was halt auch noch ein schöner Vorteil ist, das sehen wir auf der rechten Seite ganz unten. Einmal nur ganz kurz zurück, bitte nochmal. Und zwar sehen wir auf der rechten Seite ganz unten die jeweiligen Solution-Teams. Das sind quasi bei uns die IT-Teams, die entsprechend im Matrix42 angelegt sind, also quasi die Rollen. Und diese Rollen kann ich entsprechend auswählen. Das heißt, ich wähle mir alle Teams aus, die an der Umsetzung von diesem Change beteiligt sind und die entsprechende Informationen zu dem Change abgeben müssen. Und wie das Ganze aussieht, sehen wir auf der nächsten Seite. Und zwar sehen wir links einmal ein Formular, was wir erstellt haben. Und zwar müssen wir uns jetzt vorstellen, wir befinden uns jetzt hier in den Screenshots in einem Significant oder Major Change. Das heißt, einem relativ großen und komplexen Change, wozu entsprechend natürlich auch eine Ressourcen- und Aufwandsplanung notwendig ist. Wie funktioniert das Ganze? Wir haben die Teams eingangs beim Fragendialog angegeben. Jetzt gehen wir dahin und erstellen automatisch für jedes dieser Teams eine Aufgabe. In Matrix42 weisen diese direkt zu. An dieser Aufgabe ist ein Formular angehangen, wo ich entsprechend dann meinen geplanten Durchführungszeitraum, meine voraussichtlichen Kosten, Implementierungskosten und halt eben auch den Personalbedarf quasi angebe. Zudem kann ich auch entsprechend Risiken hinterlegen. Das heißt, habe ich sag mal, gewisse Einführungsrisiken, Rollback-Szenarien definiert, kann ich die auch hier entsprechend an diesem Formular hinterlegen. Dieses Formular erhält jedes Team. Sobald diese Aufgabe geschlossen wird, werden die Daten konsolidiert, zusammengerechnet, aufaddiert und dann am Change erfasst. Das sehen wir hier unter Punkt 3 auf der rechten Seite. Das heißt, hier haben wir die komplette Übersicht am Change-Objekt, konsolidiert quasi von allen Teams zusammengetragen. Wann ist der Durchführungszeitraum, welche Kosten entstehen voraussichtlich und wie hoch ist der Aufwand quasi in Stunden für die Implementierung von diesem Change. Das schafft natürlich eine sehr schöne Übersicht, denn wie wir auf der nächsten Folie sehen, sehen wir hier auf der linken Seite unter Punkt 4 den Bereich Freigaben einholen. Das heißt, wie ich eingangs erwähnt hatte, gerade bei komplexen Changes ist es natürlich notwendig, dass wir am Ende diese Changes auch von einem Architekturboard oder von einem Change Advisory Board freigeben lassen und natürlich vielleicht am Ende auch priorisieren lassen. Es kann ja gut sein, dass vielleicht andere Changes in dem Moment wichtiger sind. Das heißt, wir müssen quasi unseren Durchführungszeitraum nochmal anpassen. Das können wir tatsächlich auch machen. Das heißt, das Change Advisory Board hat hier die Möglichkeit, auch noch einen abweichenden Durchführungszeitraum anzugeben, kann den am Change hinterlegen und später erhalten die Teams in der Implementierungsphase dann den angepassten Zeitraum, wann die Implementierung vom CAP vorgegeben wurde. Genau, dann sehen wir das auf der rechten Seite hier unter Punkt 5. Das ist ein Ausschnitt auch aus dem Change, und zwar aus dem Reiter Aufgaben oder Tasks. Denn was macht unser Change-Prozess jetzt? Wir haben unsere Aufwandsanalyse abgegeben, das sehen wir im oberen Bereich. Das sind diese beiden Aufgaben, die erzeugt wurden. Jetzt in dem Screenshot haben wir quasi einen Change, an dem 2 Solution-Teams beteiligt sind. Und diese beiden Teams haben die Aufwandsanalyse abgegeben. Wenn das Change Advisory Board und das IT-Architekturboard den Change freigegeben hat, startet automatisch die nächste Phase, und zwar steuert der Workflow dann die Implementierungsphase an. Das heißt, jedes Team erhält eine neue Aufgabe. Hey, dein Change wurde freigegeben, ihr dürft jetzt mit der Implementierungsphase starten, ihr dürft den Change jetzt umsetzen. Und da würde dann entsprechend auch ein angepasstes Datum drinstehen, sofern es halt vom CAP neu priorisiert wurde, dieser Change. Wenn beide Implementierungsaufgaben jetzt in dem Beispiel hier abgeschlossen wurden von den Solution Teams, also der Change vollständig implementiert wurde, startet automatisch über den Workflow die Testphase. Das heißt, das Change-führende Team oder der Change-Besitzer erhält die Aufgabe, bitte teste die Implementierung, stimme das gegebenenfalls nochmal mit einer Non-IT-Abteilung oder mit dem Anforderer des Changes ab. Mach bitte so eine Art, ich nenne es jetzt mal User Acceptance Test, ob der Change wirklich, ich sag mal, zu vollen Zufriedenheit implementiert werden konnte. Und hier haben wir eine Weiche eingebaut. Das heißt, wenn der Test nicht erfolgreich abgeschlossen wurde, dann können wir automatisch in einen Bugfix gehen, eine neue Phase anstarten über den Workflow und die würde neue Aufgaben erzeugen. Hey, bitte repariert quasi nochmal eure Implementierung, schärft dann nochmal ein bisschen nach, da ist vielleicht irgendwas nicht so zur vollsten Zufriedenheit abgelaufen. Wenn alles super war, ist die Testphase erfolgreich abgeschlossen und der Release darf beginnen. Das heißt, wenn wir in einer mehrstufigen Systemlandschaft arbeiten, wir haben zum Beispiel eine Test-, Integrations- und Produktionsumgebung, ist jetzt der Release quasi in Produktion notwendig oder möglich. Und das erzeugt halt entsprechend auch wieder automatische Aufgaben für alle am Change beteiligten Teams. Wenn der Release erfolgreich war, dann startet quasi die abschließende Phase und das ist die sogenannte Review-Phase bei uns. Das heißt, hier wird nochmal so eine Art Lessons Learned betrieben. Wir schauen uns nochmal an, was ist gut gelaufen, was ist schlecht gelaufen, was hätten wir vielleicht besser machen können. Genau, und somit haben wir halt eine sehr strukturierte Abarbeitung von dem Change-Prozess. Die ist einheitlich, die folgt nach einem ganz bestimmten Schema. Wir haben, ich sag mal, an der Stelle keinen Wildwuchs oder keine Abweichungen mehr in dem Prozess. Wir können halt wirklich genau für jeden Change festlegen, welche Phasen brauchen wir, welche, ich sag mal, Weichen und Richtungen und welche Entscheidungen brauchen wir an welcher Stelle, was uns doch dann, ich denke mal, ein ganz gutes Bild gibt quasi über die Change beim DKV. Genau, kommen wir einmal zur nächsten Folie und dann darf ich nochmal das Wort an den Herrn Cedewitsch übergeben.
Genau. Klasse, danke, Achim. Und nochmal ein wesentlicher Vorteil natürlich ist von dieser Change-Konstruktion, die wir dort jetzt gebaut haben, der Fragenkatalog. Der Anwender wird deutlich besser durch den Change-Management-Prozess geführt. Das heißt, es können auch keine unbeabsichtigten Fehler passieren oder absichtliche Fehler passieren, weil er durch diese Fragen wird er automatisch durch diesen Prozess durchgeleitet und wir haben am Ende ein sauberes Reporting, was wir jetzt schon im Nachgang feststellen können. Kommen wir nun zu unserer zweiten Entwicklung. Da sind wir jetzt gerade aktuell auch noch dran. Also das ist weiter noch in Entwicklung. Das ist die Status-Page. Da ging es eingangs darum, dass wir eine zentrale Plattform haben wollten, wo wir die Systemverfügbarkeit für unseren Mitarbeitern zur Verfügung stellen wollten. Viele kennen das vielleicht von anderen Unternehmen. Apple bietet sowas zum Beispiel auch an, dass sie eine Verfügbarkeits-Homepage haben, wo man sieht, ob die Services da sind oder nicht. Und sowas Ähnliches wollten wir für den DKV auch haben. Da gibt es auch diverse Anbieter auf dem Markt, die sowas mit anbieten. Wir wollten diese Funktion im Grunde genommen für unseren Self-Service auch nutzen und das im Self-Service anbieten. Das haben wir dann auch gemacht, um damit auch die Akzeptanz für den Self-Service weiter zu erhöhen. Das heißt, wir wollten eine zentrale Plattform erschaffen, mit der wir zeitnah schaffen, zielgruppenorientiert im Grunde genommen zu informieren. Mit dem zielgruppenorientiert soweit sind wir noch nicht, aber da sind wir gerade dabei, quasi das auch noch umzusetzen, dass wir dort eine Art Abo-Funktion implementieren in diese Status-Page. Das heißt, dass der Anwender sagen kann, hey, der Service Mail, da möchte ich eine Benachrichtigung zu haben oder möchte ich keine Benachrichtigung zu haben. Es ist im Grunde genommen eine Homepage im Self-Service, die wir geschaffen haben, die eine Übersicht über die Verfügbarkeit des Services gewährleistet, und da planen wir auch noch weitere Erweiterungen in Zukunft, wo wir sagen, hey, diese Ampeln, die schalten wir momentan manuell. Lass uns die doch zukünftig bitte als Monitoring mit einer gewissen Intelligenz versehen und einer gewissen Geschwindigkeit auch versehen, dass wir dort deutlich schneller, die Ampeln schalten können. Und wir planen da eventuell auch noch zukünftig einen Wartungskalender zu hinterlegen, dass auch bei Wartungen natürlich die Ampel auf Gelb geschaltet wird, vielleicht nicht auf Rot, aber auf Gelb, weil der Service vielleicht ein bisschen beeinträchtigt ist. Und auch könnten wir uns vorstellen, dass wir separate IT-News dort auch noch mit in diese Status-Page mit einbauen. Da gibt es auch schon konkrete Ideen und vielleicht ergibt sich dann ja auch im nächsten Jahr die Möglichkeit für Status-Page 2.0 hier bei dem nächsten Matrix-Event dabei zu sein. Genau. Und der Achim wird uns das jetzt auch nochmal zeigen, wie es technisch funktioniert im Grunde genommen. Wie haben wir das Ganze umgesetzt? Und ja, damit übergebe ich wieder an Achim.
Genau, vielen Dank. Ja, genau, kommen wir wieder zum technischen Teil. Also wie funktioniert bei uns die Status-Page? Wie haben wir das mit Matrix42 umgesetzt? Man kann fast sagen, relativ simpel. Und zwar, wir haben ein eigenes Cockpit gebaut, ein Dashboard erstellt im Service Desk-Modul. Darüber haben wir quasi eine Übersicht über alle unsere Services, die wir auf der Status-Page anzeigen möchten im Self-Service, und können dort quasi entweder die Services einzeln umschalten, also quasi die Farben oder die Ampeln im Hintergrund. Also wir haben das mit Ampelfarben gemacht, rot für ausgefallen, gelb für eingeschränkt, grün für verfügbar, und können darüber quasi den jeweiligen Zustand des Systems umschalten. Das Ganze funktioniert mit einer Aktion und mit einem Assistent, der entsprechend dann Fragen Fragen wieder stellt. Das bedeutet, was haben wir noch gemacht? Wir wollen natürlich auch immer am Ende nachvollziehen können, in der Regel bei einem Incident natürlich, es ist irgendwas passiert, ein System ist ungeplant nicht verfügbar. Jetzt müssen wir die Status-Page aktualisieren, jetzt müssen wir zum Beispiel ein System auf Rot schalten, irgendwas ist ausgefallen. Das heißt, wir möchten natürlich auch da immer das Master-Ticket aus dem Incident-Management-Prozess hinterlegen, was quasi ursächlich war oder quasi das führende Ticket ist für diesen Ausfall. Damit können wir natürlich am Ende nachvollziehen, zu welchen Ausfällen gab es Status-Page-Schaltungen quasi. Und wir können am Ende auch den Anwender direkt auf der Status-Page benachrichtigen mit einem ganz kurzen Kommentar, so quasi in SMS-Länge unterhalb des Services. So als Anwendungsfall oder als Use Case wäre zum Beispiel sowas: Ja, wir wissen, das SAP-System ist gerade ausgefallen, wir arbeiten bereits dran, wir kümmern uns darum. Hat natürlich einen entscheidenden Vorteil für den Anwender. Der befindet sich natürlich jetzt in dem Moment auf dem Weg zum Self-Service, möchte natürlich ein Ticket erstellen, hey, da ist ein System ausgefallen, schaut vielleicht zuerst auf die Status-Page und sieht dann schon direkt, oh, okay, Das SAP-System steht auf Rot und da steht schon ein Kommentar drunter, die IT arbeitet dran. Alles klar, dann brauche ich wahrscheinlich am Ende gar kein Ticket zu erstellen. Die Kollegen wissen schon Bescheid, mir wird wahrscheinlich in Kürze geholfen. Was wir natürlich auch machen, durch jedes Schalten der Statuspage erzeugen wir immer einen Journaleintrag an dem jeweiligen, ich nenne es jetzt mal Statuspage-Objekt. Das heißt, an dem jeweiligen System, was wir auf der Statuspage sichtbar machen, erzeugen wir einen Journaleintrag, der entsprechend dann enthält, wer hat das System, zu welchem Zeitpunkt und verknüpft mit welchem Ticket quasi in folgenden Zustand versetzt. Das Ganze machen wir Workflow-basiert. Das heißt, wir haben auch hier einen Workflow im Workflow-Studio programmiert und erstellt, was dann quasi dieses Umschalten für uns übernimmt. Wie der Telebisch eingangs schon mal erwähnt hatte, wir haben eine optionale E-Mail-Benachrichtigung in Vorbereitung der relevanten Zielgruppen. Das Ganze würde wie folgt funktionieren. Das heißt, wenn wir uns im Self-Service befinden, hat der Anwender die Möglichkeit, für jedes System, was wir dort sichtbar haben auf der Statuspage, zu sagen, für dieses System möchte ich eine E-Mail erhalten, für das System nicht. Das heißt, so können wir am Ende wirklich zielgenau hingehen und sagen, okay, wenn folgendes System ausfällt, benachrichtigen wir immer alle User, die es interessiert. Und die es nicht interessiert, die erhalten dann entsprechend keine E-Mail. Schauen wir uns das Ganze nochmal im Tool an auf der folgenden Seite. Hier sehen wir quasi unser Service Desk Modul. Und hier haben wir ein neues Navigationselement, das sehen wir hier auf der linken Seite erzeugt, das nennen wir Status Page Cockpit. Hier haben wir entsprechend eine Klasse hinterlegt, wo wir die Systeme hinterlegt haben. Das heißt, wir haben einen eigenen Nummernkreis für diese Systeme. Wir können die Systeme kategorisieren nach ihrer Art, also zum Beispiel gehört das Produkt zu SAP, gehört das Produkt zu Microsoft, welche Art von Service ist das quasi, den wir hier anzeigen möchten. Und daneben haben wir die jeweiligen Systeme. Wir sehen jetzt hier in dem Screenshot direkt schon die gestartete Aktion, die nennt sich bei uns Status ändern, die halt wiederum den Assistent startet, ein Formular präsentiert und ich kann hier ein oder mehrere Systeme gleichzeitig umschalten. Ich wähle hier als allererstes den jeweiligen Status aus. Hier kann ich unterscheiden zwischen verfügbar, eingeschränkt verfügbar und ausgefallen, also nicht verfügbar. Wie eben erwähnt, ich habe den Wähler für unsere Incident-Tickets. Das heißt, hier habe ich direkt schon eine gefilterte Liste hinterlegt, die nur Incidents anzeigt. Und ich kann optional an dritter Stelle einen Kommentar einpflegen, lokalisierbar in Deutsch und Englisch. Das heißt, wenn ich als englischer Benutzer den Self-Service aufrufe, sehe ich natürlich dann die entsprechend englische Version von dem Kommentar im Self-Service. Das heißt, so kann ich den Anwender relativ schnell informieren über einen kurzzeitigen Systemausfall oder über eine Einschränkung von einem System. Und wenn ich diese Fragen beantwortet habe, beziehungsweise dieses Formular ausgefüllt habe, kann ich den Status ändern. Dann läuft unser Workflow los. Und wie das Ganze ausschaut, das können wir uns einmal auf der folgenden Seite angucken. Und zwar hier sehen wir die Statuspage am Ende im Self-Service-Portal. Das heißt, auch hier haben wir ein neues Navigationselement geschaffen für den Endanwender. Der kann sich das hier in seinem Self-Service angucken. Das sehen wir auch hier unten auf der linken Seite. Und hier kann ich quasi mir die Übersicht aller Systeme, die wir anzeigen möchten, auf der Statuspage anschauen. Ich sehe die jeweils gruppiert nach den jeweiligen Arten, was ich ja eben eingangs erwähnt habe. Das heißt, wir gruppieren das Ganze zum Beispiel nach SAP-Systemen, nach Microsoft Services und so weiter. Und ich sehe quasi dann immer den Namen des Systems und dahinter quasi die Farbe, also quasi die Ampelfarbe, jetzt in dem Beispiel, in dem Screenshot natürlich alles grün. Systeme sind alle online und verfügbar. Und sollte irgendein System ausfallen, dann wird entsprechend diese Farbe oder dieser Punkt ausgetauscht gegen einen gelben oder roten Punkt. Und sollte ich einen Kommentar hinzufügen über das Cockpit, würde dieser Kommentar quasi unterhalb von dem Service, innerhalb von diesem kleinen Kästchen quasi angezeigt werden. Ganz genau. Ja, dann springen wir doch einmal zur nächsten Folie.
Genau. Besten Dank nochmal, Achim. Und an der Stelle wollen wir uns auch nochmal ausdrücklich bei unserem Partner, den Neo42, bedanken. Sie uns mal tatkräftig bei unseren Entwicklungen und Ideen unterstützt. Ich hoffe auch, dass Ihnen unsere Entwicklungen gefallen haben und oder auch Sie für sich vielleicht irgendwelche Ideen rausziehen können oder ja, oder vielleicht auch reichlich Fragen an uns haben.
Mich interessiert, welche Kriterien haben Sie denn, anhand derer Sie die Fragen für den Change Assistant ausgewählt haben? Wie sind Sie denn da hingekommen?
Genau, also wir orientieren uns da hauptsächlich nach dem Einführungsrisiko des Changes. Also wie kritisch ist dieser Change im Grunde genommen bei der Einführung. Dort gezielt stellen wir Fragen hinsichtlich der Auswirkungen in Richtung des Services. Wie hoch ist die Wahrscheinlichkeit, dass es zu einem Ausfall kommt? Wie hoch werden die Kosten für den Change sein? Wie hoch werden bestimmte Ressourcen sein, die für den jeweiligen Change benötigt werden? Und ich sag mal, das sind die klassischen Bewertungen für einen Change-Typ, die haben wir in diesen Fragen mit berücksichtigt. Der große Vorteil bei dieser Lösung ist, wir können wirklich gezielt die Fragen anpassen, so wie wir sie brauchen. Also wenn wir merken, wir driften mit einer Frage, driften wir immer in einen bestimmten Change-Typ ab, dann können wir diese Frage so formulieren, dass sie wieder passend ist. Und das bietet uns den großen Vorteil. Wir können eine Frage hinzunehmen, wir können eine Frage auch wegfallen lassen, wenn sie uns keinen Mehrwert bietet. Und das waren im Grunde genommen die Kriterien. Ja.
Können Sie bereits spürbare Verbesserungen durch das Change Management und den Assistenten berichten?
Ja, wir sehen es natürlich im Reporting. Ne? Plötzlich haben Sie halt nur noch die fünf Change-Typen dort, die Sie da auch im Grunde genommen vorne mit dem Assistenten auswählen. Zum einen merkt man das im Reporting und zum andererseits muss man ganz klar sagen, es gibt weniger Beschwerden und das ist das, was im Betrieb zählt. Also es gibt weniger Personen, die anfangs gesagt haben, warum war ich nicht involviert in den Change, und die werden natürlich jetzt involviert. Also es kann kein Change am Cup vorbeigehen.
Verständlich. Entschuldigung.
Eingangs noch dazu, das CAP hat unter anderem auch geholfen bei der Fragenfindung, ne? Dass man gesagt hat, hey, was sind denn die Kriterien für einen Change, der ins CAP muss? Und das war dann entsprechend auch eine Frage, die wir mit einfließen lassen haben. Was ist denn ein Kriterium, damit ein Change Security relevant ist? Dann hat das Security Management uns entsprechend die Frage geliefert und bei den Changes wird es entsprechend benachrichtigt oder zur Freigabe aufgefordert.
Danke. Sie haben eben im Vortrag IT-News und Wartungskalender erwähnt. Was hat es damit auf sich? Was haben Sie da mit vor?
Ja, ich glaube, da springe ich einmal kurz rein. Genau, also Wartungskalender und IT-News. Was haben wir da geplant? Und zwar, wir haben ja eben in dem Vortrag die Statuspage gesehen im Self-Service. Und prinzipiell ist die natürlich erstmal schon mal ganz schick. Die wird allerdings manuell geschaltet. Das heißt, was ist natürlich ein weiteres Ziel? Wir wollen natürlich auch unser Monitoring-System daran anknüpfen, dass wir solche Systeme quasi automatisiert schalten können. Und was natürlich ein weiterer Benefit wäre, wenn wir quasi direkt IT-News zu bestimmten Systemen sofort mit auf der Statuspage dem Anwender präsentieren können. Das heißt, wenn wir sonst, ich sag mal, Neuerungen in der IT generell über E-Mail oder unser Intranet-System quasi kommunizieren würden, wäre es natürlich ein charmanter Vorteil, so viel wie möglich an IT-News auch in Matrix42 reinzulegen. Und was gibt es da eigentlich einen besseren Ort für als unsere Statuspage, wo der Anwender schon, ich sag mal in Anführungsstrichen, gezwungen ist, dort reinzuschauen. Das heißt, wenn ich Wartungen plane oder IT-News ankündigen möchte, wäre es natürlich ein super Ort quasi für die jeweiligen Systeme, die ich ja schon auf der Statuspage sichtbar gemacht habe, auch dort quasi Ankündigungen zu hinterlegen, wann diese Services zum Beispiel in der nächsten Wartungsphase sind. Das heißt, da wird in Kürze eine Entwicklung stattfinden. Wir werden, ich nenne es jetzt mal die Statuspage 2.0 entwickeln, wo wir genau diese Punkte wie die IT-News, ich sag mal vergleichbar zu dem Feature von Matrix42 der Ankündigungen, werden wir quasi mit in diese Statuspage integrieren und diese Page quasi noch mächtiger machen, noch, ja, sag mal, featurereicher anzureichern. Ich denke mal, das wird auch dann deutlich nochmal die Akzeptanz stärken. Und damit machen wir natürlich den Self-Service zu einem der wichtigsten Tools für den Endanwender, was den Kontakt zur IT angeht. Das heißt, hier erfahre ich alle News zur IT, habe ich eine Übersicht der wichtigsten Systeme, kann mir die Verfügbarkeit anschauen, ich kann mit der IT über die Ticketfunktion in Kontakt treten und habe quasi so die One-and-Only-Webseite quasi, um mit der IT halt zu kommunizieren beim DKV.
Sehr schön. Das klingt danach, als würden wir uns demnächst wiederhören. Vielleicht gibt es ja das Potenzial für nächstes Jahr, für den Innovation Award mit Ihrer Landingpage 2.0. Wir bleiben gespannt dabei und hören auch immer wieder mal rein und gucken mal, welche Entwicklung das nimmt. Vielen Dank dafür. Danke, dass Sie sich die Zeit genommen haben, dass Sie bei uns waren heute für Ihren Vortrag. Wir wissen es sehr zu schätzen und wir wünschen Ihnen noch einen erfolgreichen Tag. Dankeschön.
Danke ebenso.
Für die Einladung. Danke.
Danke. Tschüss.
Tschüss.
So, wir haben vorhin berichtet, ich habe berichtet, dass wir einen Aussetzer in der Plattform haben und dass es für Sie nicht ganz so einfach wäre, zwischen den einzelnen Kanälen hin und her zu springen. Wir haben jetzt das Ganze behoben. Wir haben eine Sekundärseite geschaltet, von der aus Sie in die einzelnen Sessions reinspringen können, sodass Sie von da aus jetzt in die einzelnen Breakouts, die wir für heute Nachmittag geplant haben, übergehen können. Das heißt, Sie müssen nicht, wenn Sie nicht wollen, in einem Kanal, in diesem einen bleiben, sondern Sie könnten auch in die ganzen anderen Technical Breakouts mit den Product Managern oder Ähnlichem gehen. Nicht, dass es hier nicht auch spannend weiterginge, denn hier haben wir jetzt als nächstes die Keynote von Christmann und Pfeiffer von Herrn Thomas Weigel, der Systemadministrator ist und der uns was über Workflows erzählen will. Herr Weigel, können Sie mich schon hören?
Ich kann Sie hören, Sie mich auch?
Jetzt kann ich Sie auch hören, das ist wunderbar. Ja. Wie geht's Ihnen heute?
Gut soweit, ja.
Großartig. Sie haben uns das Thema Easy Workflow Creator mitgebracht, habe ich vernommen. Und worum genau wird es in Ihrem Vortrag jetzt gehen?
Es geht darum, dass wir die verschiedenen Prozessabläufe, die man so bei den täglichen Aufgaben hat, einfach abbilden wollten, ohne wirklich tiefe Kenntnisse haben zu müssen im System.
Okay, da bin ich mal gespannt, was Sie zu berichten haben und übergebe Ihnen gerne das Wort.
Ja, sehr gerne. Dann hoffe ich, dass parallel auch die Präsentation schon läuft. Ich sehe sie nämlich noch nicht, da ist sie. Ja, steigen wir direkt ein. Mein Name ist Thomas Weigel. Ich bin der Systemadministrator bei Christmann und Pfeiffer. Ich werde Ihnen heute ein bisschen was zu dem Thema Easy Workflow Creator erklären oder erzählen. Das Ganze ist ein Add-on unseres Matrix42 Partners Inomea GmbH. Als Ansprechpartner wäre da der Herr Britta zu nennen, der Sie gerne auch weitergehend beraten kann, wenn dann Fragen aufkommen oder Interesse besteht zum System. Kurz zur Firma Christmann und Pfeiffer. Wir sind ein Bauunternehmen aus dem Mittelstand. Wir bieten verschiedene Leistungen an, vom Planen bis hin zum fertigen Bauen. Mit der Schwesterfirma kann man das Ganze sogar einrichten. Auf der nächsten Folie sieht man mal so ein paar Zahlen. Da will ich aber gar nicht ganz so weit drauf eingehen. Man sieht hier halt, die Christmann und Pfeiffer, beziehungsweise die IT-Abteilung ist in der Christmann und Pfeiffer Construction angesiedelt. Das ist der linke Bereich, der mit Bauen markiert ist. Wir betreuen insgesamt mittlerweile 15 weitere Tochterunternehmen. Dementsprechend umfangreich ist natürlich auch unser Portfolio, was wir darstellen müssen und die Services, die wir leisten müssen. Unsere Geschäftsführung kam daher auf uns zu und hat darum gebeten, dass wir doch diese ganzen Abläufe mal mit Checklisten führen sollten, dass wir einfach nachweisen können, wir haben die verschiedenen Schritte gemacht. Das war uns aber dann ehrlich gesagt zu wenig praktikabel. Wir haben uns ein bisschen umgeschaut und in der Matrix42-Welt gibt es mit den Aufgaben im Workspace Manager ja schon ein gutes Mittel, mit dem man arbeiten kann, was der Checkliste sehr nahe kommt. Aber die Prozesse sind da nicht automatisch abgebildet. Und da kam dann eben die Inomea ins Spiel. Die hat uns ein Add-on angeboten, das eben diese Workflows einfach, schnell, unkompliziert darstellen lässt. Dann steigen wir direkt mal ein. Kurz zur Vorgeschichte. Wir haben Anfang des Jahres schon ein Produkt vorgestellt, das war die Automatisierung des Onboarding-Prozesses der Mitarbeiter. Und dadurch wurde uns schon viel Arbeit von den Schultern genommen. Im Alltag zeigt es sich aber, dass wir täglich daran arbeiten müssen, weiterhin Zeit einzusparen, um solche wiederkehrenden Prozesse zu automatisieren oder wenigstens Teil zu automatisieren und aber auch dokumentierte Abläufe dazu haben, dass die Kollegen auch sich daran langhangeln können, auch wenn sie mal nicht aus der IT kommen. Um die bestehende Infrastruktur dann nicht zu gefährden, ist es natürlich wichtig, dass man ein Change Management betreibt und die verschiedenen Schritte dann auch dokumentiert mit entsprechenden Genehmigungen und so weiter. Das Ziel, was wir hatten bei der ganzen Sache, war es, wie schon erwähnt, weitere Prozesse und Workflows zu erstellen, allen Mitarbeitern zur Verfügung zu stellen, auch denen nicht aus der IT, um eben die Arbeitsabläufe zu automatisieren, zu dokumentieren und das Ganze im Servicekatalog dann eventuell sogar shopbar zu machen. So, und auf der nächsten Folie steigen wir dann ein, direkt ins Geschehen. Wir haben festgestellt, dass es in der Standardlösung für uns wenig praktikabel war, einen Workflow zu designen, weil wir einfach das technische Know-how des Systems, des Workspace Managements nicht so tiefgreifend haben. Für das Erstellen von Workflows haben wir daher immer wieder auf andere Dienstleister oder auf Dienstleister zurückgreifen müssen, konnten es auch nicht innerhalb der Firma irgendwo auslagern, weil auch da das Know-how nicht gegeben war. Und deswegen haben wir gesagt, Mensch, gibt es denn da nicht irgendeine Lösung? Und die bot uns die Inomea eben an. Das sehen wir dann auf der nächsten Seite. Dass wir mit dem Easy Workflow Creator wurde das Ganze, wie der Name schon sagt, einfach. Man könnte auch Non-IT, also IT-fremde Fachabteilungen beauftragen, wenn man sie kurz einweist, dass die Workflows abbilden, die man so braucht im täglichen Geschäft. Und man kann dann auch besser zusammenarbeiten, logischerweise. Um vollumfängliche Dokumentation und Steuerung im zentralen Change Management zu gewährleisten, werden die kompletten Abläufe automatisch an ein Change-Ticket dokumentiert und daran wird dann auch gearbeitet. Kommen wir jetzt einfach mal dazu, wie man so einen neuen Workflow anlegt. Ich werde das gleich in einem Beispiel machen, werde aber auch nicht auf alle Funktionen eingehen können und aufgrund der Zeit, die mir zur Verfügung steht auch. Also im Administrationsbereich befindet sich der Easy Workflow Creator unterhalb der Dienste, Workflows, Workflow-Definitionen, dann wird das Add-on dort eingespielt. Auf der rechten Seite sieht man dann mal so die grobe Übersicht. Einen neuen Workflow erzeugt man ganz einfach mit einem Klick auf Workflow Template Type hinzufügen. Über die Eigentümerinformationen kann man dann die Zugehörigkeit des Prozessablaufs festlegen und die Berechtigungen bereichsübergreifend steuern. Die Basisinformationen Name, Kategorie, Status und ein Standardtext für den Ticketinhalt kann man jetzt zentral für den kompletten Workflow hinterlegen. Auf der nächsten Folie sieht man dann auch den weiteren Bereich, weiteren Teil, der dann aufgeht. Im unteren Bereich sieht man nämlich dann eine Tabelle, in dem man die Prozessschritte dann hinzufügt, die eigentlichen Prozessschritte, indem man einfach auf den Plus drückt. Ich werde anhand der ersten beiden Schritte das Ganze hier mal zeigen, weil, wie schon gesagt, die Zeit sonst einfach zu knapp wird. Sie sehen, dass es weitere Schritte in diesem Template, was wir uns hier ausgesucht haben, gibt. Das ist eine Zuweisung einer Lizenz für Microsoft Dynamics zu einem Mitarbeiter und entsprechend auch die Zuweisung der Sicherheitsrollen und die Dynamics-App für Outlook, sprich das Add-in für den Outlook-Client zu installieren. Das passiert dann im letzten Schritt, wobei ich im nächsten Schritt zeige ich jetzt erstmal die ersten beiden Schritte und alles weitere sehen wir dann. Also, wir erstellen als erstes einen Prozessschritt. Hier kann man aus einer Vielzahl verschiedener Aktivitätstypen auswählen. Wir haben in dem Beispiel einen Task, eine Servicezuweisung kommt auch noch vor, ein Template oder ein Prozess, den wir auswählen. Man kann auch eine E-Mail versenden, das kann man machen, wie man will. Insgesamt setzt sich das Ganze zusammen aus dem Namen, den man später in dem BPMN-Diagramm auslesen kann. Also man kann das Ganze auch auslesen als Prozessdiagramm später. Die Reihenfolge muss man hinterlegen und natürlich den Aktivitätstypen. Dann gehen wir auf die nächste Seite. Da sehen wir, dass wir in dem Beispiel hier innerhalb dieses Prozessschrittes auf ein bereits vorgefertigtes Template zurückgreifen. Die Lizenzprüfung ist ein eigenständiges Template, die ich aber hier in diesem Prozess einfach mit eingebunden habe. Das besteht dann wiederum aus eigenen Schritten. Das sehen wir auch im nächsten, sehe ich dann mal, wie man so einen Template-Prozess anlegt und dann entsprechend einen Subprozess wählt. Also ich wähle erstmal den eigentlichen Schritt im Easy Workflow Creator, wähle dort als Aktivitätstyp Template Process, gebe dem Ganzen einen Namen, lege die Reihenfolge fest. Sie sehen jetzt, ich habe mit 10 angefangen, das ist der erste Schritt in meinem Template. Dann wechsle ich in den Reiter Workflow Template, das ist das untere Bild. Da wählt man dann den vorgefertigten Prozess in diesem Fall aus, das Template, das man auch im Easy Workflow Creator erstellt hat. Man kann mit dem Haken auf Fertigstellung warten, kann man beeinflussen, ob wirklich dieser Prozess erst abgearbeitet werden muss oder ob auch parallel schon weitere Prozesse laufen können. So, was als nächstes passiert, oder im nächsten Bild sehen wir dann einfach mal das Prozessdiagramm, das ich auch jederzeit herunterladen kann aus diesem Prozess oder aus diesem Workflow. Dieser Sub-Workflow, den wir jetzt hier vor uns haben, das ist die Lizenzprüfung. Das ist schlicht und ergreifend erstmal eine Beschreibung, wie prüfe ich meine Lizenzen nach, ist noch eine Lizenz frei und wenn nicht, soll ein weiterer Schritt oder ein weiterer Task aufgehen, in dem die Bestellung dann ausgelöst wird. Das sehen wir im nächsten Schritt, ist das Ganze dann mal aufgeführt. Also im Detail wurde ein Task definiert, der nennt sich Lizenzprüfung, also Microsoft Cloud Service Lizenzprüfung. Das ist dieser Sub-Workflow, der startet. Dann kommen die Verantwortlichen für diesen Schritt. Das ist der nächste Reiter auf der nächsten Seite. Hier kann ich eintragen zum einen Rollen, die ich definiert habe, das License Management in unserem Fall. Ich kann auch fest eine Person eintragen als Recipient. Ich kann aber auch, wenn man vorne sieht, den Haken setzen und kann dynamische Empfängerrollen oder Empfängerpersonen definieren. Unter den Aktivitäten ist es dann, das ist dann der Bereich, wo spannend wird. Hier erstelle ich oder ordne ich erstmal eine Kategorie zu. Was passiert das? Oder was ist das für eine Kategorie, was ich gerade tue? Und innerhalb der Beschreibung im nächsten Feld dann zu finden, auf der nächsten Folie, sehen wir ganz einfach eine bebilderte Anleitung, wie gehe ich durch diesen Prüfungsprozess. Was muss ich tun, damit ich das alles finde? Wir haben jetzt hier auch Bilder hinzugefügt, dass es aber wirklich einfacher nachzuvollziehen ist für die Kollegen, die dann diesen Prozess abarbeiten müssen. Finden wir eine Lizenz, ist alles gut, dann schließe ich diesen Prozess einfach mit Erfolg. Wird keine gefunden, dann soll ein weiterer Workflow anstarten. Das sehen wir dann unter den Fehlerbehandlungen auf der nächsten Seite. Hier kann ich zum einen definieren, ob bei erfolgreichem Abschluss ein Workflow gestartet werden soll oder ob ich den starte, wenn der Abschluss nicht erfolgreich war. In dem Fall startet bei uns ein weiterer Sub-Workflow, in dem dann beschrieben wird, wie eine Lizenz zu erwerben ist. Das zeige ich jetzt in dem Fall nicht. Das ist auch wieder ein Easy Workflow, den wir erstellt haben im Vorhinein, auf den wir hier einfach nur zugreifen. Und dann wechseln wir in die Ressourcen. Hier kann ich mal für meine Kapazitätsplanung auch Zeiten hinterlegen. Wie lange brauche ich für diesen Vorgang ungefähr? Ist ganz interessant für die Kapazitätsplanung in der IT-Abteilung. Wie viele Kapazitäten sind denn überhaupt noch zur Verfügung? Das war der erste Schritt auf unserem Weg zur Microsoft Dynamics Lizenz. Der nächste Schritt ist bei uns dann die Zuweisung der eigentlichen oder der eben erworbenen Lizenz zu der Person. Wir haben es bei uns so geregelt, dass die Lizenzen aufgrund von Active Directory Zugehörigkeiten gepflegt sind. Deswegen haben wir hier einfach nur eine Serviceanweisung gemacht. Wie Sie sehen können, im oberen Bereich ist der Aktivitätstyp Servicezuweisung. Das Label ist vergeben, die Rangfolge, und bei dem Installationsservice ist dann einfach nur unser vordefinierter Service für diese AD-Gruppe hinterlegt. Die Variable, die Sie hier sehen, das hat dann unser Dienstleister einmalig zugearbeitet. Die kann ich aber jetzt weiterhin für jedes Template nutzen. Das ist schlicht und ergreifend das technische Ziel aus der initialen Bestellung. Die ist hier als Variable eingepflegt, damit ich das weitergeben kann im Workflow. An dieser Stelle möchte ich dann doch die Erstellung von den Arbeitsschritten abschließen. Das Beispiel hat, wie Sie gesehen haben, noch weitere Sub-Workflows und Tasks. Das wird aber jetzt den Rahmen sprengen. Am Ende wird dieser Workflow gespeichert und ich habe dann dieses Bild, was Sie jetzt vor sich sehen. Nach der Fertigstellung kann ich dann das Flussdiagramm im Industriestandard BPMN 2.0 herunterladen. Ich habe somit eine 1:1 Dokumentation der technischen Umsetzung, auch im Prozessformat. Das ist sehr vorteilhaft. Wie sieht dann dieser Easy Workflow aus? Zum einen haben wir gerade eben gesehen die allgemeinen Informationen in den übergeordneten Prozessen, also in dem Bereich übergeordnete Prozesse. Ist übersichtlich dargestellt, von wo aus Unterprozesse aufgerufen werden, was bei der Prozessanpassung sehr hilfreich sein kann. Diese Templates, die wir jetzt eben erstellt haben, können sowohl eigenständig im Change Management genutzt werden oder auch mit Serviceartikeln im Katalog verknüpft werden. Somit werden sie shoppbar für die Mitarbeiter. Man kann da auch einen Genehmigungsworkflow ohne Probleme dranhängen, dass eben der Vorgesetzte erstmal genehmigen soll. Ist das denn so freigegeben? Das haben wir jetzt hier im Beispiel noch nicht gemacht. Das wird aber in Zukunft auch bei uns noch so kommen. Ganz wichtig ist in diesem Fall, dass wir als Zieltyp, als technisches Ziel das AD-Konto genommen haben, weil wir eben eine Zuweisung zum Benutzer machen. Im nächsten Schritt gehe ich mal kurz den Bestellvorgang durch. Alle im System abgebildeten Workflows, wie schon gesagt, lassen sich ganz einfach und schnell an Services hinterlegen und sind so schnell und effizient für die Kunden und Endanwender verfügbar. Das ist mal ein Beispiel für diesen Workflow, den wir gerade eben erstellt haben. Da ist noch ein anderes Bild, aber das ist ja mal egal. Während des Bestellvorgangs im Weiteren, auf der nächsten Folie sehen wir dann die Liefer- und Preisinformationen des Vorgangs. Die werden sehr benutzerfreundlich und übersichtlich dargestellt. Der Benutzer weiß gleich, wenn ich das hier shoppe, habe ich einen Monatspreis von 6,40 € in diesem Beispiel, Jahrespreis von 76,80 €. Unten ordne ich noch zu, wem diese Lizenzen verteilt werden. Da habe ich jetzt im Beispiel einfach mal mich genommen. Der komplette Ablauf wird dann vollautomatisiert am Change-Ticket gepflegt. Also es wird zum einen ein Change-Ticket erstellt, wenn der User diesen Artikel shoppt. Und an diesem Change-Ticket werden die kompletten Abläufe dokumentiert. Das sehen wir im nächsten Mal ein bisschen deutlicher. Das Change-Ticket im Detail. Also ich habe alle zugehörigen Aktivitäten jederzeit sichtbar. Oben rechts der Pfeil ist das. Dann wird unten vollautomatisch im Journal werden die ganzen Schritte gepflegt. Es wird alles angehängt und ich kann auch aus dem Journal direkt in die offenen Aufgaben springen. Das finde ich sehr angenehm. Ich muss also nicht ständig hin und her wechseln, sondern kann einfach aus diesem Change-Ticket raus arbeiten und kann diesen Prozess abschließen. So, mit dem Add-on Easy Workflow Creator vom Matrix42 Partner Inomea haben wir hier wirklich eine einfach zu bedienende, zukunftssichere Lösung, die uns wirklich geholfen hat, auch die komplexesten Workflows abzubilden. Und das Zusammenspiel von Technik und Dokumentation wird deutlich einfacher, auch für Nicht-IT-Mitarbeiter. Und durch den No-Code-Ansatz lassen sich auch komplexe Vorgänge intuitiv teil- und vollautomatisieren und nebenbei wird alles komplett dokumentiert. Das war für uns ein sehr großer Vorteil. Ja, es war jetzt sehr schnell, aber ich hoffe, es war verständlich und nachvollziehbar. Und wenn Sie ein paar Fragen haben, können Sie mir die gerne stellen. Wenn es zu technisch wird, muss ich allerdings an meinen Partner verweisen. Denn Entwickler bin ich nicht, ich wende das Ganze nur an.
Das ist überhaupt kein Ding. Vielen Dank erstmal, Herr Weigel. Danke, dass Sie sich die Zeit genommen haben.
Sehr gerne.
Ich habe tatsächlich Fragen. Und zwar, haben Sie auch die Möglichkeit, auf dem Weg einfach ein Bestellformular zu integrieren?
Ja, das kann man machen. Also man kann in einem Bereich des Tickets kann man einfach eine HTML-Tabelle mit einem Beschreibungstext hinzufügen. Das ist auch man braucht gar keine großen Kenntnisse vorher. Es ist einfach nur ein Klick innerhalb des Prozesses im Workflow-Template selbst und anschließend wird es vom Add-on übernommen.
Also wirklich Low-Code, wie Sie beschrieben haben. Das ist natürlich fantastisch. Ist es denn auch kompatibel mit den von uns veröffentlichten Veränderungen hinsichtlich Workflow Worker?
Das war uns ganz wichtig, dass wir da zukunftssicher aufgestellt sind. Wir wollten nicht bei jedem Update Anpassungen an den Add-ons haben. Also die Zukunfts- und Update-Sicherheit ist da durchaus gegeben und die Technologien werden vollumfänglich unterstützt.
Und besteht auch die Möglichkeit, das Ganze mit den vorhandenen Workflows, die Sie bereits im Einsatz haben, zu kombinieren oder muss man jedes Mal den Workflow von Grund auf neu gestalten?
Nee, muss man nicht. Also man kann tatsächlich schon vorhandene Workflows mit einbinden. Wir haben gesehen, als Aktivitätstyp gibt es da auch den Sub-Workflow, den wählt man einfach aus und kann somit auf die Workflows, die schon im System vorhanden sind, zugreifen, kann die einbinden und im Easy Workflow Creator werden die dann einfach mit abgearbeitet.
Okay, gut. Erstmal vielen Dank. Vielen Dank, Herr Weigel. Danke, dass Sie sich die Zeit genommen haben. Ich fand es sehr spannend. Habe auch was Neues gelernt. Ich denke, für die meisten war es auch was Neues, weil es ja um ein Add-on sich handelt, das nicht nativ aus unserem Haus kommt, das vielleicht noch nicht jeder kennt. Insofern feine Sache. Danke, dass Sie sich die Zeit genommen haben und ich wünsche Ihnen noch viel Spaß auf der heutigen Konferenz. Danke.
Danke.
Ja, bevor wir weitermachen mit unserem nächsten Vortrag, das wäre dann letztlich ein Vortrag von Capita, einem Dienstleister im Kundenmanagement-Segment. Und bevor wir da aber einsteigen und wir den Herr Wellner an die Leitung holen, vielleicht Ihnen noch einen Ausblick, was Sie heute sonst noch so erleben können. Also unsere Konferenz bietet ja nicht nur diesen Single-Stream, in dem Sie sich gerade befinden, wo Sie die Möglichkeit haben, sich jetzt hier die Vorträge der Kunden anzuhören, sondern wir haben noch ein bisschen mehr auf der Agenda. Und so haben wir beispielsweise auch noch Tracks für das Thema Enterprise Service Management, für das Thema UEM und für das Thema Plattform, die wir Ihnen anbieten. Und wir haben gerade unsere Webseite dazu nochmal refreshed, dass Sie von der Matrix42 Webseite abspringen können auf die dass Sie von der Matrix42 Webseite abspringen können auf die jeweiligen Sessions, in denen Sie sich befinden. Die zur Auswahl stehenden Sessions, die Sie im Moment haben, sind im Track Enterprise Service Management die Möglichkeit zu sehen, wie Sie mit meinem Kollegen Wladimir gemeinsam eine ganze App bauen, in 3 Sessions, in 3 Breaks. Und da haben Sie die Möglichkeit, Stück für Stück über die nächsten 3 Sessions hinweg zu lernen, wie man denn Low-Code, No-Code was anbieten kann. Im UEM-Track, im SUEM-Track, da können Sie mit meinem Kollegen Horst Tröge über die Integration von Secure Unified Endpoint Management, also der Verbindung von UEM zu Security sprechen. Und zu guter Letzt wäre dann da noch der Bereich Plattform. Im Plattform-Track, da muss ich mal schnell auf meinen Spicker schauen, da sprechen wir jetzt über das Thema ILMT. Das heißt, wie können Sie die IBM License Metric mit integrieren in Ihren Alltag? Ich glaube, wir bleiben in diesem Track auf Deutsch. Das heißt, Sie haben jetzt die Möglichkeit abzuspringen, kommen zu weiteren Tracks. Dort ist dann aber, nehme ich an, die Konferenzsprache Englisch. Das nur als kleinen Hinweis am Rande. Für diese einzelnen Sessions, die wir heute noch so anbieten, haben wir verschiedenste Speaker aus den verschiedensten Bereichen. Wir werden auch hier in diesem Track nachher wieder umspringen auf Englisch, wenn wir zum Beispiel den Gilles Gass von Metro nachher noch begrüßen können oder aber vielleicht den Marc Hoffmann, einen Profiler, den wir noch eingeladen haben, oder den Herr Hanse von Hartroth. Das kommt alles noch in diesem Track in den nächsten Minuten. Während wir uns vorbereiten auf diese Keynote von Capita, vielleicht auch noch den kleinen Hinweis, weil das ja jetzt mit unserem Gewinnspiel und der Plattform im Moment einen Aussetzer gibt, verfolgen wir das nachher nochmal weiter. Dazu erhalten Sie nachher nochmal von mir weitere Informationen. Außerdem haben wir ja auch noch diese Tracks mit Nicole Müller, wo Sie die Möglichkeit haben, sich dieses Wellness-Programm für die Seele, ich habe Ihnen heute Morgen berichtet, was passiert eigentlich, wenn Sie Ihr Handy mal 5 Minuten weglegen und nicht abschicken, was Sie gerade reingetippt haben, in Erfahrung bringen können, und zu guter Letzt auch noch unseren Trainer, mit dem Sie Workouts gestalten können. Auch da können Sie natürlich jederzeit gerne nochmal reinswitchen in die Channels. Das haben wir ebenfalls für Sie im Stream liegen. So. Ich weiß gar nicht genau, ist denn der Herr Wellner schon anwesend?
Nicht in Person, sondern seine Vertretung, aber der ist schon da.
Seine Vertretung ist schon da. Dann
Genau.
habe ich, wen habe ich dann an der Leitung? Den Herr...
Mein Name ist Sven Kapuschewski, ich vertrete den Herrn Wellner. Der hat den ganzen Vortrag zwar wunderbar vorbereitet, aber jetzt Urlaub und dann bin ich für ihn eingesprungen.
Okay, sehr gut. Dann schauen wir doch mal rein. Schön, dass Sie schon da sind. Sie haben sich auch nochmal Verstärkungen mitgebracht?
Genau, wir haben mal mitgebracht den Kollegen Schumacher von der TAP, unserem Dienstleister, mit dem wir das, worüber wir gleich sprechen wollen oder vortragen wollen, realisieren konnten.
So sieht es aus. Schönen guten Tag, hallo.
Sehr gut, freut mich, dass Sie da sind. Vielleicht ganz kurz, weil wir haben noch ein paar Minuten Zeit, bis wir denn tatsächlich live gehen können, weil wir haben das Ganze ja für um halb angekündigt. Und hatten Sie denn heute schon Gelegenheit, in die Konferenz reinzuschauen? Was resümieren Sie bisher?
Ich habe bislang noch keine Möglichkeit gehabt, leider, weil andere Sachen mich da leider von abgehalten haben. Aber ein, zwei andere Kollegen aus unserem Bereich haben schon gesagt, dass sie sich mal eingewählt haben, angeguckt haben und fanden das eine sehr, sehr schöne Umsetzung dessen, was wir sonst immer live erlebt haben.
Das freut uns natürlich sehr. Vielleicht nochmal der Hinweis an alle Teilnehmer auch. Sie werden natürlich alle Inhalte im Nachgang von uns zur Verfügung gestellt bekommen. Sie haben die Möglichkeit, jederzeit noch darauf zugreifen zu können. Also wenn Sie es bisher noch nicht ganz geschafft haben, Herr Kapuczewski, kein Problem. Sie können sich das ganze Material von vorne bis hinten über alle Streams hinweg auch im Nachgang gerne nochmal anschauen, dass Sie auch auf keinen Fall was verpassen werden.
Prima, sehr schön.
Gut. Vorab schon mal, in Ihrem Vortrag geht es um jeder musste raus. So wurde mir gesagt, Sie mussten recht schnell umstellen auf einen dauerhaften Offsite-Betrieb und eine neue Work-Era für Ihr Unternehmen. Können Sie es schon mal kurz umreißen?
Ja, das Thema oder das Schlagwort ist Everyone must leave. Wir haben uns bemüht, tatsächlich die Vorgaben, die unser Mutterkonzern gemacht hat, mit 45% Leerstand deutlich zu übertreffen, dass wir wirklich dafür Sorge tragen, dass unsere Mitarbeitenden sich nicht in der Firma oder auf dem Weg zur Firma irgendwie der Gefahr aussetzen, sich infizieren zu können mit dem momentan allgegenwärtigen Virus. Das haben wir sehr gut geschafft. Die Capita selber gibt vor, 45% dürfen nur noch in den Standorten sein, also weniger als die Hälfte. Wir sind Stand jetzt letzte Woche Freitag bei 19% für die Capita Europe. Das heißt, es ist teilweise ein bisschen spooky, wenn man dann in sein Büro kommt, wo sonst 20 Kollegen sitzen und eigentlich nur mittwochs immer einmal zum Lüften hinfährt.
Ja.
Aber es geht.
Bei uns ist das ähnlich, muss man sagen. Also wenn Sie haben ja auch vielleicht mitbekommen, wir haben ja auch das ein oder andere Video bei uns im Office gedreht, unter anderem die Workouts, die Interviews mit Dinko Error und anderen Leuten. Und tatsächlich ist es so, wir hatten reichlich Platz dafür, denn auch bei uns sind natürlich die Büros wie leergefegt. Wobei man sagen muss, wir waren auch vorher schon eben darauf ausgerichtet, auch jederzeit von überall aus arbeiten zu können. Daher ist es uns wahrscheinlich leichter gefallen. Die Branche, unsere Branche macht es recht leicht, weil wir eben sehr viele Knowledge Worker haben, die programmieren und der Vertrieb, der ohnehin den ganzen Tag am Telefon hängt. Für ein Softwareunternehmen sicherlich eine leichtere Situation, als wenn man denn irgendwie auf Infrastruktur und Teamkoordination mehr angewiesen ist, weil man mehr an den Projekten in Sync arbeitet, wie Sie das vielleicht machen bisher. Ich weiß nicht, ob Sie da jetzt gleich noch drauf eingehen, aber Capita ist ich verstehe es so, ein Kundendienstleister für Unternehmen. Wie würden Sie es beschreiben?
Ziemlich genau so. Die Capita ist wirklich ein Consulting, ein digitaler Dienstleistungsanbieter. Wir bieten Softwarelösungen an, wie aber auch das klassische Callcenter-Geschäft wie Contact Center oder Mailbearbeitung, Schriftbearbeitung. Will ich da noch ein paar Sätze darüber verlieren. Auch Social-Media-Kanäle werden betreut. Und für die Capita selbst hat sogar der gesamte National Health Service in UK mit unseren Mitarbeitern bestückt, sodass, wenn man dort in UK krank wird und die Hotline anruft, das ist wohl das gängige Verfahren dort, bekommt man einen Capita-Mitarbeiter an die Strippe und kann mit dem das weitere Vorgehen besprechen. Kriegt schon die ersten Medikamente tatsächlich vorgeschlagen oder verschrieben, weil das ausgebildete pharmazeutisch-technische Assistenten sind, bevor man dann wirklich mal einen Arzt zu Gesicht bekommt. Das zum Beispiel machen wir auch mit.
War ja bei uns hier in Deutschland bis vor wenigen Monaten unvorstellbar, dass man beim Arzt anruft und eine Ferndiagnose kriegt und jemand am Telefon sagt, ja, probieren Sie es doch mal hiermit oder vielleicht kommen Sie lieber nicht in die Praxis, wie wäre es denn wenn? Aber es ist interessant, dass Sie diesen Showcase schon länger kennen und umso spannender natürlich auch für Sie, wenn Sie dann sagen, wir mussten dann da mal umbauen. Ich übergebe Ihnen mal das Wort für Ihren Vortrag und bin gespannt, was Sie zu berichten haben.
Prima. Ja, dann einmal offiziell Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu unserem Vortrag zum Thema Everyone must leave, effiziente und funktionale Homeoffice-Arbeitsräume in kürzerer Zeit erstellen und betreiben. Zusammen mit unserem Dienstleister der TAP werde ich ja in den nächsten 25 Minuten ein bisschen erzählen, wie wir diese Herausforderung noch gut meistern konnten. Mein Name ist Sven Kapuszewski, ich bin 44 Jahre alt und jetzt seit fast 15 Jahren am Standort Kiel für die Capita und ihre Vorgängergesellschaften immer im Bereich der IT tätig. Ich bin verheiratet und seit April 2018 auch Vater einer kleinen Tochter, die sorgt im Homeoffice jetzt gerne auch für die ein oder andere Abwechslung. Das bricht den ganzen Ablauf doch manchmal etwas locker auseinander. Ich möchte Ihnen heute einmal zusammen mit dem Herrn Schumacher von der TAP aufzeigen, wie man Arbeitsplätze ins Homeoffice verlagern, aber dennoch sicher und einfach verwalten kann. Lassen Sie mich zuerst ein paar Worte über die Capita verlieren, damit Sie wissen, mit wem Sie es hier so ein bisschen zu tun haben. We create better outcomes. Gemeinsam bessere Kundenerlebnisse gestalten. Was heißt das? Die Capita ist ein Unternehmen, das sich zum Ziel gesetzt hat, jedes Kundenerlebnis unserer Auftraggeber signifikant zu verbessern. Die Mittel hieraus ziehen wir aus den Bereichen Consulting, digitale Dienstleistung und innovative Softwarelösungen. Wir optimieren also die Customer Experience in jeder Form. Mit unseren weltweit über 60.000 qualifizierten und motivierten Mitarbeitern, da arbeiten wir täglich an besseren Kundenerlebnissen. Und wir entwickeln und verbessern uns selber auch noch jeden Tag, auch unter diesen aktuell etwas schwierigeren Bedingungen. Wir sind in den hier zu sehenden Bereichen Softwaredienstleistung, zum Beispiel in der App- und Softwareentwicklung, HR Solutions, wie zum Beispiel in der Gehalts- und Rentenabrechnung im großen Stil, im Customer Management, im Beschwerde- und Inkasso-Management genauso tätig wie bei großen öffentlichen Dienstleistungen, wie zum Beispiel der Abwicklung von Sozialleistungen, Finanzarbeiten für Kommunen oder ganz groß dem National Health Service in UK. Wir bieten Technologielösungen für Transformation- und Innovationsprojekte sowie auch Specialist Services in vielen Bereichen, wie zum Beispiel Versicherungswesen, Reise- und Veranstaltungsplanung, Immobilienverwaltung, sogar Hardware-Recycling und zweite Lifecycle-Nutzung von Hardware tätig. Das sind so unsere 6 Kernpfeiler und das Erfolgsmodell der Capita. Einige unserer Partner, Auftraggeber und auch Kunden aus den verschiedenen Bereichen können Sie hier einmal sehen. Ein größerer Teil unserer Mitarbeitenden arbeitet über unsere Citrix Farm für einen großen deutschen Mobilfunkanbieter, die Mobilcom Digital. Hier haben die Capita und die Mobilcom Digital ein Joint Venture ähnliches Business Outsourcing etablieren können, das es deutschlandweit so in der Größenordnung nicht gibt. Wir haben vor 2 Jahren die gesamten Kundenbetreuung von der Mobilcom Digital übernommen, inklusive der Technik und der IT, die dahinter steckt. In diesem Falle die Citrix Farm. So, im Versicherungswesen arbeiten wir zum Beispiel mit den Kollegen von Zürich Versicherung eng zusammen. Mit den Energieservices zählen die Stadtwerke Krefeld, Essen-Düsseldorf und auch die Energieversorger NRW und Vattenfall zu unseren Auftraggebern. Die Rundfunkanstalten ARD, ZDF, wie auch der WDR und in UK die BBC werden von ihren Arbeitern durch die Capita und auch die Capita Europe unterstützt. Von links nach rechts, von oben nach unten können Sie einmal sehen, welche namhaften Unternehmen und Partner die Capita hat. Die Capita selbst ist weltweit an Standorten von Berlin in Indien bis hin nach Kapstadt tätig. Ich selbst bin mit unserem 3-mann-starken Team Endpoint Management in der Division Capita Europe für unsere Client Solutions und das Endpoint Management unserer 18 Standorte in Deutschland und der Schweiz verantwortlich. Hier sorgen wir zu dritt für die Sicherheit und das möglichst störungsfreie Arbeiten unserer ungefähr 6.000 Mitarbeitenden an den ungefähr 7.400 Client-Rechnern und auf ca. 155 Servern in unseren beiden deutschen Datacentern. Zu dritt klingt erstmal ein bisschen nach einer sehr spannenden Aufgabe, aber wir müssen wirklich mal eine Lanze brechen für die Matrix. Die nimmt uns doch schon einiges ab. Deswegen ist das mit 3 Mann und einem tüchtigen Consultant in der Hinterhand immer durchaus machbar, das mit so dünner Personaldecke zu regeln, wie wir das so schön sagen. Der genannte Teil an Mobilcom Digital Betreuern, der arbeitet über unsere Citrix Farm. Der ist hier nicht direkt in allen Bereichen quasi mit einzurechnen. Zwar ist eine Softwareverteilung auf der Citrix Farm auch ohne weiteres per Empirung möglich, so wie wir es bei den Clients auch machen. Das wird aber zurzeit von uns hier noch nicht genutzt. Auch hier kann die TAP, unser Consultant und Dienstleister, bei der Konzeptionierung und Umsetzung eines solchen Vorhabens bei Ihnen durchaus helfen. Aber jetzt mal zum Kernthema. Ich möchte Ihnen gleich mal kurz aufzeigen, wie wir das Homeoffice oder Remote Work oder wie man es auch nennen möchte, in der Capita Europe gestaltet haben. Und zwar genau so gestaltet haben, dass wir auch noch die Übersicht über die Rechner und deren Zustand haben. Das Kerngeschäft der Capita Europe, wie es sich zurzeit abbildet. Wir bieten vorrangig klassische Callcenter-Dienstleistungen als Contact Center an. Chatbetreuung und Schriftbearbeitung sowie auch die Betreuung von Social-Media-Kanälen wächst in den letzten Monaten immer mehr an. Die jetzige Situation hat uns herausgefordert, unsere Mitarbeitenden halt vor der Gefahr einer Ansteckung mit dem Covid-19-Virus zu schützen, soweit wir es denn können. Stand letzter Woche Freitag ist uns das in weiten Teilen noch sehr gut gelungen. Bei ungefähr 6.000 Mitarbeitenden an den 18 Standorten in Deutschland und der Schweiz sind bislang 10 Mitarbeiter mit dem Virus infiziert gewesen. Zurzeit haben wir keinen einzigen Fall und auch keinen Verdachtsfall im Unternehmen. Warum so wenige? Ganz einfach, unsere Standorte wurden einfach leer gemacht. Everyone must leave, wie wir so schön gesagt haben. Zurzeit haben wir eine Quote von 58% aller Kundenberater, Backoffice und auch Administrationsarbeiter im Homeoffice. Dabei sitzen sie mehrheitlich an einem Arbeitsplatz, der eigentlich nicht nur sicher und durch die IT verwaltbar ist, sondern mittlerweile auch den Arbeitsschutzrichtlinien so gut wie möglich entspricht. Die Zahlen sind noch stark steigend. Wir verhandeln mit unseren Auftraggebern und Partnern über Regelungen, die uns auch noch viel mehr Mitarbeitende aus den Standortniederlassungen nach Hause bringen werden. Everyone must leave heißt immer noch das Motto. Im ersten Lockdown haben wir die Risikogruppen zuerst komplett nach Hause geschickt, bei voller Bezahlung. Wir haben uns dann im zweiten Step daran gemacht, die Mitarbeitenden als Erste mit einem funktionalen Arbeitsplatz für die Arbeit von zu Hause aus auszurichten. Die ganzen Clients, die wir noch am Lager hatten, teilweise auch End of Life waren, die haben wir in Windeseile mit der Matrix und Empyrum aufsetzen können. Das ist immer so ein Mittelklasse-Notebook mit einer modernen SSD drin, ist innerhalb von einer Dreiviertelstunde aufgesetzt. Da sind schon die Standardsoftwaren deployed und auch schon die ersten Patch-Runden sind gedreht, sodass wir da viele Geräte schon von vornherein mit rausgeben konnten. Mitarbeitenden, bei denen die minimale Voraussetzung, nämlich ein brauchbarer Internetanschluss fehlte, der wirklich grundlegend für die Arbeit von zu Hause ist, der wurde durch einen unserer etwas größeren Auftraggeber durch sehr moderne LTE-Router unbürokratisch und auch sehr schnell realisiert. Das heißt, auch unsere Auftraggeber sind halt daran interessiert, die Kollegen sicher für sich arbeiten zu lassen, ohne dass sie da einer Gefahr ausgestellt sind. Die Matrix-Komponenten, die wir hiermit auch einsetzen, sind hier, was das angeht, auch kein Flaschenhals, wenn man jetzt überlegt, wie unterschiedlich die DSL-Anschlüsse oder Internetanschlüsse bei den unseren Mitarbeitenden sein können. Die übertragenen Daten hier sind eher zu vernachlässigen. Eine Telefonie mit guter Sprachqualität oder ein HD-Video-Chat, die belasten die zur Verfügung stehende Bandbreite im Heimnetzwerk des Users und in gleichzeitiger Nutzung mit einem Screensharing und einer Remote-Aufschaltung um ein Vielfaches mehr. Natürlich, wenn Sie jetzt über Empyrum ein komplettes Office-Paket installieren, dann legt selbst Empyrum natürlich die Leitung, betriebsbedingt etwas. 58%. Das heißt, über die Hälfte unserer Kundenberater, die Sie am Telefon, per Chat, per Mail, im Videochat betreuen, 58% aller Projekt- und Teamleiter, Backoffice-User sowie in der IT in allen Funktionen, die arbeiten mittlerweile sicher von zu Hause aus. Sicher in zweierlei Hinsicht. Sicher einmal vor der Ansteckung im Firmengebäude und auf dem Arbeitsweg, man denkt an überfüllten Bahnen und Busse, und zu Hause dann aber auch an einem sicheren Computer, den die IT auch von zu Hause aus verwalten und supporten kann. Die Verbesserung der Arbeitsbedingungen der Mitarbeitenden aller Bereiche zur Gesunderhaltung als vorrangiges Ziel vor Augen. So werden wir dieses Modell, auch wenn es aus der Not geboren ist, in unser normales Arbeitsumfeld mit aufnehmen und später auch zu einem Standard machen. Viele unserer Auftraggeber haben diese temporär gemachten Zusagen, Remote Work oder Homeoffice stattfinden zu lassen, mittlerweile verfestigt und auch mit Richtlinien versehen. Und diese Richtlinien sind wir jetzt bestrebt, natürlich auch einhalten zu wollen. Das ermöglicht uns im Nachgang wieder dauerhaft mehr Mitarbeitende in einem Homeoffice-Modell von zu Hause aus arbeiten zu lassen. So, Homeoffice. Hört sich alles ganz gut an, prima Idee. Aber wie? Wie ich schon gesagt habe, die vorhandenen Rechner haben wir an den Standorten schnell aufgesetzt. Wir haben im Nachgang auch noch neue Rechner besorgt. Das ist nämlich alles, was einigermaßen transportabel ist an Notebooks auf dem europäischen Markt aufgekauft und den Mitarbeitenden mit nach Hause gegeben. Da stehen sie jetzt, weit ab von der kleinen Managementlösung, weit ab von der Kontrolle, denkt man. Kommen wir mal zum technischen Teil der ganzen Geschichte. Wir betreiben jetzt seit unserer Matrix42-Einführung vor roundabout 6 Jahren eine Client-Management-Infrastruktur, bestehend aus einem Empyrum-Hauptserver in einem der beiden Datacenter in Deutschland. An allen unserer 18 Standorten von Kiel bis Zürich haben wir mit Ausnahme eines Datacenter-Standorts, der gar keine Clients hat, sondern da stehen nur Server, einen Empyrum-Depot-Server eingerichtet. Der Depot-Server ist sozusagen das Abbild des Hauptservers, auf dem alle Betriebssystem-Templates, die gerätespezifischen Treiber für die OS-Installation per PXE liegen, genauso auch wie die Softwarepakete und Konfigurationsdateien für die Softwareverteilung und das Patch-Management. Das nutzen wir nämlich auch über Empyrum und nutzen hier den Vesus nicht mehr. Remote Support für die Rechner an den Standorten realisieren wir schon immer, seit der Einführung über den Fast Viewer Remote Control. Egal, ob der Rechner jetzt im Internet steht, per VPN verbunden ist oder auch wirklich nur im Internet steht. Der Remote Control Server, der Vermittlungsserver ist, der steht hier in einem klassischen DNZ-Modell, ist also intern und extern zu erreichen und damit können wir quasi jeden PC, wenn er dann eingeschaltet und am Internet oder Netzwerk ist, supporten. Die bis zum Beginn der Pandemie im Homeoffice oder Remote-Arbeiten waren noch wenige Einzelpositionen in der IT begrenzt. wie man das halt kennt, weil das sind die einzigen, die sich schon mal gut damit auskennen. Und als wir jetzt damit begannen, die kompletten Bereiche ins Homeoffice zu verlagern, da haben wir schnell festgestellt, dass unsere VPN-Einwahlmöglichkeiten nicht wirklich auf die große Menge an Usern eingerichtet waren. Die VPN-Knoten an den Standorten hatten nicht genügend Kapazitäten, um so viele User aufnehmen zu können. Zwar haben wir hier in kürzerer Zeit die Lage signifikant verbessern können, aber das war nicht wirklich das Ergebnis, das wir wollten, mit dem wir die Rechner und deren User auch zufriedenstellend verwalten und supporten konnten. Wie also können wir auf die Rechner zugreifen, ein Inventory mit aktuellen Inventardaten abfordern, Software verteilen und Support leisten, wenn der Rechner gar nicht erst per VPN verbunden ist? Die grundlegende Client-Management-Infrastruktur zugrunde gelegt, war die Lösung mit Hilfe des Consulting-Setup kein großes Problem und der Aufwand war wirklich sehr überschaubar. Der Haupt- oder Master-Server wurde um ein weiteres Depot ergänzt, den externen Depot-Server. So richtig extern ist der gar nicht, aber da kommen wir gleich noch zu. Der Hauptserver im Datacenter spricht mit den 17 oder 18 anderen Depot-Servern intern, genauso wie mit dem Depot-Server für den Einsatz an den externen Clients. Er verteilt und synchronisiert die notwendigen Dateien und Pakete, holt die Inventardaten und die Statusmeldungen ab, als wäre er quasi im internen Netz. Der einzige Unterschied ist, der externe Depot-Server ist der einzige, der von außerhalb des Firmennetzwerks erreichbar ist. Der Depot-Server spricht mit den Clients verschlüsselt über das Internet im Heimnetzwerk des jeweiligen Users. Realisiert haben wir das Ganze zusammen mit der TAP, die uns hier bei der Pionierarbeit sehr unterstützt hat. Was haben wir gemacht, um das zu erreichen? Wir haben in der Environment-Management-Konsole, kurz in der EMC, einige Anpassungen im Agent-Template vorgenommen. Details dazu wird der Kollege Schumacher von der TAP gleich noch wahrscheinlich beantworten können. Wir haben auf dem gewünschten Depot-Server einen Web-Service, einen IS, installiert. Der sorgt einfach dafür, dass die Anfragen aufgefangen und entsprechend intern weitergeleitet werden. Wir dann, und das dauert eine Zeit, einen öffentlichen DNS-Eintrag für diesen einen extern erreichbaren Depot-Server erstellen lassen. Das hätte auch jeder andere Depot-Server sein können, von denen, die wir schon im Einsatz haben. Den hätte man einfach nur von außen erreichbar machen müssen. Wir haben uns das in Luxus quasi gegönnt und einfach einen weiteren, der nur für diese Aufgabe vorgesehenen Server etablieren zu können und den erreichbar gemacht. Und zwar über unseren Netscaler. Wir haben unseren Netscaler, der quasi die Routing oder die MZ-Funktion übernimmt, einfach um eine Route angereichert, die alle Anfragen über den öffentlichen DNS-Eintrag an den intern stehenden Server weiterleitet. Des Weiteren rationieren wir die Bandbreite, die an dem Netscaler bereitsteht. Andere Applikationen und Systeme laufen wir hier auch noch drüber. Die laufen hier alle zusammen und benötigen nach wie vor auch ihre Datenmenge, ihren Datendurchsatz. Letztendlich beschränken wir auch hier die Anzahl der gleichzeitigen Userzugriffe, um eventuellen DDoS-Attacken oder auch anderen Angriffen vorbeugen zu können. Für das Ganze, was die Übertragung angeht, haben wir ein eigenes Zertifikat eingesetzt, um auch die notwendige Verschlüsselung zu gewährleisten. Bevor wir das fertig hatten und die gesamte Lösung auch unter dem Druck der Situation flächendeckend ausgerollt haben, wurde das ganze Szenario noch ausgiebig getestet und von allen Beteiligten auch als gut empfunden. Wir wollten auch wirklich auf der sicheren Sache sein, wollten jetzt keine schnell Nummer machen, sondern das sollte auch wirklich von Anfang an klappen. Es hat geklappt bei uns, wir sind sehr zufrieden. Bei der Umsetzung speziell für Ihre Voraussetzungen und Strukturen, da kann Ihnen auch die TAP durchaus noch weiterhelfen. Und da gebe ich dann auch schon gleich das Wort an den Kollegen Schumacher von der TAP. Der wird noch ein paar Sachen erzählen zu dem, was wir vorhaben, was wir gemeinsam vorhaben, weil Stillstand, den gibt es bei uns auch nicht. Deswegen planen wir jetzt schon für die Zukunft die nächsten für uns logischen Schritte mit unserem Dienstleister der TAP. Und ich übergebe da mal das Wort an den Kollegen Schumacher.
Ja, prima. Vielen Dank für die Überleitung. Ja, wie Herr Kapuczewski bereits erwähnte, lässt sich das Thema selbstverständlich noch weiter ausbauen. Matrix42 ist mit der Zeit gegangen und hat seine Lösungen auf die geänderten Anforderungen auch angepasst. So beherrscht Empirum nun auch Betriebssystembetankung per HTTPS. Ganz interessant für viele, denke ich mal. Und zwar über die Kombination zwischen Webdepot und der Bereitstellung von Offline-WinP-Bootmedien, die im Boot-Konfigurationsmenü von Empirum angelegt werden können. Hier kann zum Beispiel ein USB-Stick entsprechend den eigenen Vorgaben vorbereitet und später an den externen Mitarbeiter versendet werden. Und so lässt sich das schnell und unkompliziert neue Hardware vollautomatisiert einrichten und in den kleinen Lifecycle aufnehmen. Ja, aber wer ist die TAP überhaupt? Ohne nun aus heiligen Gründen hier auch nochmal in eine ausschweifende Vorstellung abzudriften, haben wir uns jetzt darauf fokussiert, mit unseren Lösungen das Leben des Anwenders noch einfacher und smarter zu gestalten. Im Einklang mit den aktuellen Wünschen unserer Kunden, komplexe Umgebungen abzusichern, Prozesse zu optimieren und das Thema Compliance natürlich auch nicht außer Acht zu lassen. Salopp gesagt, bauen wir die Straßen für die Digitalisierung bzw. das Business, schützen diese mit Leitplanken und sorgen im Störungsfall oder bei einer Abweichung für eine schnelle Behebung bzw. Korrektur. Dieses Ziel erreichen wir gemeinsam mit den Lösungen unserer strategischen Partner, wie zum Beispiel Matrix42. Aber welche weiteren Herausforderungen bringt die komplexe Anforderung Homeoffice denn mit sich, um darauf wieder zurückzukommen? An dieser Stelle möchte ich Ihnen einige Impulse mit auf den Weg geben. Zum einen Funktionsupdates. Administratoren müssen auch weiterhin dafür sorgen, dass die Arbeitsplätze mit einer modernen Windows 10 Version ausgestattet sind, damit diese auch weiterhin von Microsoft mit Updates versorgt werden. Mit Matrix42 Empyreum versetzen wir sie in die Lage, diese Funktionsupdates auch über das Web kontrolliert bereitzustellen. Windows 10 Rollouts. Neue Endgeräte können selbstverständlich auch über das Microsoft-Feature Windows Autopilot in Kombination mit den Matrix42 SUM-Lösungen in Betrieb genommen werden. Matrix42 Compliance. Behalten Sie den Überblick über all Ihre Assets und Lizenzen, auch wenn sich die Systeme nicht mehr direkt an Ihren Standorten befinden. Sicherer Arbeitsplatz. Behalten Sie bitte im Überblick, dass auch Endpoint-Security-Lösungen auf den Endgeräten weiterhin zuverlässig für Sicherheit auch auf den Homeoffice-Plätzen sorgen können müssen. Die Lösungen EgoSecure und Silo von Matrix42 lassen sich da selbstverständlich auch aus der Ferne weiterhin managen. Denn Fernwartung wurde eben schon ein Stück weit erwähnt. Im Fall der Fälle muss Ihr Support-Team natürlich auch in der Lage sein, Ihren Mitarbeitern schnell und unkompliziert weiterzuhelfen. Und mit Matrix42 Remote Control können Sie sowohl im LAN als auch vor allen Dingen im WAN die Fernwartung weiterhin gewährleisten und halt leisten. Und dann noch die Ausstattung der Arbeitsplätze. Auch das hat Herr Kapuczewski bereits angesprochen. Die Homeoffice-Plätze sollen natürlich auch ergonomisch und modern ausgestattet sein. Und unser Partner Smart Furniture hat sich hier auf professionelle, elektrisch schön verstellbare Schreibtische spezialisiert, um den Arbeitsplatz auch noch smarter zu gestalten. Unser Team aus erfahrenen Spezialisten und Consultants unterstützt Sie schnell und zuverlässig bei dieser spannenden Herausforderung. Ja, und das war es auch schon erstmal von meiner Seite aus, um auch wirklich in der Zeit zu bleiben. Ja, ich bedanke mich auf jeden Fall hier an dieser Stelle schon mal für uns beide, dass Sie sich die Zeit genommen haben für den Vortrag und frage einfach mal in die Runde, ob Sie noch Wünsche und Anregungen oder Fragen generell zu diesem Thema haben.
Ja, erstmal herzlichen Dank, Herr Kapuczewski, Herr Schumacher. Danke, dass Sie sich die Zeit genommen haben für den Vortrag heute. War sehr interessant.
Gerne.
Tatsächlich stellen sich mir ein paar Fragen.
Ja.
Rund um das, was Sie berichtet haben. Denn Sie haben ja da eine Lösung geschaffen, die wir sonst konventionellerweise zumindest nicht einfach aus der Doku herleitend ermöglichen würden und aus der Produktdokumentation raus. Und da stellt sich mir die Frage, die Aufwände für das Environment, in dem Sie sich da befinden, waren da spezielle Lizenzkosten irgendwie nötig? Brauchen Sie da was Spezielles, spezielle Lizenzen?
Nein, also kann ich jetzt einfach mal so beantworten an der Stelle, stimmt mir Herr Kapuczewski bestimmt auch zu. Also wenn Sie schon ein Empyreum-Kunde sind, ist das direkt mit in den Empyreum-Lizenzen erhalten. Sie müssen da im Prinzip nichts weiter tun, außer diese schlummernde Funktionalität, die das Produkt schon von Haus aus mitbringt, halt entsprechend aktivieren, wenn man so möchte, entsprechend konfigurieren und in Betrieb zu nehmen. Ja.
Das klingt ein bisschen einfach. Also wie schnell geht das? Wie schnell kann man sowas umsetzen?
Also wir planen je nach Anforderungen für die reine Inbetriebnahme des Webdepots mit, sagen wir mal, roundabout 1 bis 1,5 Dienstleistungstagen inklusive ausführlicher Funktionstests und Dokumentation. Ich meine, das haben wir auch bei der Capita in dem Rahmen geschafft. Genau, richtig.
Für das Storage-Backend sagten Sie eben in dem Vortrag, da kamen Storage-Services auch von EMC und so weiter mit zum Einsatz. Aber wenn ich das Ding jetzt im Web betreibe und ich es ohnehin da draußen stehen habe, kann ich es nicht gleich auf irgendeine Cloud-Plattform von irgendeinem Hoster packen? Also in irgendeine andere Infrastruktur reinstellen? Warum selbst noch haben?
Ich weiß nicht, stellte sich die Frage bei Ihnen auch, Herr Kapuczewski?
Erstmal noch nicht. Klar denkt jeder darüber nach, wenn es eh schon nicht mehr bei uns liegt, wo liegt es dann? Es liegt dann irgendwo in der Cloud.
Ja.
Klar ist es bei uns angesprochen worden, aber wir haben es noch nicht umgesetzt, weil wir das, wie wir es erstmal gemacht haben, für gut befunden haben. Das ist so eine Sache, die können wir in der Zukunft nochmal wieder weiter betrachten. Das ist eine von den Punkten, ja.
Also ich kann dazu auch noch ergänzend sagen, also wir hatten diverse Projekte in dem Bereich auch. Jetzt kann man sich ja vorstellen, sind viele Kunden, die da entsprechend nachziehen wollten, auch im Nachgang nach dem Projekt bei der Capita. Und wir hatten durchaus auch Unternehmen, die ihre Webdepots bei einem Webhoster irgendwo bereitgestellt haben, was weiß ich, beispielsweise bei Amazon in der Cloud. Da muss man nur halt auch den Kostenaspekt nicht außer Acht lassen. Denn viele wissen es vielleicht, wenn man da halt einen Server entsprechend bei Amazon betreibt, wird häufig nach Traffic abgerechnet. Und ja, klar, da kommt natürlich einiges zusammen. Sollte man nicht außer Acht lassen, was man noch dafür tun kann, um die Kosten bzw. den Traffic ein wenig zu reduzieren, ist halt, dass man beispielsweise das Patch-Management entsprechend umkonfiguriert. Ja, dass die Patches dann nicht mehr direkt vom Webdepot bezogen werden, sondern beispielsweise direkt vom Hersteller aus. Da bietet Matrix42 ja auch direkt in Empirium schon vorgefertigte Variablen, die man da entsprechend gewissen Systemen zuordnen kann, dass da dann halt primär direkt der Patch-Download im Web dann geschieht. Genau richtig.
Haben Sie schon eine Idee, wie es weitergeht? Also jetzt, wo Sie dann schon das Depot ins Web gepackt haben, gibt es noch weitere Ideen für Dinge, die Sie auslagern können in weitere Services, die Sie rausnehmen wollen aus Ihrer eigenen Infrastruktur, damit Sie die User letztlich noch besser erreichen können? Auch andere Applikationen, jetzt nicht notwendigerweise Matrix42 bezogen. Was ist dann das Nächste, was Sie noch brauchen, Herr Kapuschewski?
Tja, gute Frage. Wir brauchen so ziemlich alles, was man quasi sonst on-premise sich irgendwo in den Keller, in den Serverraum gestellt hat, ja irgendwie auch hochverfügbar und schnell verfügbar irgendwie nach draußen. Wir werden uns bestimmt die einen oder anderen Azure-Services angucken, was da noch zu machen ist. Sachen zu automatisieren sind, die man vielleicht auch in die Cloud auslagern kann oder eben halt auch unsere Depots für zumindest die Homeoffice-Arbeitsplätze irgendwo draußen, sage ich jetzt mal so schön, anzubieten. Ideen gibt's viele. Matrix bietet uns auch schon die eine oder andere Lösung, die wir schon einsetzen, mit an. Konkret geplant ist erstmal nichts. Wir haben jetzt erstmal den Ist-Stand, den finde ich recht gut, den wir bislang erreicht haben. Den werden wir jetzt festigen und halt eben auch alles, was den Datenschutz und die Vereinbarung mit unseren Auftraggebern angeht, festzurren und quasi zu einem statischen Modell für die Zukunft machen.
Vielen Dank. Danke, dass Sie sich die Zeit genommen haben. Sehr spannender Vortrag und sicherlich was für viele Kunden auch noch erstrebenswert ist, genau sich das mal anzuschauen, wie man denn das ganze Depot quasi auslagern kann, dass die ganzen Homeoffice-User da möglichst gut drankommen. Feine Sache. Vielen Dank, Herr Kapuschewski. Vielen Dank, Herr Schumacher, dass Sie sich die Zeit genommen haben. Und ich wünsche Ihnen noch viel Spaß und Erfolg für den heutigen Tag und die Konferenz.
Danke, ebenso. Bis dann.
Danke. So, während jetzt die Konferenz in dem Kanal gleich weitergeht, stelle ich jetzt aber wieder die Sprache um, weil wir begrüßen jetzt gleich wieder reichlich Gäste, die auch womöglich fremdsprachig sind und deshalb wäre es höflich, da auf Englisch zurückzuswitchen. So welcome to all the guests that are English speaking. Welcome back to the center stage track. And next up we will have a keynote from Metro France. And we'll have someone called, a guy called Gilles Gass in the line, and we'll switch to him in a minute. I just wanted to let you know there's more to cover today, so you also have the ability to jump into the breakouts that we announced, and in the platform channel, you have the ability for further how do I build an application. And then we have the ESM track where you have an expert talk around software asset management with our product manager for this area, Thorsten Boch. Or last but not least, you could discuss with Miralem about universal assignments. So talking about mobile devices and traditional computer devices and how do you mix them up in order to make sure I have this Adobe reader and I just want to deploy it no matter what type of device it ends up on. Kind of thing, and so that's the universal assignment, and that's going on in like 4 minutes on those other channels that you also have in your email inboxes. as said before, this one is going to continue in English from now on. We're going to stick with this because next up we have Metro France, followed by Hard Road. I guess with Metro, most of you can imagine that's like the grocery service that you already know. And then with Hard Road, that's a logistics company from, I believe, Hamburg. We need to double check once more. And so we hear stories from different industries today. And what you could see is no matter what industry we're in, whether it's customer care, whether it's retail, talking about logistics, talking about healthcare, talking about all those different areas, utilities, they're all in the same need. They all have the issue of digitalizing their workspace and workforce environments that people work in, wherever that is, and make sure that people can work smoothly from home as if it has always been their normal. And let's see if Gilles is already in the line. Gilles, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, very good. Bonjour, welcome to this conference today.
Thank you.
Gilles, you're Director for Project Transformation Services in IT at Metro France.
Correct.
Is it right to say that Metro France is in retail, like as a large retail distributor or a food specialist?
Yes, it is
or how would you say?
Yes, it is correct. It is correct. We are a retailer selling food and equipments for professional. I will present all that more in detail, but yes, this is correct.
Very good. I see you brought some assistants with you. You're not alone on stage today, so we'll dig into that in a minute as well. Okay. It's about the learning on change management that's been done by Metro. And my assumption was that Metro is a fairly large organization already and probably has built up services and processes for nearly every typical IT problem that the average IT administrator could imagine, and it's sort of surprised that you're reporting about learning to implement change management in such a large organization, and that's going to be an interesting aspect that I look forward to an understanding in your session now. Is that something that you'll let people know as well?
Yes, we will focus today on change management because at the end, we opened the services yesterday, so it is quite new, but at the end, the change management project part was the most also very important as much as the technical part in order to make sure that our users understand what the new approach and the new mindset when we implement Matrix.
Cool. So I would say I'd pass on the control over to you and your team, and I'm looking forward to what you got to say about this. So good luck.
Okay. So let's start. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Gilles Gas, project manager at Metro France, in charge of the deployment of Matrix. We call this project Lucy. Lucy means let us care for you. In fact, Lucy is a trademark. It is the name on which we base our communication. To make it simple, during this presentation, Lucy is equivalent to Matrix. Next slide, please. Okay, then I will present the team and the agenda. Okay, so I will start by introducing our company and our context. Then Delphine will present the overall approach of change management at Metro France. Elodie will present how this approach was used on Lucy, the deployment of Matrix at Metro France. And finally, Laura will present how this approach is now appropriated by internal Metro employees. Next slide, please. Next. Okay, let's talk about Metro France. As we said, Metro France is a wholesaler of food, equipment, and service. We are the #1 supplier of independent restaurants in France. Our true mission is to enable everyone to have access to healthy, authentic, tasty, creative catering and food. Metro France is around 4.2 billion euros of turnover, 98 point of sale, plus one line website, There are approximately 9,000 employees working for Metro, and the company is overall considered as a great employer, as you can see in the ranking. So at Metro in France, we sell products from food to restaurant and to restaurant equipments, and also more and more services such as helping clients open their restaurants. Next slide, please. Delphine will present our change management approach.
Thank you, Gilles. So, Metro Connect is a cross-project change management unit with 3 premises: give visibility to the changes and guarantee their overall coherence, provide the best possible support to populations by using a co-construction process and ensure the successful implementation of projects, and develop a change management expertise at Metro. To meet these premises, Metro Connect proposes a service offer in 4 axes. First of all, we'll start with a diagnosis in 3 steps: clarify the project's goals, identify the population impacted by the project, and assess the impact per population on 4 axes: organization, job, culture, and tool. At the end of the diagnosis process, we provide a project with a change management roadmap. This leads us to the second point, and the 6 levers that could be activated for change management. They are managers' involvement and mobilization, process and organization, training, communication, all-out and on-site support, and finally, HR. We also have cockpit meetings as follow-up ritual all along the project. The third point is about ensuring consistency and change. For this, we can rely on 2 tools: a roadmap with all Metro Connect actions, and an impact map, which shows us the risk of staff saturation. Finally, we build the Metro Connect community to internalize the know-how in change management. The members of the community participate in 3 rituals that Laura will detail later. There are plenary meeting, what we call teammate markets, and Metro Connect University. As you will see on the next slide, Lucy project has benefits of the full Metro Connect service offer. First, we conducted the diagnosis on every Lucy's project to be able to design a change management roadmap for the full project. Then we help to implement the action imagined per lever, with the communication plan, for instance. And finally, the impact map helped us to determine the opening date of Lucy. I'll let Elodie explain the details on the next slide.
So after the diagnosis, we worked on the storytelling of the product with users. Our goal was to make this platform understandable for everyone. We were talking to everyone at Metro, from the head of the company to the cashiers in all regions of France. So from tech specialists to people who don't even use a computer on a daily basis. Regarding our deployment strategy, we choose to use a pilot population to test the portal itself, but also our change strategy and adjust our message according to the feedbacks. In parallel, we trained the back office, which logically needed to be trained before the big launch and before the pilot phase for users. And after that was our big national launch, which actually was just yesterday. Our change strategy was tailor-made according to the population, thanks to the diagnosis. Metro employees groups have different needs, and our goals were not the same with every one of them. So the deployment and the change strategy are very, very linked for us. We wanted the pilot to become ambassadors of the portal. We wanted to involve our users in the early phases of production and tests. So during the pilot phase, we worked with 10 stores out of the 90 and in the headquarters with staff and COMEX assistants who are really impacted by the arrival of the portal, and with a community of informatic reference that we have at Metro France. So we set up training sessions, and also it was very important for us to create a privileged communication channel for the pilot to be able to reach us at any time just by calling us. As we were asking them to be part of this pilot phase with us, we really wanted to offer back reactivity and proximity. So as for the pilot and as for the back office, and the help desk, we set up training sessions with the use case and role playing. We tried something really interactive, and it was important for us, as it was, an important cultural change for them. We also took the time to really get to know their moods, their fears, and answer the questions. Regarding the help desk, so the user service support, they were also involved soon enough. The idea was for them to learn with us from our mistakes in quotes. So every day we take 10 to 15 minutes with them to review the user's question from the day. And for the front office, we are now talking about 9,000 Metro employees with very different digital awareness levels. And even if not all of them will use the portal every day, we really want them to know about it, as the portal is also a symbol of Metro digital transformation and employee experience transformation. I will focus on this part on the next slide. And can you go on to the next slide, please? Okay, so here is the concrete declination of the communication strategy. Our communication plan was really top-down and progressive. By top-down, I mean that we first presented Lucy to the head of the stores and then asked them to give the information to the employees. The idea is to enable them to answer the employees' questions. And by progressive, I mean that we used teasing communication to create the wait around the arrival of the portal. We had an article in Metro newspaper introducing the project and presenting the team behind it, and also a teasing email signature and a teasing video that was deployed through our internal chatbot. Now going to the training session. Can you go on to the next slide, please? So regarding now our training strategy, our goal was to create something accessible for everyone and easy to maintain for us. So first of all, we used our internal chatbot as a GPS to discover Lucy. This is what we said in our communication. We said, let's discover Lucy through Mbot, through your chatbot. Your chatbot will guide you through Lucy. We implemented the question and answer into the chatbot. The chatbot is now able to guide the user to the portal and also to a website, a tailor-made website that we designed exclusively to host the Lucy tutorials, the Matrix tutorials for the users. So we created a website. It's actually a SharePoint communication website where users can find how-to video, how-to tutorials, and also the same information in a PowerPoint version, because we thought that all of our employees, who cannot easily listen to a video or have access to a quick internet. So this is what we try to do to reach all of them. So to conclude, we use the diagnosis to create a change approach using different channels to reach every one of our employees on different levels. Now, Gilles Gas will now talk to you about the guiding principles and governance of the project. We can now follow on to the next slide, please.
Okay, next. Okay, that's correct. So how does it work? Tag 1.1 on the slide. User is the starting point. Because we are employee oriented, the starting point is one of our 9,000 users. Tag 1.2, user connects to his Lucy Matrix portal and scroll catalog of services. Managing the audience allows to fine-tune the access to the catalog. User select one service and clicks. The process starts until user gets what he wanted. We have many catalogs. For example, access to a business solution, ask for a new smartphone or laptop, booking a car for a business travel, etc., etc. Tag 1.3. Behind the portal, each catalog is owned by a product owner. For example, a product could be an application, as it is called in Matrix language. A product is often a consistent set of business processes. Product owners design, build, update, and fine-tune their catalogs of services. Tag 1.4, we worked in agile and waterfall modes, depending on the topics. In both cases, the initial step is the design of processes. Tag 2.1, product owners work with what we call the design community for metro processes. This community is a joint team of IT and business members who design processes using specific tools and homemade methods. Tag 2.2, once products and processes are designed, they are put in a backlog, then in a sprint. Tag 2.3, the so-called Lucy factory delivers sprints in Matrix. This team is supported by our partner in France, Codagis Intégration. Lucy Factories uses standard agile Scrum ceremonies. Tag 2.4, in parallel, the change community prepares change management plans, including basically communication and training as presented more in detail by my colleagues. Clearly, the key is a change of mindset. Tag 3, user services is also involved to fulfill the regular service, and we have a chatbot as mentioned. Tag 4.1, Metro Connects teams guarantees that all change management plans of all products are consistent. It is a very important topic. Tag 5, of course, we worked in an agile mode, in a positive continuous improvement loop to improve user experience. Here we are. This machine functions smoothly to deliver the current roadmap. Next slide, please. Correct. Here are the perspectives for the next year. The perspective for the next year are the following. Incident management for Metro France, with a connection from Matrix to Jira SD Corporate, because incident on corporate solution will remain managed on one dedicated Jira Service Desk Corporate. HR processes, including on-off boarding. For example, we have automatic setup of window accounts and package for some new hire employees. Portfolio management, an overall view on all the projects. Budget management flows in connection with current accounting systems. Activity management for some cyclical operation, as for sales, food inventories, and so on. Problem management and change according to IT recommendation. Next slide, please. And last point, internalization of competencies by Laura.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Laura, and I'm knowledge manager at Metro France. And I'm working on Metro chatbot, the mbot. Today, I would like to give you my feedback about my participation in Metro Connect. Before my introduction into the Metro Connect team, I was already working with Metro Connect, which helped me and my team to organize and produce our launch, our communication plan, and our common purpose. But now I was invited to be a member or part of the Metro Connect team. Being a part of Metro Connect team really helped me to improve continuously my communication and change skills, especially for my main project, the Metro chatbot. The Metro Connect team has recently created a community by introducing employees from different sectors of the company to internalize the competencies. In this way, we participate into meetings which allow us to understand and master the change management thanks to creative workshops managed by the Metro Connect University. The goal is to allow us to build skills on change theory or tools to achieve change deliverables and to be able, in our turn, to produce content. Thus,
it allowed me to quick gain knowledge and skills, which made me become more and more autonomous on tasks that I was not able to do without the team before. Besides, it's really interesting because I can work on other subjects than my current activity, which made me understand more and more about my Metro entourage. Today, I am currently in charge of the communication on the project, and Metro Connect is really beneficial for me. I am feeding from the Lucy or Matrix project approach for my other project, the Metro Chatbot, which is also a big change project in the company. For example, Metro Connect made me able to use some really interesting tools like Canva or Classroom, and I can reuse this kind of presentation to the MBOT team.
So this is the end. We hope this presentation provide insight to the change management project supporting our implementation of Matrix. If you have any question, we would be happy to answer them now, or feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gilles Gas and his team. Thank you for this insight into your change management project. And I have to commit, I love it that you gave it a name and that you called it Lucy. Is just a very nice thing and well done, great marketing. So we've had Alice earlier this morning at CGM. We have Lucy at Metro. I like it that you do good marketing around how you roll out the software internally, and smart move on making it such a nice branding. A question that I have is, and it was like the one that I had even prior to your presentation, with the question around Metro seems being a very smart and mature organization already, and with the age of Metro, you would have thought that there is a process rolled out for everything already. Why do you present a change management approach? Is ITIL, as it is, out of the books, not enough for Metro?
ITIL is clearly something that is very shared in the IT community, IT people. But our users are most salesmen and people in contact with our customers, professional customers, and so on. And clearly, we understood at the beginning of the project that the challenge is both technical and a deep change of mindset. And I think that it makes sense to present to other Matrix customers that when we would like to implement such a solution, it is important to address change management, depending also, obviously, of the maturity of the company and thinking place, but to address both things make very sense. And what was interesting in our approach is that we mix a methodology called Metro Connect, supported by one of our partners who is Oasis, which is Oasis, represented by Delphine, and who give us an overall approach for change management. And we use this approach with our partner IBM, represented by Elodie, and it was a great work to put in place all of this. And finally, for the other project, it really makes sense to appropriate this approach for other projects, not specifically dedicated on Matrix, because to be honest, I worked also on old projects around Matrix. And I think that it really makes sense to share this experience with colleagues. I don't know if you want to add, if you have 1 minute, Delphine, or Delphine first, perhaps.
Yeah, what's interesting with Metro Connect is that it's an approach that we can use on a lot of different projects, and we learn a lot from a project that we can reuse on another project. And with that, it's always about continuous improvement, also in our change management. So it's really nice to have this Metro Connect team and to be able to internalize those competencies as Laura has explained it.
I don't know, Elodie, perhaps you could add a word on the team you worked with to deploy change management, specifically on Lucy. Elodie. We lost Elodie.
Huh? She doesn't want to say something?
Yeah, she's
frozen. Okay.
Frozen.
Yeah,
Thank you. No, I
okay.
think that Elodie worked full time. Elodie, you are with us?
No.
Still frozen. So Elodie worked full time. This is just to mean full time for 1 year, I think, with one other colleague. That means 2 full-time people on this topic.
And that included not only the... there she is again, I believe. I guess I've seen some movement. Elodie, can you hear us?
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so as I wanted to say, I also work with Metro employees who had to gain competencies on change management, and people became really efficient. So I had a team of interns first, and now, different interns around the year, and it was really interesting to work with them and to see them also gain competencies on communication skills and training skills.
And all of that back then is also reflected in what you mentioned, like the university and stuff, all the knowledge that you gained and that you learned on what people learned in learning to how to change and how to adopt the change, how you designed it, is then reflected in the university, so that you have a rare effort on actually teaching them, but you have that as pre-canned content. And is that exclusively used for the French metro then, or do other metro countries have the ability to use content on this perhaps as well, or what's that outlook?
To be honest, under the current situation, we focus on French topics, you know. Because our customers are restaurants, and you know the situation as well as me, so it is tight. But we share this this approach with Italian colleagues, for example, and with our corporate colleagues. But every countries are very independent, in fact, and okay, we are on the road, not finished, but focusing first on French, to be honest.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gilles. Thank you very much, team, for taking the time to be with us today and conduct this interview and your session around how to implement a change management in a mature environment. Thank you, and look forward to seeing you with the other processes and technologies that you're going to implement from Matrix42, and hope to see you back again on this stage somewhere soon. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Au revoir. Bye.
So, I said we were going to look into different industries, and this was a good example on retail. And as we learned, like Metro France focused on the different. I have someone in my ear. Perhaps we're going to look into different industries, as I had said before. This one was around retail, and specifically Metro France as being the specialist to cater restaurants and bring services out to restaurants and gastronomic services. Gilles and his teams and gastronomic services. Gilles and his team have been working on for a while, and we've seen them on other customer webinars from the Matrix42 website before. So there's replays that you could look that also have a little more detail around the technology and the usage of the Lucy behind, but then also the ability to read a case study about this that you could find on our website around the Metro and, of course, my favorite, Lucy. That said, we're going to see the next industry and the next topic right here on this stage in a minute. In the meanwhile, on the other stages, there's some action as well. On the platform section, Vladimir continues to build up an application, and while he first did the basics and foundation, then built the UI, he's now developing a business logic in the third part of his session that he holds around building a low-code platform application today. We're talking about asset risk analysis in the ESM track now, which is one of my favorites because this is around our all-new Firescope technology that we have at Matrix42, and that brings the ability to not only discover the assets, but then also use the number of connections that we discover and their behavior, the monitoring, to identify what risk comes with each and every asset. So this is a very interesting one for critical infrastructure and critical processes. And then in the UEM track, in the ZooM track, We then have a look at what modern APIs are available for both the Windows world, but then also the Mac world, because it comes closer to the traditional management, and there's a lot of new features in the modern management APIs that help you to fairly easy orchestrate devices with a zero trust model right out of the box from shipping into your production environment. And that's a critical thing. Try to imagine shipping modern devices right to your employees in the home office and not have them in the factory, in the staging factory at corporate first before you roll them out. So have them right in the home office, in the remote working space, shipments, and automatic rollouts. And that's what it's all about in Sebastian's session around modern API simplifications. And so the next one that we'll have is Gutke Hansen from Hartrud. Mr. Hansen, are you already there?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you, Boris.
That's perfect. Gutke, so I said we're talking about different industries today, and you're specifically in that industry of logistics, and I claimed that you're a logistics company from Hamburg. Is that right, or was that the wrong?
That's right.
That's perfect. And, so it was a good guess from my side. And as a logistics company, my assumption is everybody's working as they do in other industries as well, but logistics specifically is an industry that's under some sort of pressure these days, because a lot of things need to be shipped a little more closer to the end customer, and traffics have severely increased on the streets, on the train, and even on the waterways have increased at times of this situation right now. Would you assume that you felt that in IT that there's an impact already on you and your production?
Yes, of course it is. So we have to be going faster and closer to our customers. And of course, the industry needs us, and as well in these times, and mostly in this time. And yes, we are not quite a logistic company. We are operating forwarding agency. Mm-hmm. But anyway, without logistic and forwarding agency, you can't transport any cases.
You're part of that logistic chain and process in order to make that happen. And so I think you're quite a relevant building block for that whole concept of having logistics. But then the more interesting it is to me that someone who's facilitating in that market, who's got his customers in that market on making certain process like logistics happen, I'm curious about. You'd be talking about a shopping basket, which is something that I felt would be something in your industry or with the things that you do. You probably had pretty good process for getting stuff before, haven't you?
Depends.
Okay, but perhaps that's the reason then why you have the chance now to talk about on how you actually build a shopping basket for your employees. Yes. It was just an assumption, because that's like the thing that you do with your customers. And then let's have a look on how you built that experience up for your customers. I'll leave the stage to yours and let you explain what you did.
No, thank you very much, Boris.
Thank you.
So, yes, before we start with the presentation, I would like to give you a short introduction to Hartrud and its IT initiatives as well. Hartrud is a worldwide operating forwarding agency, and with about 2,000 employees, Hartrud generates annual turnover of about €500 million. And in 2019, Hartrud was decided to realign its IT. We have a really old IT in place, over 10 years old, and so it was really important for a change. And we're starting with a data center migration. So as a part of a data center migration initiative, starting in February this year, we will have completed the move of the existing IT to an on-prem Nutanix hyperconverged environment by the end of March next year. So we only need 1 year to do this. In parallel of these data center migration initiative, we're starting with Matrix42 Service Desk, and we introduced the Matrix Service Desk within 3 months. In this context, the decision was made to deploy the Matrix42 service portal worldwide. This means no more tickets via mail and full ticket transparency. This was very important for our operation team as well. And based on Matrix42, the decision was made in March this year to digitize the internal manual infrastructure service request, for example, laptops, PCs, or screen orders. The goal was a globally standardized digital IT shopping basket. And we would like to present this initiative to you today. We, that means my colleague, Carsten Wilke, our ITSM and Matrix42 manager, and I, as head of data governance, responsible for the introduction of all the projects mentioned. Okay, then let's start to the agenda, please. Yes, we will start with our motivation and goals. I mentioned before the requirements for the implementation and as well the challenges for the workflow implementation as well. Our really test experience we made, and based on hard copies, we explain you the functionality of our IT shopping basket. What goals have we achieved? And last but not least, learnings we are happy to share with you and how we will continue with Matrix42 as well. Okay, next slide. And Carsten, please.
Yeah, I will take over. So where did we come from? Our initial situation was the process for ordering infrastructure was completely manual. So based on employee wishes and highly heterogeneous, the request was coming in via mail, via phone. We had no product catalog. We had only minor standards per country. So every country was ordering what they assumed was the best. The description for the whole process to order hardware was over 16 pages long, complicated, and it involved more than 6 departments in the whole company. The procurement was then carried out by more than 15 IT service providers, and we didn't even have a long-term contract with one of them. So depending on daily pricing and stuff like that, the important documents that you need for this process, like orders, order confirmations, delivery notes, invoices, they were in wide forms. We had them in paper, in various digital formats. There was no central storage. So finding out the process afterwards when something was ordered and delivered was a pain. We had no uniform view. The inventory of all the assets was really not available to anybody with assets in Germany or Europe. And cost transparency, therefore, was totally a problem. So we had no view of any cost transparency, not even for Germany. Hardware was manually set up in the central IT location and then delivered to the actual location. So the logistics was partly on our side and partly involved with the IT service providers. In other countries, there were different service providers that then had to do this task to manually ship the stuff around. And this is where we were coming from, and Gotke will explain now what our goals were.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, the expectation to the systems was quite high, and we start with the standardized hardware catalog for Germany, Europe, and the world. This was very important for the company who's supporting us and for the services worldwide. We need a workflow-based ordering and approval and assignment process, mean complete automation end to end. The ordering process for all employees should be well familiar, look and feel, so analog to Amazon. And you will see this with a little bit data. We should have an approval and cost transparency for a cost center responsible. That means the cost center responsible, before he's starting the approval, he has to know which order should be made. Yes, and he should be exactly know what he approved when he starting the approval. We had the requirement for automatic creation of our assets into the CMDB. This is really important because our order confirmations, delivery notes, and invoices, as well the associations to users and cost centers, are automatically linked to these assets. Of course, we need reports for departmental and area-related asset cost transparency. This was very important because our CFO was our sponsor. And yes, of course, end-to-end needs automated software deployment with Empiron. That means notebook arrives, connected to the network, and get your software. So that's the plan. And of course, a complete end-to-end process digitalization. A process description is made in one line, not in 16 pages, only in one line. And this was our target. Next slide. The requirements. Yes, we decided to purchase everything from a single source, and thus to enter into a worldwide agreement with only one hardware infrastructure provider for laptops, PCs, monitors, etc. And in addition, we had to make sure that we had a service provider who could deliver the infrastructure and ensure service worldwide. This was really important at the starting point before you thinking about automation. Yes, you have to be sure that everything is running well with a framework agreement partner. Of course, we had an excellent experience. We need, of course, Matrix42 IT implementation partner with great expertise in implementing the order workflow. Of course, we have standard workflows in place in this case, but you need an excellent experience partner, and we found someone. We found Alambit from Kiel, and he made his job very well. As well, binding and valid master data for locations, employees, and cost center structure. This is not automatically. This is a tough work, yes, to get clear master data information. Of course, the automatic transfer of the inventory number to the finance team for the inventory. Worldwide setup of depot servers as basis for automatic software provisioning by our Matrix42 Empiron. You need these depot server in place because you not deploy your laptops and PCs from Germany to, for example, Asia or Australia. And extension of our Matrix42 second level support team with shopping basket expertise. This was very important because we have desktop know-how in place, but not shopping basket expertise, and you have to extend these expertise as well. And last but not least, the user acceptance through training and how-tos. And yes, these are the requirements for the implementation. And the challenges in the next slide are really interesting. Using Matrix42 standard workflow already covered almost 95% of our approach out of the box, but over 60% coordination and cleanup effort despite of the box workflow. This was interesting. The 5% are the adaptation of the approval process with, nevertheless, however, we had workflow dependencies. For example, in time integration of necessary external information. That means, for example, we have received a new update, a monthly update of the new service catalog. And if this comes too late, our catalog is empty. Or the in-time differentiated released at the push of a button. Although only one push of a button is necessary, it can still take 2 or 4 days until it's done. In a different maintain cost center structure, yes, cleanup structures helps, yes, and takes time. And the last 2 points, transfer to the external delivery systems and document provision for the assets. The last 2 points become exciting when you switch from the test system to the prod systems, but more about that later. But these are the challenges. The next step is testing. Please, Carsten.
Yeah. So we needed to coordinate our tests with 6 different players. That also was a challenge for us. So we had our framework partner in place. We had the implementation team from Lambit in place. We had our specialist department. We needed the data governance team for getting the master data fixed and ready for us. The infrastructure team who was administration for the Matrix42 servers, and we needed our finance team. And with these, we could coordinate our test cases depending on the product and the product catalog. So we were running these tests both on the test and production environment. In the test environment, we were dealing with these tests in parts and then in a complete workflow, also in the production environment, because yeah, as Scott mentioned, there were some things where you tested it finely on the test department, test environment. And then when you switch to the productive environment, then you suddenly realize that, oh, some of these things don't go to the right addresses because, yeah, you change from live, from test to live, and yeah, different addresses, different mailboxes for invoices and stuff like that, that could really make a lot of impact. So in the productive environment, the live tests, from ordering to delivery and automatic asset provisioning, we conducted these in Germany and in European offices. So we also had somebody from there in the business departments to actually receive a device and connect it to the laptop there, to the network there. So, but even with a good plan, with completely error-free test runs on the production environment, this is definitely no guarantee that we receive, for example, the monthly automatic updates of the new product catalog, and that it will be shown in the catalog. And then you come to a point where the previous catalog has an expiration date for Tuesday, and the new catalog starts on Friday. So in the meantime, it's empty. There are no products for our customers. So yeah, we had some experience that you actually could just experience in the live environment. And after all tests done and thought about, there are still some things that will happen. And it's essential to have an appropriate healthcare pace. And we got the support from Lambit. We got the support from our contract partner for the IT assets. And that was really important. So on the next slide, I will show you how this thing will look like. And actually, we said we wanted an Amazon-like experience for the users. And what we see here is actually what they get. So you have a view of all the products in our catalog. You can also switch to a view of drilling down to different categories like backpacks, LCD displays, notebooks, whatever. And you see them lined up here. Of course, what we don't see here, but what the people in our company see is a pricing. So they already see how much this device will cost for their cost center. So on the next slide, we see when you click down on one of these products, then you get even more details about it. So you get really the important specifications of the devices so that everybody already knows that, for example, the high performance or the normal performance laptop, what is the difference in there? Does it work with a certain kind of other device like a certain monitor? Is this keyboard a German keyboard or an Italian one? All the details are seen here. And with a push of the button add to cart, you will see on the next slide that you can just put together your shopping basket like with any other shopping site. You have the total price transparency there. You can put together, for example, as we see here, your basket with a complete workplace like a laptop. You have the keyboard and mouse, you have the monitor, and you have the docking station. And you know, okay, my workplace for my new employee will cost whatever is stated there. And this is the actual currently available price. So on the next slide, you will see this is our process. So actually, that's the one line we see. From 16 pages, we got down to this line. So we have the order, we have the approval where the cost center responsible will see what actually is ordered, how much it costs, and what his cost center will have to pay for it. We will have the provisioning. We have the acceptance of the provisioning. So everybody has to push a button to say, yeah, it arrives, everything's working, everything's fine. And when we arrive at number 5, the order is fulfilled. All the documents are within the assets. We have the invoice, we have the order, we have everything in one place. So this is the complete process, and everybody has the visibility to see on which part of this process his delivery is now. So that's actually visibility and transparency for everybody in the company. On the next slide, this is actually what we achieved. Our shopping basket is live. In Germany and Europe, we are working actually now with this shopping basket. And this is a real pain relief for the whole company when you think about our current situation with COVID-19. There are some departments that need to staff their employees with new devices for home office work and stuff like that. We get regular updates to our catalog with the current pricing. So there's a complete transparency for everybody in IT and in the business to see what the stuff is costing. The deliveries go directly to the locations because we rolled out for Europe now our depot server to have automatic software deployment. We have in IT an overall reduction of efforts. So the ordering process doesn't have to mean sending mails back and forth and phoning back and forth and explaining again and again what devices are deliverable. No, we have everything visible in this basket. We have an approval process that is guaranteeing that also from a finance department point of view, everything is really looked up for and is approved in the right way. We have a delivery process that works. The hardware provisioning is coming actually to the location, and when they put their network, their new notebook into the network, they get the software, they get their Windows, their packages and stuff like that without the push of a button. So we have all documentation in one place, the order documents, the serial numbers of the devices. We get the MAC addresses, which is important for the software deployment. We have the invoices on the assets and everything comparing information that a finance department needs. Where is the asset? We know it because we have the location of the new asset in place with the asset. It was delivered to that location. So an additional thing that is really convenient for us, our hardware provider has a hardware stock for us. So when we know about the demand from the locations, we order the pre-ordered hardware. And instead of waiting 2 to 4 weeks for the delivery, our customers, internal customers, get the stuff between 2 to 4 days. This is like, okay, we got somebody to work tomorrow. Yeah, wait 1 additional day and you get your hardware. This will also be the basis for complete worldwide inventory, which is also a thing that was a huge manual effort before. And as I said, the complete process is now transparent to everybody, especially in the IT and in the finance department. We have completely digitalized this process. Götke.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, our learnings. Point 7. Yes, the learning sounds like calendar slogans, but summarized our experiences. First, you don't get digitization out of the box. No, you don't get, because framework agreements, service delivery partners, clear master data, change into the organization, things like that. Yeah. nothing comes out of the box. But a workflow standardized the process steps, but does not describe them. You are responsible to describe them, but the workflow helps you, but you have to do many things as well. A cross-functional understanding of all affected areas along the process to be transformed is required. That means all areas, departments which has to be involved has to know exactly before what is their job, how it works, the handover like this. And so everybody knows exactly later then how it works. Automation, the word automation is the reduction of the essential components of a process. Then you comes to the automation. And the introduction is not a matter of course. It needs substantial support and a good guideline for orientation in your organization. And last but not least, a permanent feedback and on how the process is experienced, especially when you start, is also essential for a continuous improvement of the process. These are our learnings. And next slide, the future enhancement. Of course, we have many things how we expand our services. We will adding additional products like mobile phones, and we will digitize our on and offboarding processes and many more. Bottom line is Matrix42 will be our central application for our digital IT and business services. This is our future enhancement with Matrix42. And with this slide, we will end our presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Gotke Hansen, and thank you very much to Carsten Wilke as well. Thanks for being here today and holding the presentation. I have questions left over from the presentation that are not too clear for me, because when you said, and if you allow, that to ask, is it possible to limit the users' groups in scope in which they use it? Because you said you were talking about multiple sites, but then a central logistic. But doesn't that mean like people from around the world would cross order from different baskets? And how did you resolve the scopes and users?
So yeah, it's possible to set different views for the customers. So for example, an Italian only sees devices with an Italian keyboard, especially as we have differences all around Europe for these things. And additionally, when you want something like our German partners wanted, so you have the management view and the employee view. Only managers can order notebooks and only they see them in the catalog. And the employees, yeah, they only see what they are allowed to, for example, order a new monitor. And we have different views for different customers.
So that was used with different catalog scopes that you've used, and okay. And then how did you make it so that people would actually want to work with it? How did they? How is the reception? How did that happen so that you would get a good reception by the employees? Because such a transformation, a change from one procurement process to another, that takes something, and people won't accept change just because you like it to happen, right? How did you make it so that people wanted to have it?
Oh, we had more than one training, and we had the support of our management. The top management was involved from day one, and especially our sponsor from the CFO side was extremely involved to get everybody, every local manager into the boat. And so with that support and a good introduction with more than 2 big settings, introductory settings, where we showed them how easy it is to order, we got them to actually push this around. And to be honest, something like COVID-19 played in, because people were desperate to order a lot of stuff to make people give them the ability to work from home in a quick time. And so we not only had the management support, but we had the urgency of the business to actually deliver something here. And that was helping quite a lot.
I bet, but you mentioned one interesting thing where you said like the support from the senior management, specifically you said the CFO, and that's of course like a point in which I think that's a very critical point to success when driving a project that has something to do with ROI and benefits, and not only the pure technology automation, but really looking into a CFO's purse, then it's probably quite good to have him on board for such a project as well. So that was obviously quite a smart move from my perspective. But when you say, like, you rolled that out and you created all the catalogs and the different scenes for different user types, how long did that take until you were live?
It took 6 months for the complete implementation, Boris. And that is a clear time for the sum of all activities, but we also achieved this with an experienced implementation partner. And Alembit from Kiel provide us with excellent support in this context.
Was there a specific service that Alembit provided? Like, of course, they help with the technology, but like a specific thing that you could not have done without them?
The completely workflow management, the automation process. This is really important for your end-to-end process. And especially in this case, Alembit helps us.
Okay. Thank you very much once more, Gotke Hansen and Carsten Wilke from Hartrud. Thank you very much for the insight into your project and your view on how to get a service catalog as a shopping portal out to a large workforce across Europe. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Boris.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye. So on our agenda, we're getting closer towards the end of this general session track, and while I'm approaching probably one of the key sessions that I would like to see today, which is a profiler that looks into what a crime scene and IT could have in common, is looking at what the others do at these sessions. So in the meanwhile, I think Vladimir should be done with his application, so whomever was in that platform track, all the 3 sessions, learned the basics, then the UI layout and the interfaces, as well as the business logic on a low-code platform in order to build an application, which I think is quite a cool thing, because 3 hours ago, potentially you thought you'd be working man weeks on this, and now you learned that you could do an easy pitch in 3 hours, and that's a good foundation to have many of you on this stage for the Innovation Award next year with your own projects and the things that you've built. And then, of course, we have the ESM track, in which now all product managers and product owners will get together and will give Q&As to their products and the outline of their roadmaps for the remainder of the next 12 months. And then also the same happens in the ZooM track, where we have all the security guys and the automation guys in one track, and they'll give you an insight about what's next up and answer your questions. And I would expect that potentially, in the meanwhile, I got the profiler on the call already, and his name is Mark Hoffman. Mark, can you hear me? If he could, I can't hear him. Oh, apologies for that. I just learned that we have this one pre-taken, so I'll let this one roll for you, and you could have a look into it, and we'll talk about this with Mark right after this. So let's rumble.
My name is Mark T. Hoffman. I'm a crime and intelligence analyst, and I'm very happy to speak today for Matrix42 and for all of you about profiling skills for the digital world at this digital event. What can we learn from the FBI about social skills? Well, some of you might argue that social skills or psychology is less important in a digital world, but that's not true. Psychology does not change as fast as communication technologies. Even if you negotiate on the phone, or even if you are selling via Zoom, or if you are leading a team by email, you're still talking to human beings. And I totally agree with the FBI and CIA that human intelligence, is nowadays maybe more important than ever before. I'm a crime and intelligence analyst, and I did my training and certificate. This would most likely call a criminal profiler. I don't really like the term profiler. Why? Because profiling sounds pretty much like intuition or magic. John Douglas, the founder and longtime head of the FBI Behavioral Science Unit, he once said, "You can't make chicken salad from chicken shit." So if you give me wrong data, I'm gonna make you a wrong profile. Maybe as IT administrators, you're familiar with the term GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. And also FBI and CIA are using the term NINO, which stands for nothing in, nothing out. The quality of my profile highly depends on the quality of data you give me. Reading people has not that much to do with intuition. It has much more to do with logical thinking and analysis. It's something you can learn. And I would like to talk about this topic and give you some profiling skills for the digital world. One other media stereotype we need to talk about is Dr. Hannibal Lecter, the cannibalistic and highly intelligent serial killer from the famous movie. There is one aspect about Dr. Hannibal Lecter which is not realistic, and it is the doctoral degree. Most serial killers are pretty stupid. Many serial killers are that stupid that they leave the murder weapon, pretty often a knife, at the crime scene. Pretty often it can be found in the kitchen sink. Why the hell does a serial killer put the murder weapon in the kitchen sink? The only explanation we have in psychology at this point of time is when people feel emotional stress. And yes, killing is a stressful situation. They fall back to basic habits which they learned as a child. And where did we learn as a child? Where should we put the dirty dishes? Of course, in the kitchen sink. Today we want to talk, or I would like to talk, about profiling skills for our everyday business life. Why am I telling you guys that serial killers are stupid? Well, the clever psychopaths go into business. That's a matter of fact. Psychopaths have no empathy, no deep feelings, and no conscience. But imagine a guy who has no empathy, no deep feelings, no conscience, and at the same time he's stupid. He's not successful in school, he's not successful on the job, he's not successful in girls, he's not successful in anything. For this poor guy, a knife in his hand or a weapon in his hand is the only chance to feel one time in his life some sense of power. But now imagine this. A guy has no empathy, no deep feelings, no conscience, but at the same time he has a good sense of humor, is smart, charming, intelligent, successful in school and successful on the job. This person will find other ways in life to feel power without using violence. So only the stupid psychopaths are killing, the clever psychopaths go to Wall Street. Many people ask me in the last couple of years, is Trump a psychopath? And the clear answer is no. This is typical for narcissism, golden buildings, his name all over the place, but this is not typical for psychopath. And also when we look at his life, what he did before he was President of the United States, he had a television show. All of this is not interesting for psychopath, but it's pretty interesting for narcissists. By the way, narcissists don't like it to lose. For me, it's no surprise that Donald Trump has big problems admitting that Joe Biden will be next President of the United States, most likely. In the United States, I learned an interesting formula. Narcissism is selfies per hour. Well, let me maybe put it like this. Not every person on Instagram is a narcissist, but every narcissist is on Instagram. Last picture talking about narcissism. If you take a look at the crowd, they don't want to have a picture of Hillary Clinton. They want to have a picture with Hillary Clinton, with them in the foreground and Hillary Clinton in the background. One thing have narcissists, psychopaths and normal people in common: they are lying quite often, and I will show you how to spot a liar. On the internet you always find the number "people are lying 200 times a day." That's not true, that is too much. This is just true if you really count every single social lie. For example, if I ask you, "How are you?" what will be the most common answer? "I'm fine." Is it always the truth? No, it's not. Or if you say something on Friday, "I wish all of you a nice weekend," maybe these are 6 or 8 lies at a time. But in reality, people are lying 3 to 6 times a day when we just count the relevant, important lies. And this is how you can spot a liar. Point 0 is the most important one. The so-called baseline approach. If you want to spot a liar, you need to look for the baseline. The baseline is like the normal behavior, the way a person speaks or uses gestures when he or she is not lying. The baseline is like the normal condition, how that person looks like when he or she is not lying. And you can spot a liar by looking for deviations from that baseline. Number 1, micro-expressions. Liars tend to show a facial expression which does not really match the content what they just said. In case of politicians, it happens pretty often in the end of a statement. So they are stepping in front of the TV cameras, giving some kind of speech or press release, and then they are turning away. And this is the moment where the mask is falling and you can sometimes see what they are really thinking. Number 2, eye contact. Liars tend to keep more eye contact the moment they are lying compared to the baseline. But first of all, you need to check the baseline. How much eye contact does this person keep? And when people are lying, they tend to keep more eye contact. Number 3, blinking frequency. Liars tend to blink more frequently compared to their own baseline. But again, first of all, you need to check the baseline. How often does this person blink when he or she is not lying? For example, Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Union, she blinks 85 times a minute when she is not lying. Or maybe she's lying all the time. But this is her baseline. This is her normal behavior. And when people are lying, they tend to blink more often. Number 4, formal language. Liars like to use more formal language. You're all familiar with the Bill Clinton example. "I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky." He didn't say "I didn't." He did say "I did not." He never used it before, but in that moment. He didn't say sex, he did say sexual relations. And he didn't say Miss Lewinsky, he did say that woman, Miss Lewinsky. A very cold, unusual and formal language. Number 5, gestures. People who are lying are using less gestures. They are freezing, more or less. I don't know why, but as a matter of fact, liars tend to use less gestures. They are freezing compared to their baseline. Number 6, so that's my favorite fact, liars tend to keep long answers to short questions. For example, did you take the money? That's a wonderful yes or no, black or white, binary, 0 or 1 question. Did you take the money? Someone who is not lying will just tell you no, without any further justification or explanation. If someone is telling you that he didn't take the money, who might have taken the money, and if someone gives you a very long explanation to a simple question, be skeptical. And number 7, repeating the question. This is just true if you catch someone in the act. If someone has no time to prepare some kind of answer. For example, honey, where have you been last night? Where I have been last night? Why are they repeating the question? Well, they try to gain some time to come up with a good answer. Or for example, who's Jessica? Who Jessica is? So they are trying to gain some time. I have a little video for you where you can practice your new profiling skills.
Mein Ehrenwort. Ich wiederhole, ich gebe Ihnen mein Ehrenwort, dass die gegen mich erhobenen Vorwürfe haltlos sind. Ich danke Ihnen.
And now, look at his face.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. I never told anybody to lie, not a single time, never. These allegations are false, and I need to go back to work for the American people. Thank you.
And now.
All right, thank you, Pat.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
Does the NSA collect any type of data at all on millions or hundreds of millions of Americans?
No, sir.
It does not.
Not wittingly. There are cases where they could inadvertently, perhaps, collect, but not wittingly.
Haben Sie selbst mal als Politiker die Unwahrheit gesagt?
Nein.
Haben Sie schon mal als Politikerin die Unwahrheit gesagt?
Nicht, dass ich wüsste.
Let's move on and talk about reading people, not just spotting lies, but reading people and spotting their motives and priorities. I would like all of you to take a look at this picture. Please take a look at this picture and take a look at this picture. And last but not least, take a look at this picture. And the question is, did you notice anything? Many of you did maybe notice that they all have something between their teeth. But what most of you did not notice is, why does this person have 6 fingers? Why, or where does that hand come from? And last but not least, why does this man just have 1 ear? I'm giving these kind of trainings to managers and police and intelligence professionals all over the world. And I'm telling them, you need to look for details. Sometimes they're asking me back, Mr. Hoffman, this is what we are paying you for? To tell us to look for details? The answer is yes, because our attention can be distracted quite easily. And when we are distracted, we won't even see if one of our customers has only 1 ear. So yes, our attention is pretty much like a spotlight, and we only see what we know. This is what Goethe once said. We only see what we know. There were many details you don't see because nobody ever told you to look for this. For example, there were 28 ways to tell if a person is right-handed or left-handed without seeing this person eating or writing. For example, the smartphone is a good way to tell this. Right-handed people like to have their smartphone on the right-hand side. Next possibility is the tie. Right-handed people tie it the other way around than left-handed people. Next possibility are the shoelaces. Right-handed people do it the other way around than left-handed people. Next possibility is, for example, the coffee cup. The handle of the coffee cup always points in the direction of the dominant hand. Next possibility is the belt. The needle of the belt always points in the direction of the dominant hand, and so on. I won't give you all the details, but I just want to tell you there are many details which you never saw because nobody ever told you that you should look for this. So our attention is like a spotlight, and I would like to share with you a simple profiling formula, and it's this. This is the Chinese sign for listening. The interesting thing about the Chinese sign for listening is it consists of 4 different words. This is a combination of 4 different words. So the Chinese word for listening is a combination of the words eyes, ears, heart, and undivided attention. So use your eyes, ears, heart, and undivided attention to look for the details. I couldn't give you a better summary of what profiling is all about. Listening with your eyes. listening to things people are not saying. But one question remains. What should you look for? What kind of details should you observe? This is the FBI profiling model. If they come to a crime scene, they try to find out if the crime scene is organized, if someone cleaned up, or if it's disorganized with a knife in the kitchen sink. And based on that, they make conclusions about the intelligence of that offender. What can we learn for our everyday business life? What can we learn for the digital world from that FBI profiling model? Two things. Number one, thinking backwards. And number two, asking the right questions. In the case of reading people or profiling, you always need to ask three simple questions. What? You need to observe all kinds of details which are there. Number two, why? Why? What does it tell you about that person? And the question why leads you to the motives and to the profile, to the question who, to the profile of that person. Let me give you an example. If you, for example, see a $25,000 Rolex watch on someone's wrist, the simple question you need to ask to learn something about that person is, why? Does a person have a $25,000 watch? The answer is not to know what time it is. So this is pretty likely about status. The watch is speaking to you and it's telling you, I am successful, appreciate me. Same applies to certificates on the wall. When people have certificates in their office on the wall showing their qualifications, why are these certificates there on the wall? It's not to remind oneself, oh, I'm qualified. The certificates are there to show you that this person is qualified. So the certificates on the wall, they are speaking to you and they are telling you, I am qualified and I want to be treated like that. You can save a couple of millions in negotiations if you consider this. Negotiations are not only about money. They are pretty often about respect and appreciation. So you need to look for the details and ask the question why. What else could you look for? Well, for example, hobbies say quite a lot about that person. Tattoos are pretty interesting. I mean, reading people has a completely different meaning if you look for tattoos. Sometimes you can really read the motives of that person. And the apps on the home screen are also pretty interesting. And in the case of females, if you look in their handbag, it can be quite interesting mirror of their soul. Females know what I'm talking about. And the CIA likes to call this bagology. I'm not joking. They are analyzing the content of women's handbags because it tells quite a lot about their personality style, their priorities, and what they are doing and how they live and what they do and how they do it. So before I go, I would like to talk a little bit about the science of persuasion, about influencing people. I would like all of you to put out your left hand just like this. I hate interactions too, but just do it. Please put out your left hand just like this. Even if I cannot see you, please put out your left hand just like this and put out your right hand just like this. And on the count of 3, I would like all of you to clap your hands. 1, 2, and 3. As you can see, what we see is much more convincing compared to the things and aspect we just hear. If you just learn this from my lecture, I'm totally happy. People are much more influenced by what they see compared to the things they hear. This is the Pope election ceremony in 2005 and 2013. As you can see, our world is becoming increasingly visual, and sometimes I also see babies in front of tablets or smartphones. Especially in the digital workplace, in the digital world. Everything is becoming more and more visual, and if you want to convince people, show more and talk less. And the same applies to websites. Use as much pictures or videos as possible. It's much more persuasive and much more convincing. In the end, before we move on to the Q&A session, I would like to give you two basic principles of persuasion, two principles how you can convince people. It's like the good cop and bad cop principle, but a little bit different than you might think. Let's start with the good cop principle, the sympathy principle. When we are much more convinced by people we like. We can only be convinced by people we like, and sympathy arises from similarities, no matter how simple they are. Maybe you observed this before. When people like each other, they tend to have a similar body language. But the principle also works in the other direction. When people like each other, they tend to have a similar body language. But if you have a similar body language, people will like you more. So I highly recommend you to adapt a little bit to the body language of the other person. Please do not do it too much. Do not overact. If someone is doing something like this, and you are doing something like this too, you won't be more sympathetic, it just looks stupid. So do not do it too much, but adapt a little bit to the body language, and the same applies to the mood and to the phrasing. The language. Let me give you a bad example how you should not do it. A customer is telling his banking consultant, "I'm afraid to lose my money." And the banking consultant answers, "I understand your concerns, and the mistake just happened." He doesn't have any concerns. He is afraid. He is scared. And this feeling does not disappear by just using other words. So you need to speak the same language as your customer, as your employee or your colleague. Use the same phrasing and you will be considered much more sympathetic. So mirror a little bit the body language, mood and phrasing. The last principle is called the bad cop, the authority principle. And it works like this. This is an example which really happened in a hospital in the United States. A doctor wrote down a command for medical eardrops. He wrote down, "Put in right ear." A nurse with 25 years of professional experience, she misread it and she understood "put in rear," which is the English word for bottom. And you can imagine what happened. The poor guy received the medical eardrops anally. Later on, she was asked, how the hell could that happen? How did it happen? And her answer was short but pretty interesting. She answered, "Well, I don't know, I was wondering too, but the doctor wrote it down." It's unbelievable how far people go when an authority tells them to do so. So we are much more influenceable when we consider someone an authority. But that means if you are not considered an authority in your area of expertise, you're going to have a very hard time convincing people. So you need to be considered an authority, otherwise you're going to have a hard time convincing people. And they just perfected the authority principle. This is the Dr. Best TV commercial. You see an elderly guy sitting in a futuristic lab. He looks like a medical doctor, wears a tie and glasses. They just combined all authority stereotypes in one TV spot, but people are paying much more for normal toothbrushes. And this is interesting for the digital workplace. If you do Zoom meetings or Skype or Teams, I highly recommend you to sit in front of a bookshelf. As a matter of fact, everything you say in front of a bookshelf will be considered more intelligent and more trustworthy. And maybe you observed that one book on this picture is in a horizontal position and it says genius. And I don't think this was a coincidence that this book is in this position right there. But what should we be? Should we be nice? Should we be everybody's darling? Or should we be strict and an authority? Well, the question is it really a contradiction? Or can we maybe be both at the same time? The answer is yes, we can. I don't want to judge Obama's political achievements, but talking about his personality style, he combines sympathy and authority. In the end of my lecture, I would like to show you a video of a speech Obama gave at a funeral. Talking at a funeral is not a nice situation. A leader of a church has been shot, and Obama was considered more or less guilty. Why? Because in his election campaign he promised to ban guns. He promised to ban weapons, but he didn't really achieve it. So people argued, if Obama would have kept his promises, maybe this church leader would still be alive. So imagine you need to give a speech at a funeral and people see you as a guilty person. That's not a nice situation, but Obama was a master in combining sympathy, authority, and addressing the motives of people.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
Do I recommend you to sing in front of your colleagues or employees or customers? No. Or maybe yes, if it matches your personality style. But this video is not about singing. It's about spotting motives and combining sympathy and authority. The best CEO speech I ever heard in my life was around about 2 years ago at a Christmas party. What do people want to hear at a Christmas party? Not much about numbers. They just want to hear a little thank you, drink beer and dance. And that's it. PowerPoint was prepared and everybody expected a boring 20-minute CEO speech. He got on stage, he took the microphone, no PowerPoint, and he said the following thing. Dear employees, what you are investing in the company is your life, time, which you will, by the way, never get back. I just want to tell you 2 things. Number 1, I appreciate and thank you. And number 2, I wish you a Merry Christmas. And that was it. He didn't need 20 minutes. He needed 20 seconds. But why was it so powerful? Was he a good speaker? Not at all. But he addressed the right motives and he combined sympathy and authority. And that's the end of my lecture, but I want to show you 2 more things. This has something to do with the authority and sympathy principle, and this is just funny. Let's start with this. It's German, but on the front it says, with hydrocare complex-based microproteins. It's a pack of shampoo with hydrocare complex-based microproteins. Does any one of you know what this is? Well, why are they using words we don't understand? They want to show authority. They are using words we don't understand, so they must be more intelligent in the field of shampoo. They must be experts, authorities. If you speak like this all the time, believe me, everybody will think you are very intelligent, but nobody likes you. If you explain everything like the people were 5 years old, believe me, everyone likes you. You are everybody's darling, but nobody respects you. So convincing people is all about finding a balance between good cop and bad cop, finding a balance between the sympathy and authority principle. And this has nothing to do with nothing, but it's just funny. This is a pack of shampoo. And on the front it always says how long it should last. Maybe you can see it. Here it says, or maybe not, it says 96 hours. Who puts on the deodorant on Monday and says, well, I'm done until Friday? This information that the deodorant lasts 96 hours can just be relevant for people who don't have a shower 5 days in a row. But maybe behind that is a persuasion principle which also FBI and CIA are not aware of. It was a very great pleasure for me to be the final speaker at this Digital Workplace World event. And now I'm there for your questions, and I say thank you for your undivided attention.
Thank you very much, Mark. That was so interesting, and welcome you to the interview here. Thanks for being with us at Digital Workspace World today.
Great pleasure to be part of this. Thank you, yes.
Well, Mark, perhaps a little personal question up front. What shampoo are you using? What shampoo are you using?
Oh, I don't know. It's just the one which I can grab first. So I'm also influenced by psychology a lot. If I see a good TV commercial, I will be the first one to buy it, but it changes all the time. So no idea.
Thank you.
But my deodorant lasts for 96 hours for sure, yes.
Perfect, perfect. Out of curiosity, when we work in everyday life, you have the capacity to identify people and sort of identify by parameters who's a liar and who's not. And then how do you know the baseline by when you'd say someone is someone that you'd rather do not want to deal with, or rather listen carefully to what people say?
Sometimes spotting that baseline is the hardest part in the whole deal. Why? Because it's pretty hard to observe this normal condition. For example, if people come to a police station, the moment they are entering the police station, the baseline is gone. People are nervous, and it doesn't matter if they are guilty or not guilty. When people enter a police station, the baseline is gone. So spotting the baseline is sometimes the hardest part in lie spotting. But to do this, to spot that baseline, it's a pretty hard job to do that. I mean, you have to pay attention to a lot of things at the same time. For example, the blinking frequency, the gestures, and so on. And this is pretty, let's say, energy consuming. If I would do this all day long, every single day with every single person, maybe I would have to go to bed at 1 p.m. because I would be tired and out of energy, because it's too energy consuming to do it all the time. So profiling is like a mode which you can switch on and off. And in the case of lie spotting, the baseline, to spot the baseline is one.
Oh, there you go again. I lost you for a second. Okay, and then interesting fact, because that was the next thing that I was about to ask. How is it, if you have that capacity to do it once, would you always do it? I mean, if you walk over the fair trade or something, and are you seeing liars wherever you look, and are you scanning all day long, or are you ever asleep?
Well, yes, you can switch this mode on and off, but there are some signals I can't forget. So if you know some things, for example, talking about micro expressions, which pretty often appear in the end of a statement, I can't switch that off. Once you know it, you can't not see it when it occurs. So sometimes some things I observe them whenever I see them, but many other things like blinking frequency and so on, this really costs energy and concentration to do it all the time. And especially in my private life, there are many moments where I, of course, can switch it off, because to be honest, I'm not interested if the person next to me on the train or on the plane, if he is a narcissist or a psychopath, or if he's cheating on his wife. The answer is, I don't care. I don't care all the time if I meet random people. But if I have like longer business relationships, or if I meet friends or people for a longer period of time, then I'm paying close attention to these details, but not all the time. I think it's important to be able to switch it off. But in the case of Christmas presents or something like this, sometimes it's useful in the private life to be able to spot a lie or to see some signals also in my private life, for sure, yeah.
But then it's getting harder. I mean, you and I were in contact remotely just because it's not a good idea to meet physically right now. And that's part of the new normal. And there will be distance in between people. They use more email, more WhatsApps, more text messages and all of that stuff. Will that limit your capacity and the feature that you have that you can spot something, or is there something in text that you can interpret as well?
That's an interesting question, because the virus is changing everything for many companies, and most companies are suffering. But I think for Matrix42 and for remote work solutions, this is like the golden age, or the golden time has come for sure. In the case of profiling, there are mixed results. Some things are much harder in the digital world when it comes to identifying people. Profiling and cybercrime is much more complicated to investigate than real life crime. Things like DNA and so on, they do not work in cyberspace. You need different approaches. In the case of live spotting, it also works on a remote basis. Yes, there is an area which is called forensic linguistics, where you try to spot lies in text messages, for example, emails or WhatsApp messages. And interestingly enough, the baseline approach also works in text messages. So most people, especially on WhatsApp or messaging services, have a very short communication style. So they are writing short messages, many emojis, sometimes one word is one message. So if they are writing a longer message, it's not one longer message, it comes like in 10 blocks or 10 or 20 different messages, a lot of emojis, short messages, and they don't pay much attention to grammar. And when they are lying, they tend to write longer messages, they pay attention to grammar, and they use less emojis. So this area of crime analytics, forensic linguistics, it's just beginning right now to analyze WhatsApp messages. But yes, there are some results from science from the year 2020, which indicate that it might be possible also in text messages to spot a liar. But yes, profiling is changing too, definitely.
Well, for me, I must admit, for me, it's very interesting that you say we're at the beginning of getting this done. Why? Well, that might give me the chance to have once more the chance to listen to you by the time that you find out and have more data about it so that we can re-invite you, because that was some brilliant infotainment, and I would really like to thank you for making this disclosure of the event for us. It was very entertaining. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, for sure. I think there are some areas which are also for me quite new. For example, currently I'm trying to meet so-called black hat hackers. So I'm attempting to meet cyber criminals to speak quite openly with me. So I will not investigate them. I would not give their names to the police. I really try to learn from them and try to communicate with them. So maybe next year I can give you some insights from interviews with hackers, because cybersecurity is going to be the next big thing after all the companies go to the cloud and do everything remotely. Yes.
We know that by heart because the workspace is our DNA. And so thank you very much, Mark, for being here, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
So thank you very much for that insight. And then this was a great ending to my perspective, because I learned something new that I didn't know before. And there was a lot of workspace and digitalization and industry talk about various segments today. And all of that was great stuff, but it all ran around the same topics, because what we were talking about were ESM, ZUM, platform, and the digital workspace management idea that Matrix42 fosters, and that all of you are part of, because that's why you visit Digital Workspace World. Well, I think we could commence this if there wasn't that thing that I would like to address, because earlier this morning we started off and I said, we'll have a raffle. We said we have a raffle, and we wanted to find out who's capable of going around the partner platform and find out what our resolution word was, and that should be sent to dww@matrix42.com. And there were some smart people who took the time to walk around and visit all the partner booths. And so, Diana, you have an update for me?
Yes, of course. But first, I hope that you enjoyed an interesting and contest-rich event, despite the stumbling. We are now looking forward to the raffle of the lottery with you. Over 100 participants took part in this raffle. And now's the resolution. The sentence you were looking for was discover more, the new normal. So, congratulations to all participants who found the solution sentence. We will now draw the first three places, and the third place will receive an Amazon voucher for 25 euros. The second place winner will receive an Amazon voucher for 50 euro. And the first place winner will receive an Amazon voucher for amazing 100 euros. So let's start with the draw.
So I'm curious about how this works now. You have the fishbowl, we have the printed addresses of all the participants in there. So mix it up, give it a roll, and then we'll see who the winner is. And
all right. The third place goes to Nicole Beisch. Congratulations. Nicole Beisch is from the University of Applied Science in Hamburg. So, well done. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy the voucher.
Cool stuff. Congratulations from my side as well, Nicole. Hope you enjoy the shopping. And but then, yeah, let's put this one away, I'd say, and go for one more because we have more prizes to draw. And yeah, fair chances for everyone. Back in, please. And then we're pulling out the second winner.
Let's have a look. Okay. The second winner is Thomas Weigel from Christman and Pfeiffer.
I know that guy. I know that guy. Congratulations, because he's been speaker today. Yeah. So congratulations, Thomas. You made it through the raffle as well. So well done.
Great.
Congratulations.
So you will get the voucher after the event. Congratulations from my side too. So,
and then number one, who wins the large voucher? We have the 100 euro voucher from Amazon. Who's that? Yeah, take one from down there.
So the first prize goes to Roland Meyer from Excite Management.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Well done and well deserved. And of course for you as well. Enjoy the shopping. So I think we have a few more to pull out. As we said this morning, we're not only drawing 3 prizes, but we're drawing 100. And so Diana, would you please be so kind and draw the other 96?
No.
No. Hold on. Hold on. We'll make this a little easier. The glass actually contains 102 participants. We had received 122 correct answers that were mailed to us, and we decided that after pulling out the first 3, it wouldn't make any sense to then throw away another 26 that would not get a cup, but you know what? It's a cup. It's a Matrix42 Jumbo mug for coffee, and we decided to send one out to all of the participants that played with us in the game today. So thank you very much, and congratulations to all of the winners. And you'll get notified by email about the shipping, and you'll receive your cup. So thank you for playing with us, and thank you for visiting the partner area, of course, as well. Thank you is also the right word for what we're planning out for the rest of today, because this was pretty much the official part with all of the breakouts and all the sessions that we have planned. The last thing that remains from us to you would be inviting you to come with us into the chat area, visiting the partner booth, finding more information about the add-ons that were used in the projects that you learned about today, find out about new technology, new ways and new ideas for you and the things that you do, but then also go into the chat area and find someone else in a peer group whom you might be in contact with the next Digital Workspace World. Also, and do not forget, there's that promotion, €1 per user per month for existing customers for Firescope, and that's really an aggressive pricing. If you want to participate in that, you better hurry, get in contact with our sales, because when we say until the end of the year, well, that's in 6 weeks from now, it'll be time to start discussing that now before the quarter closes. And until that quarter closes, and I don't know whether we're here again and see you again until then, I once more thank you for your participation. I thank you, Diana, for being with me on stage today. And I'd say stay safe.
Stay healthy.
Stay cool.
And discover more.
Bye.
Goodbye.